Hello, this is the Parliament Channel, and it's day one of the Standing Finance Committee, where members of the House of Representatives examine the various heads of expenditure for the national accounts for financial year 2025-2026. The total budget figure, as announced by the Minister of Finance, is $50,405,695,293. Now, there are 52 heads of expenditure, that's ministries and government departments, as compared to 40 last year, to be examined line by the opposition and the government, beginning with the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services. On day 9, 9 heads of expenditure will be examined. So here's a look at the comparative figures for those heads between last year's budget and this year's allocation. First off, we will have Head 78, the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services. It was previously the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. In 2025, the ministry was allocated $5,697,927,700. For 2026, the ministry has been allocated $6,012,215,208, and that's an increase of $314,287,508. The second head to be examined today will be Head 42, the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. No name change there. In 2025, the ministry was allocated $2,626,297,700. And in fiscal 2026, the ministry has been allocated $2,094,683,516. That's a decrease of $531,614,184. The third head to be examined on day 1 will be Head 46, the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs. It was previously the Ministry of Sport and Community Development. In 2025, the ministry was allocated $431,341,500. For 2026, it's been allocated $290,652,400. And that is a decrease of $140,689,100. Head 26, the Ministry of Education, will be the fourth head of expenditure to be examined. And in 2025, the ministry was allocated $5,542,586,000. For 2026, it's been allocated $5,266,000 for 260. Sorry, I'll say that again. For 2026, it's been allocated $5,266,480,354. That's a decrease of $276,105,646. We will next have Head 72, the Ministry of Tertiary Education and Skills Training. This is a new ministry, so they have been allocated for 2026 $1,796,511,900. Head 58, the Ministry of Justice, again a new ministry, so there would not have been an allocation last year. So the allocation for 2026 for the Ministry of Justice will be $230,696,500. We will next have the Public Service Appeal Board, and that is Head 12. In 2025, they were allocated $3,122,500. And for 2026, they've been allocated $3,308,550. That's an increase of $686,050. We will next have the Statutory Authorities Service Commission, Head 7. In 2025, they were allocated $5,959,370. And in 2026, they've been allocated $6,424,185. That's an increase of $464,815. The final head of expenditure on day 1 to be examined will be Head 38, the Environmental Commission. In 2025, they were allocated $8,529,820, and in fiscal 2026, they've been allocated $7,002,605. That's a decrease of $1,527,215. So there you have it, the 9 heads of expenditure to be examined on day 1 of the Standing Finance Committee. So the procedure for the Standing Finance Committee is that the chairman of the committee, and that is either the Speaker or the Deputy Speaker of the House, will read out the various heads of expenditure. They'll read out the amounts allocated to them, invite the various ministers to give an introduction of their ministries of no more than 5 minutes, and then members can pose questions to the ministers about the expected expenditure. Now, seated next to the ministers, you will usually see their permanent secretaries or the executive officers of the various statutory departments which fall under those ministries, and they assist the ministers in answering some of the nitty-gritty questions and the details that the ministers may not have at hand. So this process will continue until all 52 heads of expenditure are examined over the next 5 days, and we expect at least 9 heads of expenditure to be examined per day. Of course, 9 5s is 45, so we expect there may be space for some additional heads of expenditure to be examined per day in order for us to cover all 52 heads of expenditure in 5 days. So once the final head of expenditure is examined, the finance minister will commend the report of the Standing Finance Committee to the House, and the budget will be passed. Then the budget debate will begin in the Senate. That would usually take about 5 days, so we are not sure how long it will take, but once the Senate debate is concluded, then the total budget will be passed. So the Tobago House of Assembly is usually scheduled to be examined closer to the end of the process of the, so they will be examined on the 5th day of this current Standing Finance Committee, and that's usually to allow their officials to be able to make travel arrangements to Trinidad. So once again, the total budget figure for fiscal 2025-2026 is $50,405,695,293. And the first ministry up for examination today is that of the People, Social Development and Family Services, with an allocation of for 2025-2026 of $6,12,215,208. So as I mentioned, we do have 2 ministries that have slightly different names, and the Ministry of People, Social Development and Family Services was previously the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, and also the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs is now the Ministry of Sport and Community Development. And we also have several new ministries. 2 of the new ministries to be examined today will be the Ministry of Tertiary Education and Skills Training and the Ministry of Justice. Now, if you combine the figures for the Ministry of Education and the new Ministry of Tertiary Education and Skills Training, that would be just over $6 billion for the combined education sector for 2025-2026. The Environmental Commission, the Statutory Authorities Service Commission, and the Public Service Appeal Board, they all fall under the Ministry of Justice. So therefore, they will be examined along with the Ministry of Justice today. And over the next 5 days, you will also see where departments that fall under various ministries will be examined along with the various ministries that will be coming up over the next few days. So there will be certain departments that are linked to particular ministries, and they will be examined along with those ministries. Instead of splitting them over several days, those departments are usually examined along with the ministry that they would be assigned to. So just a reminder again, we will be awaiting the ministers, the chairman of the committee, the deputy chairman, and the various members of parliament to enter the chamber shortly to begin day 1 of the Standing Finance Committee. So the total budget figure for 2025-2026 is $50,405,695,293. The Standing Finance Committee, according to the standing orders, is supposed to be 5 days, and on the final day, it is usually that the Standing Finance Committee is supposed to end at 7 p.m., if I'm correct. So, Standing Finance Committee, it is a statutory part of the standing orders of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. So, we have this budget debate, which ended on a couple days ago, and we went straight into the Standing Finance Committee. Usually, when the Standing Finance Committee begins, the chairman of the committee, who is the Speaker of the House, will give the procedure for how the committee will run over the next 5 days. So that was done. All the ministers have received the listing of how the ministries will be examined over the 5 days. So on each day, we have about 5. In this process now, we have 9 heads of expenditure listed over the 5 days. Again, the Tobago House of Assembly will be on day 5 of the Standing Finance Committee. So we are expecting that officials from the Tobago House of Assembly will be coming across to Trinidad in order to have their funding for 2025-2026 examined by all members of Parliament. Usually, questions come from the opposition side, not usually from the government side, but we have had instances where members of the government have asked questions of their colleagues on the government benches, questions related to financing for the fiscal year coming up. So again, we await the ministers, members of Parliament to enter the chamber. This, of course, is a committee meeting, so you will not see the committee, the Speaker of the House will not go to the Speaker's chair. Because it's a committee meeting, the Speaker will go down to sit where the clerks would normally sit, so that it is truly a committee of the whole Parliament where the ministers and the members will come together to examine the finances for fiscal 2025-2026. We do have, of course, our live stream of Parliament taking place. If you're watching us on television and you have to step out, you have to step into the car, you can join us on Parliament Radio 105.5 FM, as well as you can take in the ParlView live stream. That's www.parlview. So you can get the live stream. You can also send us questions. You can feel free to comment on the budget as well. So we will be looking forward to you joining us all day today. We are not quite sure what time we are supposed to end, but we'll be with you. We'll be carrying the stream live as well as live on the Parliament channel. So we're just awaiting the start of the committee meeting this morning. Again, the total budget figure for fiscal 2025-2026 is $50,405,695,293. Now, as I indicated earlier, there were 40 heads of expenditure last year. So there were 8 heads of expenditure examined across 5 days. This year we have 52 heads of expenditure, so we're expecting at least 9 heads of expenditure to be examined per day. We are expecting that all of the ministers will come prepared with their information. Their technocrats will be with them. The ministers usually have their permanent secretaries sitting with them, or the executive officers for the various departments, as well as other members of their technocrat staff who will be with them, able to give them information that may be coming or questions that may be asked of them from the opposition. So we are seeing that the members are making their way into the chamber to begin the Standing Finance Committee meeting. We're just awaiting the chairman to enter the chamber at this time.
Good morning, everyone. This meeting of the Standing Finance Committee will now resume. By way of introducing the proceedings, I crave your indulgence just for a brief introduction. Under the rubric Documents Referred, Honourable Members, in accordance with Standing Orders 81(2), paragraph 2 and subparagraphs 2 and 8, the estimates containing the details of the financial requirements, along with the appropriation bill, have been referred to this committee for consideration. The documents before the committee therefore include 1. The draft estimates, details of estimates of recurrent expenditure. 2. Draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies of the Tobago House of Assembly. 3. Draft estimates of the development program. And 4. The appropriation financial year 2026 bill 2025. In accordance with Standing Order 85(1), the consideration of the clauses of the bill will be postponed until after the consideration of the schedule. The schedule, for the benefit of members of the public, lists the heads of the expenditure to be approved. These heads will be considered in the order submitted by the Leader of the Opposition. I now get to the proposed work schedule. Honourable members, you are reminded that the committee agreed when we last met to meet as follows. Today from 10 a.m., tomorrow from 10 a.m., well, for economy of time, between today and Saturday, every day commencing at 10. Honourable members are also reminded that the committee must consider a minimum of 9 heads of expenditure today in order to complete its work program in the 5 days allotted. I'm sure all of us will be very happy if we could perhaps accommodate and complete more than 9 in any one day. I now get to the procedure for each head. Honourable members, you are reminded that the procedure for each head of expenditure shall be as follows. 1. The head and the amount to be appropriated will be announced by me as chairman. The minister will then be given the option to make a brief opening statement. 3. The chairman will then propose the question that the sum proposed stand part of the schedule. 4. For each head of expenditure, the chairman will call the subhead followed by the item. I don't think I need to remind members here that I will not call the sub-items. Discussions can ensue on the item call or the relevant sub-item and clarification sought. And this is very important. Once the committee moves to another subhead, questions from a previous subhead will not be entertained. 5. I will repeat the procedure for the development program. Once this is completed, I will then put the question that the sum stand part of the schedule. The procedure, identical procedure, will be repeated for each head of expenditure. And I will just take 2 seconds to remind members of speaking time. Honourable members, in accordance with Standing Order 45(1), the speaking time in this Standing Finance Committee shall not exceed 5 minutes on each intervention. We have invited accounting officers and technocrats who will arrive at specific times during the day. Therefore, we must, out of respect to the schedule of these hard-working public servants, try to adhere to the agreed schedule. And if we could now proceed to head 78 as per the agreement before, Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services.
Mr. Chairman, before you proceed, I did not hear any reference to the estimates of expenditure for statutory boards and similar bodies.
That.
It has to be all done at the same time, sir.
Sorry?
My knowledge that all has to be done at the same time.
Yes, if you would have paid attention to 2 documents referred, draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. So perhaps it might
Yes,
have escaped
sir. I was simply talking about the recital of the procedure, recurrent, then development, and then you stopped. You didn't say when we would consider statutory boards and similar.
So it's at 4. So if I could repeat it for each head of expenditure, and then we could go on, right? The subhead questions from previous subhead. I'm advised by my clerk that it is a subhead, so we can move on and not waste time on this. Please.
I don't consider that to be wasting time.
All right. Well, sorry, perhaps wasting time might be a bit of an exaggeration. But if we could not let this occupy our time, perhaps I could use more neutral language if that would be more acceptable to you.
More positive language.
Sorry? So let's not bog ourselves down with this unnecessary procedural wrangling. Head 78, Ministry of People and Social Development and Family Services, $6,012,215,208. I will now invite the Minister of the People, Social Development and Family Services to make a brief opening statement not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you and members of this honorable committee. It is my privilege to present the work and direction of the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services. Under our allocation of $6,018,215,208 for fiscal 2025-2026. Mr. Chairman, at the core of our ministry's mission is the heart of our nation, the people. Every policy, every program, and every dollar spent is directed towards helping, empowering, and transforming lives, particularly amongst our most vulnerable, the poor, the elderly, persons with disabilities, women, children, and families in crisis. Despite the fiscal challenges, this ministry has remained focused on impact over expenditure. In the last fiscal year alone, over $4.5 billion was invested in senior citizens grants, $267 million in public assistance, $79 million in disability grants, and $10 million in relief through the National Social Development Program, ensuring no citizen is left unseen or unsupported. In the coming fiscal year, we will continue to strengthen the social protection ecosystem through, Mr. Chairman, a comprehensive review of the standard means test to promote fairness and inclusion, modernization of delivery systems for greater efficiency and reach, and closer collaboration with agencies like the Children's Authority to enhance protection and service delivery for at-risk citizens. Our approach is rooted in accountability, compassion, and people-centered governance, the pillars upon which this budget-themed Trinidad and Tobago First, building economic fairness through accountable fiscal policies stands. As we deliberate today, let us be reminded that social development is an investment in the strength, dignity, and future of our people. Mr. Chairman, I now look forward to questions.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $6,012,215,208 for head 78, Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $6,012,215,208 for head 78, Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, page 437. Member for Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me congratulate the Minister for being the first out of the blocks. It means that after today you are done. Minister, 01000101 salaries and cost of living allowance. I'm seeing there is an increase of... Chairman, maybe we should start off this morning by setting on some ground rules for crosstalk, particularly from Caroni Central, and we can get on with the business of the
Yes,
committee.
well, I would imagine now that you've invited my intervention on that, you're also willing to adhere to your admonition.
Of course, Chairman, at all times.
Very well, thank you.
Right. Chairman, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
I'm just simply asking both sides to adhere to the admonitions that they have expended.
Only one side talking.
Chairman, salaries and living allowance.
Right, so please, let's just get
I'm seeing, Minister, an increase in 1.414 million. Is this that the ministry has plans to hire, and in what positions will you be hiring?
Thank you very much, Member. This provision covers the salaries and COLA for 150 monthly paid employees holding established positions. And in addition to that, this sum also includes payment of acting allowances.
So you're saying that there are no intentions. This covers just what is currently employed at the ministry.
I'm advised that this also covers vacant positions.
Can I ask how many vacant positions you have?
Member for General Administration, total vacant positions 101, without bodies 39.
And the positions that are covered in this allocation, those are for positions with people in post?
Yes, I'm advised yes.
All right, so there are no plans as per this allocation to hire anyone for positions with no bodies in post.
Member, the hiring is done through the Service Commission's department.
Okay.
If I may to remind the honourable member, this figure will now include the increases in salaries following the SRC report, which would have increased the salaries of these individuals, several of the individuals listed under this activity.
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Member for Port District North St. Anne's West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Minister, under this salaries and cost living allowance and the increase of $1.4 million and your acceptance that it would include vacant posts that are filled by the Public Service Commission, how many of these vacant posts were part of the expansion that the country suddenly saw on Saturday advertising in newspapers, with jobs being hired out of the office of the Prime Minister for this particular ministry?
Service Commission positions are not a part of that drive.
Thank you very much. So what positions are a part of that drive from your ministry?
Mr. Chairman, we are dealing with line item 01.
which is the salary and
that
cost. So you
question
can't tell me
is
what I
not
can and I
related to
cannot
this
do.
line item. Mr. Chairman, that question is not related to this line item.
But it's
please.
not for you to determine that either. That's for the chair.
Well,
Well, you
Mr.
can,
Chairman, it is not.
Yes, all right, member, let's move on. It's not, I
The
rule it's
questions
not.
will get.
Come on, who's next? Aruka, member for Aruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the Minister, line item 04, allowances. I observe, Minister, that there is an increase of $442,000+. Can you explain the reason for the increase? Or decrease, I'm sorry, decrease.
Mr. Chairman, what I have in front of me is a decrease.
He repeated it after.
Oh,
It's a decrease.
Correct.
Okay, sure.
Yes, thanks.
So can I have your question now? What's the
What is the
reason for the
reason? Yes.
decrease? Member, based on what I have in front of me, there's one less DPS at the ministry, so hence the reason.
One less
DPS.
Deputy Permanent Secretary.
Correct. Hence the reason, the decrease.
Mr. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm referring now to line item number 14, remuneration to members of cabinet-appointed committees. Minister, can you indicate to us what are those cabinet-appointed subcommittees?
Member, to answer your question, the ministry is currently reviewing the standard means test.
Say again?
The ministry is currently reviewing the standards means test. And a cabinet-approved committee was established to facilitate.
What is the name of that committee? And when was that committee formed?
Just a second, member.
Sure.
The Interministerial Committee to review and make recommendations to strengthen the standard means test of this Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services.
How many members on that committee?
Six. And persons.
10 persons?
Yes.
And the remuneration package for each member?
Member, as you're aware, that is to be determined by Ministry of Finance.
So it has not been determined as yet?
Not yet.
So the allocation of that we have here for that item is just an estimate?
Estimated figure.
Member for Diego Martin, Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I ask the Minister how many persons are currently paid out of item 01, 001, 01?
01.
How many people are currently paid out of item 01, 001, 01?
Mr. Chairman, asked and answered. Earlier, I stated 150 persons.
Okay, so the total complement of staff on the establishment paid out of this item is 150. And you said there were 39 vacant posts?
Yeah.
Or 39 vacant posts without people in them?
Yeah.
She had said 1 before.
So, member, what I'm advised, general administration, previously you had different departments, established positions being paid under this particular subhead. So the total would have been 216. So it's 150 persons who are currently paid there, as explained before.
I had a second question, that there are 39 vacant posts without anybody in them?
Within the general admin, yes.
On 01, I haven't passed it yet.
Yes.
If I listen to what you are saying, Minister, and what the Minister of Finance is saying, are you telling us that 1,414,000 is sufficient to pay for those 39 vacant posts if they are filled, and the salary increases arising from the SRC 120th report?
Mr. Chairman, I would have answered this question already.
No.
I stated
that question was never asked. Is this
Mr.
amount
Chairman,
sufficient to pay for the increase in salaries and to fill all 39 vacant posts?
Mr. Chairman, I would have indicated before that filling of vacancies are done by the Service Commission.
That's not the question.
I was very clear
Is
on
this
that.
amount sufficient?
Mr. Chairman.
I think the Minister of Finance also interjected on that.
I said that in my preamble, based on what the Minister of Finance said, that this includes the increases in salaries from the SRC report, 120th report. Taking that into account and the fact that there are 39 vacancies without bodies, is this amount sufficient?
If I may interject, Minister, we are comforted in the belief that the allocation that has been provided in the documents in front of you are sufficient to meet the needs of the ministry on the salaries and cost of living allowances.
That is not an answer to my question. I just want to know whether 1,414,000 is sufficient. Could I get a yes or no
I have
answer?
already said so.
So you're saying yes?
I
Fine.
am saying we are
I have
comfortable with
another
the figure,
question.
Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. I have another question now. What are the salaries associated with that 150 persons plus the 39 vacancies and the allowances associated with the 150 persons plus the 39 vacancies?
Minister, are you able to answer that in the detail requested?
Mr. Chairman, the member is very well aware of budget exercises. And
Answer
in
the
addition
question.
to that,
Answer the question.
in addition
No,
to
stop
that,
badgering the minister.
I'm not badgering the minister.
Yes.
The minister is not answering the question.
Yes, but you're not entitled to shout at her like that.
So what am I entitled to do, sir?
You're
I'm
entitled to
asking a
ask-
question,
Yes, but
but I'm not getting an answer.
well, that doesn't mean to say that you can be borderline
All right.
badgering.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. May I repeat the question, because it appears the minister did not fully understand my question. What are the salaries and allowances for the 150 persons currently employed in GA in 01, 001, and what are the salaries associated with the 39 vacant posts that don't have bodies in them?
Mr. Chairman, we will attempt to provide that at a later date.
Okay, fine.
you very
Attempt. Thank you.
I'm sure the member is aware of the salaries because he sat there before.
I am aware. What a joke.
Okay, Portisby North, St. Anne's West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Madam Minister, going down to line item 04, the allowances for monthly paid officers, where there's a decrease of $442,000. These are officers on the establishment, correct?
Yes.
Now-
Line item 4 you referred
Yes.
to, right? Yes.
Your ministry is an extremely important ministry in terms of delivery of social assistance to constituents across the country, and included in that would be personnel in your ministry who would go out on the field, as we say, to visit to see if people are really being genuine with their disability grants, with other things, for example, including in flood relief. Now, having a decrease of $442,000 under allowances, is this not going to affect the performance and the delivery of those officers? What are these allowances? First question, is it going to affect those officers?
Mr. Chairman, I would have answered before some questions on this, and the answer to your question is no, it would not.
It will not. So what are these allowances being decreased there? What type of officers? Or which officers?
Mr. Chairman, asked and answered. I said because of one less DPS earlier.
Just this one DPS, $442,000 for the year for DPS's allowances?
And this line item as well, member, I'm advised, it caters to the SRC officers only. And in the previous year, some arrears would have been paid as well. So hence the reason the decrease.
But this is a decrease. So you're saying after paying the previous SRC increase, now in this year, you no longer obviously have to pay it. And there's been a reduction in a DPS?
I'm advised, yes.
How many DPSs do you now have at your ministry?
Currently one.
And how many PSs?
One accounting and one PS.
So two PSs, two PSs and one DPS. Yes. You have gotten additional responsibilities now, haven't you? The gender affairs has been moved to your ministry from OPM.
Yes.
And do you think it is sufficient to have two PSs, one DPS in such an important ministry?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure that's under this line item.
Well, yes.
But it is the DP. I'm asking about the reduction of a DPS.
No, I think you moved on, member. I think you moved on. And essentially what you're asking for is the minister's assessment of someone else's opinion as to the value of our minister. Well, if you perhaps.
The reduction of one DPS to your ministry where there has been an increase in the delivery points, is this the reason why there's no proper working check machine and people are getting paid late consistently from your ministry? Is it that the administration has fallen apart in your ministry?
Mr. Chairman.
Are the reductions being done to your ministry to affect your delivery to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago?
Mr. Chairman, that question does not arise.
Yes, I don't think it arises. I don't think it's a proper question.
And
let's have some proper questions.
In addition to that, Mr. Chairman, this government is doing a fine job in providing services to the vulnerable of this country.
The pensioners out there may disagree.
PSs, may I say in my response, Mr. Speaker, both PSs and DPS, they are doing a fantastic job in catering to the needs of our vulnerable population.
All right, that's Member Farima.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just to request, because I was really asking a follow-up from MP Gonzalez, but I know I had to go in order. So just to ask the Minister under 14 to provide the names of the Cabinet-appointed committee. I don't need it now. You can just submit it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We don't have the names with us, but we have the positions because they come from different ministries.
Yeah,
would you like that, or you would like the names?
Yeah, position and names are fine, but I don't need it now. You can send it in writing. That's fine.
Sure.
I think is consenting to get it at some point in the future.
Well, it would be submitted as soon as possible, yes.
I stand before you,
We have all day.
Well, it would appear so.
It seems that there's been an increase under that same head of remuneration for members of cabinet-appointed committees. Could you account for that increase, please?
Mr. Chairman, is that line item 14? I've answered that on numerous occasions this morning. Asked and answered.
It is 14, the 34,800 increase?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I think that was dealt with exhaustively already. Diego Martin, Northeast.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Going to 00104. In order to determine the feasibility of this decrease of 442,100, my colleague from Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, asked what are these allowances? The minister did not reply. So I will ask that question myself. Exactly what are these allowances? How much are they? And who gets them in the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services?
I think the minister has answered that question.
No, sir. She did not, sir. Did not tell us what the allowances are, whether it's traveling, whether it's
well,
subsistence.
that's a different question.
No, sir. I am asking for the type of allowance. If
Minister, are you
that
able
will
to
assist.
answer that?
Mr. Chairman, I believe I answered that on more than one occasion this morning.
We did not get that answer. What type of allowances
Nobody,
are these?
Mrs. Chairman, they asked the reasons for the decrease. I listed extensively.
No. No, sir. You can check the record. We were not told how much the allowances are, what type they are, and who gets them.
Minister, are you able to give that level of detail now?
Mr. Chairman, I stated before for persons under the Salary Reviews Commission. I stated that clearly earlier. I stated that very clearly.
I think the question is whether you are aware of the type of allowances. Are you able to answer that?
Allow me for 1 second, please, Mr. Chair. I just want to draw the members' reference to actual 2024, revised estimate 2025, and then the estimate for 2026. And he would see that there has literally been very little change. So whatever existed before when they were in government,
that's irrelevant.
Is the same.
That's
it
irrelevant.
is the exact.
That's irrelevant.
If you did not know, that is your problem.
Mr. Chairman,
I
would like a procedural ruling from you. What has happened when we were in government is absolutely irrelevant. We are dealing with estimates for 2026.
But
Minister cannot tell me that.
Additionally, Mr. Chair, they
in
have
order to
reduced
dodge answering the question, you
DPSs.
can't say that.
But they've reduced
You're dodging.
DPSs as well. So it's not the
So,
same.
Mr. Chairman, I repeat my question. What type of allowances are these? How much is each allowance? And who is getting them in 2026? I'm only asking about 2026. I'm not asking about 25 and 24. You'll get that every time.
Just to answer the member once again, these are for persons approved under the SRC, which they approved, and if he so desires, we can provide it in writing at a later date.
Mr. Chairman, that leads to another question. If that is so, are you saying no one outside of the SRC is being paid under this sub-item? Is that what the minister is saying?
Mr. Chairman, I answered already. We'll attempt to provide the list in writing.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 00105, government's contribution to NIS. I see an increase here of 95,000. Does that include the proposed 45% increase in monthly contributions to NIS?
This is item 5 you're referring to, member.
Yes.
Member, this provision for fiscal 2026 is for monthly NIS contribution and payments with respect to salary increments and officers acting in higher positions. Nothing to do with what you're saying.
Does it include the 45% increase in monthly?
Mr. Chairman, asked and answered.
Yes, I think so. I think, come on, let's, I think for the Spain North, St. Anne's West was, I think he's now seated, Diego Martin Central.
Sir Chairman, just to get back to what my colleague from San Fernando East was asking, the question has not been answered. We are asking, the government has taken a position to increase NIS payments. Does this allowance take into consideration that increase in NIS payments? That is what the question is, but it has not been answered.
Mr. Chairman, I was clear in my answer. I stated what it would be. The contribution and payments is with respect to, and in addition to that, I said it has nothing to do with what the member for San Fernando East was referring to. I said that.
No, well, I think you may have a view that the minister hasn't answered the question, but I think the end of the question has nothing to do with the question the member for San Fernando East is asking. I suppose it's an answer clear that the minister is saying it doesn't apply. Wouldn't you agree with me?
So, Mr. Chairman, if I pose the question, does this allocation, this estimate of $750,000 include the proposed increase in NIS? Are we saying that that question has been answered?
If the member for San Fernando
That's a yes or no, Mr. Speaker, if the question has been answered, can I have... Chairman, sorry. Could you please repeat the response, because I think I missed it.
Well, I suppose
it's either yes or no.
I suppose for economy of time, you can check the record. So
it's either yes or no, to be honest.
Well, I think one can glean from the answer and one can extrapolate the answer.
But Mr. Chairman, what is the answer?
It has nothing to do with the question you asked. What does that mean? What's the natural and ordinary meaning of those words? The natural and ordinary meaning is no.
05, government contribution to NIS.
All right.
Is this increase in contribution include the proposed 45% monthly increase as proposed by this government, Mr. Speaker?
And what was the minister's answer? It has nothing to do with your question. So I suppose one can interpret it to mean no, or it has nothing to do with that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for
so
answering the question.
Let's move on to another question. Any other question on this? To the minister? Member for Malabar, Mausika.
Thank you, Chair. 010010006 remuneration to board members, 20,000. Can the minister indicate what boards is that? What does that refer to?
Yes, member, thank you. This provision, I'm advised, was previously used to pay the remuneration of to boards established under the Constitution or Act of Parliament under your government. And the allocation is a contingency in the event that a board needs to be established, that it has here. So it has to do with a board established under the previous government.
Can you give details on which board that is? For my own edification, because I wasn't part of the last administration. No, I left the LP since 2016. For your edification. That's 9 years ago.
I'm also advised that you would see in the 2026 estimates, there's no allocation.
Which means you are now establishing the board? Because you said it didn't exist under the last administration if no money was spent.
For
so
this
then you
fiscal,
are now paying it.
For this fiscal.
So could you tell me which board?
Previously there was a board. That's what I'm advised, and this is the allocation was used. The work of the board has been completed.
So if the work is completed, then why is there an allocation for 2026?
We'll provide that. The details of it, we can attempt to provide it to you later on.
Thank you very much, Minister.
So we move now to the next item.
I'm waiting patiently to deal with another item here, please. May I? Still on this? May I?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. 0100127. Can the minister state whether staff members who are part of this group health insurance plan are getting their claims paid on time?
Are they getting paid on time?
It's not your ministry, relax.
Member, I'm advised yes.
Oh, really? So
I can only give you what I'm advised.
I see. Okay then.
All right, let's move on to the next item. Social welfare, item 003. It's at page 437. Member for Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, under 00301, same questions. Can I get an explanation as to the reason for the $1.2 million increase and also the number of persons on the establishment, both in posts and vacant posts?
Member, based on the information provided to me, the increase will cover the variance which is indicative of arrears of salary and increments to be paid to social welfare officers 1 and 2.
The amount of people in posts and vacant posts?
Repeat?
Can I get the number of persons on the establishment, the amount of people in posts, and the amount of vacant posts?
Just a
no
second,
incumbent.
member. Yeah. So, member, the total. Member, so the total number of offices 216, number of filled positions 140, with body 48, without body 28, and vacant 76.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, social welfare, is this the department that covers your grants and these sorts of things?
Yes, member, through you, Chair.
I do know that there is, maybe you can confirm it, of course, there is the question of many of the departments falling under this social welfare division being understaffed, people who have not had their contracts renewed. Is it that, Minister, there is going to be any intention for hiring in permanent positions as opposed to contract positions in this division?
Mr. Chairman, sadly, this is how they left it, and we are attempting to fix it.
Mr. Chairman, I asked a specific question that was not answered.
In addition, Mr. Chairman, these are established positions which are to be filled by the Service Commission, and that is all I can give at this point in time, but we are attempting to fix it because we are aware of the challenges.
Mr. Chairman, I'll remind the Minister, she would have sat on this side at one point as well. The Standing Finance Committee is an integral part of the oversight position of the Parliament Chairman. I have asked a very simple question. The Minister has given me a slogan as an answer. Is there a position by the government, a policy position I'm asking, to hire people in permanent positions to fill the very departments that fall under this division that are responsible for distributing grants?
These are statements. There's no question, there's no line item.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I've asked the question and it's not been answered. The member for Hoover South is jumping.
Okay, I understand the run-up to the question is to lend context. Minister, are you able to answer that question now?
Mr. Chairman, I answered the question already.
Right,
I gave the numbers and I answered the question.
Well, member for Diego Martin Northeast.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Same head, 003, sorry, same sub-item, 003, 01, salaries and cost of living allowances. The minister in, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I think it's coming
I
from
know,
both sides.
It doesn't matter. You're the chairman.
Yes.
So I'm asking you to allow me to speak in silence.
Well, I think silence has befallen us, so go ahead.
Thank you so much. So, let me repeat. 003, social welfare. 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. When the minister was responding to my colleague from Diego Martin Central, some of the figures stated by the minister appeared a bit contradictory. Can the minister first confirm there are 79 positions vacant without bodies in this division? Or is it 24? It's not clear.
76 vacant, right? Mr. Chairman, I gave the figures before. Should I repeat for the purposes of the member?
I said it was contradictory. You said
No,
24
well,
and then you said 79. Which one is it? No, I'm not. I'm not badgering.
Mr. Chairman, total number of offices 216,
not
filled
say.
140, with body 48, without body 28, and vacant 76.
Right, so in your 24, 76. Are you saying there are 24 vacant posts without bodies or 76 vacant posts without bodies? Which is it? No, sir.
So, Mr. Chairman, with bodies 48 and without body 28.
A different number again. No problem. So there are 28 vacant posts without bodies.
Mr. Chairman, with bodies 48, without bodies 28, a total of 76.
So
That's
I think the
okay.
76 is a compendium of both.
Yes.
Right. That's what.
He's
Fine.
aware of this, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I have another question. What is the cost in terms of salary and cost of living allowances, or salaries, let's say, of filling those 28 posts without bodies?
Mr. Chairman, we'll have to try to provide that at a later date.
Try. Well, it's much more than 1.2 million, just for your information.
Mr. Chair, point of order. If I may, just to assist the proceedings, Mr. Chair, if I may direct all members to Appendix 1 of the standing orders where they set out the time. And under appropriation bill on page 72, in committee, all members, unlimited periods not exceeding 5 minutes each. So maybe the member for Couva South, between the hysterical screaming, could take a read of it. I'm prepared to lend you my copy if you would like.
Mr. Chairman, I still have questions on this sub-item. I'm waiting. I'm doing it in sequence.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Under 00305, government's contribution to NIS, how many officers this contribution is made on behalf of?
Just a second, member.
Sure.
I'm advised that the allocation speaks to all the filled positions. All the filled positions.
So that is, again, state the number.
You have the number, please. So that would be 140.
So this is NIS contributions for 114 persons.
Yes. Not
Yes.
114, 140.
140. Okay. Does the figure that is allocated contemplate the 45% increase in the NIS payment?
Mr. Chairman, the same answer as before stands.
No, the same answer can't stand.
I'm not finished. I'm still answering you.
Sure.
My previous answer stands, Mr. Chairman. This allocation does not speak to the member's question.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I confirmed that this item dealt with NIS payments for 140 filled positions, and those are my first two questions, and that was confirmed by the Minister. I am asking on the basis of the fact, as stated by the Minister, that this deals with NIS payments for 140 filled positions under this department. I am asking, those payments, are they, or was this allocation made in contemplation of the increase in the NIS payments which you confirmed are paid from this line item for 140 workers?
Mr. Chairman, the answer is no.
Well, that is the answer. So I am confirming then that in making the NIS allocation, no contemplation of the 45% increase in NIS has been made. Thank you very kindly, Minister.
All right. Next item, item 005, child development.
So,
are you, sorry?
What is that? And I told you, you know. So anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Well,
I said I was going in
something
sequence.
to you, but go ahead. I'm not going to stop you.
I hope not. 00308, vacant posts and salaries, COLA, salaries and COLA without incumbents. What is the amount of COLA paid to these, for these positions? For each one?
Mr. Chairman, we'll have to provide that. We'll attempt to provide that at a later date.
All right. And then, hold on, 00327. Any persons in social welfare who are members of the group health insurance scheme being paid late or not receiving their claims paid on time? Don't say yes, you know, because it's a 2-year backlog, but go ahead.
Chair, if I may, the question here is, there's an allocation that has been made.
I can ask about
for
the allocation.
This sub-item.
Yeah.
Are you asking if the allocation is sufficient or not sufficient?
I did not ask that.
You're asking something outside of
No.
here.
Mr. Chairman, I will assist the Minister of Finance. Is the government minister, in view of the fact that there are many complaints about late payments with respect to this group health insurance scheme? Yes. Is the minister, can the minister state whether the government or the ministry is getting value for money and good service out of this group health insurance scheme? I am entitled to ask that because you're making a payment out of taxpayers' funds. Are you getting value for money? Are people being paid on time?
Mr. Chairman. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, is this question arising out of line item 08?
27.
27.
You answered 28.
0327.
27.
00327.
With the greatest respect,
Mr. Chairman,
with the
since the
greatest
members
respect,
opposite don't
this is not
understand
a
my
policy.
question. Let me repeat. I understand you don't understand my question. You are asking us to agree to an allocation of $340,000 of taxpayers' funds for persons within the social welfare division who are contributors or members of this group health insurance scheme. I am asking in the context of this budget exercise, which is an oversight exercise, whether claims are being paid on time? And is the government getting value for money? Is the government satisfied they're getting value for money for this 340,000 of taxpayers' money?
Mr. Chair, this is a continuation of the exact policy, the exact system, the exact group health plan that the former government had left in place. It's a continuation of the same allocation. That's it.
So, is the Minister of Finance aware?
There is no
All right,
revaluation or
fine.
evaluation.
I got that point. I got your point. Is the Minister of Finance aware that the Ministry of Finance, the Chief Personal Officer in particular, has taken this matter to arbitration, and it's in arbitration right now? Are you aware of that, Minister of Finance?
This is line item 27. There's a $340,000 allocation
You
for
can't answer
line
the
item
question?
340,000. It
Are
has
you aware
nothing
there's
to
a
do with the
dispute?
allocation.
Are you aware
It
there's a
has
dispute over these
nothing to
payments?
do with the allocation.
Yes,
There's
it
an
does.
allocation that has been made.
No.
There's
This is
are you-
$340,000 of
Sir,
taxpayers'
with
money.
the greatest of respect, member, with the greatest of respect,
You're not
member,
answering me.
an allocation has been made. This is not about you determining what our policy is going to be.
I
An
see.
allocation has been made.
Well, then tell me your policy.
The allocation has been made.
What's your policy?
Are you suggesting we should not have an allocation because there's an arbitration?
What's your
All right, let's
policy?
Even in
That's not my question. My question. My mic being turned off?
I have no idea.
Well, thank you. I'm glad it was.
Perhaps the mic is telegraphing a
I
signal
don't
to
think
you.
so, Mr. Chairman.
All
I
right,
am
let's move the member for Laventille West.
So I'm not
We
getting
will
an
get
answer.
back to you.
I'm not getting an answer. All right, okay.
I'll come back to you. I promise you that.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Chairman. Madam Minister, and through you, Chairman, line item 00301, can the Honourable Minister indicate whether the vacancies at the Social Welfare Arang West branch, whether within this fiscal, those positions would be filled, please?
Member, through you, Mr. Chairman, member, these are service commission positions, so I cannot give that commitment at this point.
One more question,
But
please.
all attempts are being made to request.
One more question, please, Mr. Chairman. Madam Minister, line item 00301, same line item. Can the Minister, Honourable Minister, indicate whether the proposed salary increase of 10%, whether there is any accommodation for this in this line item in this fiscal year?
Minister of Finance.
allow me, please, to respond to the good gentleman. Remember, the proposed salary increase that you're referring to, I assume, is the PSA negotiation that is due to start. Is that the salary negotiation that you're referring to?
Yes, I am.
With the greatest of respect, during the budget debate, I indicated that negotiations hasn't started yet. So therefore, that is not included. We cannot include, unlike the PNM before, we cannot include in absentia something that has not happened yet.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
I think Diego Martin West had his hand up before you, San Fernando.
So just a piggyback, Chair, on what my colleague was asking. In accounting, we have a concept called conservatism, which is where we budget for things that are expected to come. So I think the member's question is very valid, where we're trying to find out if this has been budgeted, because that's what we do when it comes to finance. We conservatively account for things.
If I may, there has been no negotiation started. So the assumption that there's a 10%, 12%, 0%, 5%, whatever your assumption is irrelevant at this point. We have to wait, and your version of accounting might be different. But we have to wait as a government until there is a negotiation started before we preempt and put some arbitrary figure in the numbers. That is common sense.
Mr. Chairman, does the Honourable Minister of Finance expect these negotiations to be concluded before the end of the fiscal year?
There's no line item here with regards to this. Can you please stick to the book?
It is. That's exactly what we're discussing.
Please. No.
No line item.
There's no line item.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague,
I've answered these questions
Mr.
already.
Chairman, My colleague asked if the 10% increase in wages is included here. I'm saying that, and then the Minister of Finance responded that comes from conclusion of the wage negotiations. So I'm asking on the piggyback of that, does the Minister of Finance expect these wage negotiations to be completed before the end of the fiscal year? It's a simple question.
Minister, sorry. Member, this has been asked and answered very, very clearly already. There's no negotiation now. We are dealing with figures in front of you. Please focus on the documents that are in front of you instead of going off on your flights of fancy.
Mr. Minister of Finance, with all due respect, this is a budget exercise.
Okay, San Fernando East,
Mr.
that
Chair,
has been answered.
Mr. Chair, it has not been answered.
To...
Mr. Chair, this is a budget exercise.
Right, and I hear you on that.
And that has been allocated for the fiscal year. For the fiscal year.
We both can't speak at the same time, and I am speaking. No, we both can't speak at the same time. I'm speaking. That has been answered. Port of Spain South.
Mr. Speaker, could you remind me as to the answer of the question, please?
What I would advise you to do is go back and read the answer.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think anybody heard the answer. It's a simple question.
I would advise you once again. All right, we're not going to go down this road. Port of Spain South.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I see an item under vacant item under 00308 vacant post salaries and COLA without incumbents, and I see an increase of $1 million. May I respectfully ask through you, Mr. Speaker, if any of these vacant posts will be filled by the fired 50,000 URP, CPEP, and other workers? Any of them? They are vacant posts. Is it at all contemplated by this government that the fired URP, CPEP, and forestry workers?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not even sure that question applies. This is Trinidad and Tobago. Once a position is advertised, anyone can apply.
And follow-up question, please, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
Could you tell us, madam, what are the qualifications for these vacant posts that have been advertised?
Mr. Chairman, again, 08 vacant posts. These are established positions, and these are filled by the Service Commission, which members opposite are aware of.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I understand the answer, but there's a dissonance. Could you tell us what are the qualifications? Because you've said anyone can apply. Could you tell us, madam, what are the qualifications for these posts? Line item 003-008 collateral. I know that will be in your craw. Yes, madam. I know that will be in your craw. You will never live it down. Never see, come see. Never see, come see.
Port of Spain South.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Madam,
there's absolutely no need for this.
Sorry. Yes, Mr. Speaker, you are correct.
It's really an unproductive exchange.
Madam, could you answer the question, please? What are the qualifications?
Are you able to answer that question?
Mr. Chairman, we will attempt to acquire the information and circulate accordingly. We'll attempt to do so.
Mr. Chairman, may I just interject here? It is important to us in Port of Spain South.
All right, well, you asked and answered. There's no need for a statement.
A time frame, please, when I can
Minister,
get an answer.
are you able to give a time frame?
I will attempt to as soon as I can.
Thank you. Malabar Mausika.
Thank you, Chair. 06 remuneration to board members. There's an increase of 200,000. Can the minister indicate what that increase is for? 00306 remuneration to board members.
Member, based on the information that I have with me, this provision will cater for remuneration of local boards across the country.
So is there going to be an increase in the number of persons sitting on the boards? Is there an increase in the amount that they will be receiving? That would account for this 200,000?
It's for both current and intended boards.
No, but I'm asking, is that 200,000 going to, are you increasing the number of persons, which would account for the 200,000, or are you going to increase the amount that they receive, which would account for the 200,000? Or is there going to be an additional board?
At this point, it's not.
Be an additional.
That's why I said current and intended boards.
Okay. Well, that will also result in an increase in persons to staff the boards. But thank you so much.
Member Farouk Alopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The same line item to the Honourable Minister. Minister, you said intended boards. How many other boards do you intend to add to what currently exists?
Member, I believe it's one board based on what I have in front of me.
One board that will
one additional board
to 200. That will amount to $200,000 in this fiscal year.
Yes, member, because ARIMA was already created.
Yes.
So this will also include ARIMA.
So that board, additional board, that board is for which location?
The two locations will be ARIMA and Couva.
ARIMA and Couva? One, and that will be one board?
No,
for the two areas?
boards.
So it will be two boards?
Yes. Each board has 5 persons.
5 persons?
Yeah.
And each member gets, what is the remuneration for each member?
Member, $3,700.
$3,700, and I assume that is a monthly remuneration.
Yes.
Federico Martin, Northeast.
Thank you, Chairman. In view of the statement made by the Minister of Finance about the 10% wage increase, which is not in the estimates because it has not yet been finalized, if I could use my construction, why is the Ministry of Social Development making a provision for something that does not yet exist? In the context of the Minister of Finance saying that he has not provided for the 10% because that's not yet settled, determined, doesn't exist at this time, why are you making forward-looking provisions in the Ministry of Social Development, contrary to your policy with respect to the 10%? Not the Minister of Social Development answer, please.
No,
asking you.
I don't want that.
Mr.
Answer is not.
It is a matter for me. I'm asking the Minister.
No, you can't say.
I'm asking the Minister. I did not ask the Minister.
No. Allow me, please, Minister.
Well, I would hope the Minister
I want
would
to
answer
save you
at
from
some point in
yourself.
time.
I want to save you from yourself.
There's no need for that.
Desperately.
I would like the Minister to answer.
The Minister made no reference
Chairman,
to
if the Minister is not going to answer me, I'll withdraw the question.
I'm sorry, it's in the public domain. You've asked.
Of Social Development is not going to answer me
I
as
don't
to
think,
why.
yes, I don't think it's within your purview to determine who answers.
Really?
Yes. No, it's not.
No?
This is a
Especially
government.
in the context, hang on. Especially the context where entirely within the purview of the Minister of Finance to intervene to answer the question.
Mr. Chairman, everything in here is fiscal policy.
Exactly.
And therefore, the Minister
So
of
that is
Finance
why
could
you
answer the
can't,
question.
and that's the point. That's why you cannot deprive the Minister of Finance from interjecting his 2 cents. You see, hang on a second. And I want to use very, very neutral language. We run the risk of creating what can be termed to be a Potemkin village. Yes, I will explain what it is to you, and then I'll explain the etymology of the term.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not asking you any questions. This is the Standing Finance Committee.
Yes, that's why you
government.
cannot deprive the Minister of Finance.
Fine, I agree.
Right.
But
so let's
you don't
move
have to
on.
answer my question, sir. I'm not asking you.
I think Laventil Eastmover's hand was up first.
My question? He's trying to answer my question.
But you said you were withdrawing the question of the
Oh,
Minister of
I'm
Social.
allowed to withdraw it now. I wasn't allowed 5 minutes ago.
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
Since the member insists that
No, hold on. Let's get some order with this. The member said unless the Minister of Social Development was prepared to answer his question, he's withdrawing it. So that's what the record.
And then you said that I have to allow the Minister of
Finance. Then you said if the minister is not answering, you're withdrawing it. So it either you want the question answered by the Minister of Finance or you're withdrawing it.
Like the question answered by the Minister of Social Development.
Well, no, you don't have that option, I'm afraid.
Don't?
No, the Minister of
see.
Finance is entitled to interject. So you don't have that option to determine who answers your question.
Very interesting.
All right, let's move on. Member for... I think... Member for Laventil Eastmover.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On item 00327, I noticed no change in estimates from 2025 to 2026 on the group health insurance multi-paid officers. Does that include the vacant positions? Did you estimate for the vacant positions?
Mr. Chairman, member, this provision will cater for employers' contribution to group health insurance. It is sufficient at this point in time.
So it does not include the vacant positions?
I'm not sure how it will include vacant positions, Mr. Chairman.
Projections?
You can't project, well, Mr. Chairman, it does not include vacant positions.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for
06, remuneration to board members. So earlier the minister said it's 2 boards, 5 people each, $3,700 per board member, and it's 12 months for the year, which gives us a total of $444,000 as opposed to the $200,000 in the actual statement. I would love to know how, is this possible? Is it possible to magically do that, Minister?
Well, I think can you ask a question?
I would like to know if the minister sees the $200,000 as able to account for the $444,000 which she stated.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure of the question there. I clearly stated.
All right. If I could be of some as 440 something thousand, the allocation is 200,000. I suppose, and if I could take the liberty of interpreting his question, he wants to know what accounts for the difference. I suppose that's the question. Am I correct? Are you able to answer that, Minister? Or?
Mr. Chairman, based on what I'm advised, the allocation is sufficient at this point in time.
Mr. Chairman, 200,000 can never be sufficient for.
All right, that's not a question. That's a statement. If you're going to ask a question, ask a question.
How does the minister expect to pay the board members with 244,000 less.
Mr. Chairman, asked and answered earlier, I indicated that ARIMA was already established.
Sufficient answer.
The minister was not clear. I did not hear the minister.
Well,
can you repeat, please?
What the minister said is that ARIMA was already established. The allocation applies to CUVA.
So it's not two new boards, it's one new board then.
Mr. Chairman, I think I was very clear in answering Aruka Lupino.
So, all right.
So it's one new board or two new boards?
Mr. Chairman, I was very clear.
That's the answer. One, two.
Mr. Chairman, I refer the member to the Hansard.
Right. So, can we move on to St. John's East? St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, not to belabor the point, but I'm asking on the same line item 00306. The minister previously said the increase of 200,000 would have been to pay for two boards, ARIMA and CUVA. Is the minister, for my own clarity now, is the minister reverting to saying that the extra 200,000, the increase, is simply to pay for one board?
Mr. Chairman, asked and answered many times.
And I note that the 200 is therefore to pay for one board instead of the two previously said. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Child Development Center, item 005, page 438. San Fernando East raised his hands before you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do you really? San Fernando East?
00505. Government's contribution to NIS. Mr. Speaker, it's the same figure as last time, even though there's been a proposed 45% increase in monthly contributions to NIS, Mr. Speaker. How, if I could be allowed to get to my question.
Senator Costin, come on. There are different ways of expressing whether untruthfulness in the context of language which is parliamentarily palatable. Right? So let's...
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman,
so
for your guidance. I just want to correct the record that San Fernando West continues San Fernando East continues to mislead this House by repeating what I believe he knows to be wrong. The NIS contribution has not been increased by 45%, and he should correct him.
Mr. Chairman, I would direct St. Augustine to read her own budget statement.
All right. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
this is not a session.
Can I get a procedural ruling, please?
This is not a session for the exchange of barbs, the arbitrary exchange of barbs on both sides. This is a session to make inquiries of the relevant minister, and we should do so in a respectful tone. You want to be firm, that's fine. You want to be persistent, that's fine. You want to be dogged, that's fine. Let's at all times maintain the civility of the House, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I
May I get a
appreciate
procedural ruling?
Mr. Chairman, the question remains. Line item 00505.
Unless you're willing to give way to Lego Martin Northeast.
I will do so. Thank you.
So I would like a procedural ruling, please. Is it appropriate for someone who is not the minister of a particular head and is not the finance minister to jump in and engage in debate with someone on this side? Is that appropriate, sir? Who is not the line minister and not the minister of finance and not the prime minister and is not part of the process of allocation for the particular ministry. Is it proper for a member of the government to do that?
Well, I don't think the member was actually contributing. And it goes back again to the term, the creation of a Temkin Village. It is the creation of something that appears a facade. I don't think the member, in all fairness, was doing that. There was an exchange of barbs, and for whatever reason, there was. So let's just
Mr.
move
Chairman, I respectfully disagree. The member put on her microphone, entered the discussion, and started to debate the matter with the person, and the member is not the line minister, not the prime minister, not the minister of finance.
Okay. So for economy of time now, I would ask all members to abide by stop exchanging, stop inviting. Okay, San Fernando East.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greatly appreciate your intervention. 00505, government contribution to NIS. Mr. Chair, I see that there's neither increase nor decrease here. So does this line item include the 45% increase in monthly contributions to NIS as proposed in this year's national budget? Or has there been under budgeting taking place?
Answer the board. Mr. Are you able to answer that?
Mr. Chairman, the allocation is sufficient for what we have to pay in this ministry under this item.
Member for Diego Martin, Northeast.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Same sub-item, 00501, salary and cost of living allowances, child development center. I notice over on the right-hand side of the page, it says it includes provision for vacant posts with incumbents. How many without incumbents?
Mr. Chairman, vacant posts with bodies 2, vacant posts without bodies 8, filled posts 4.
Okay. What is the cost of filling all of the vacant posts without bodies and confirming the vacant posts with bodies?
Mr. Chairman, vacant posts without bodies 615,336 estimated.
Vacant posts without bodies 600,000. So I noticed that
estimated.
Thank you. I noticed there's an increase of 80,000. So clearly the 80 is inadequate to fill all the vacant posts.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I'm to answer, member, allocation that you're seeing under this line item is sufficient at this point in time. This facility is currently being repurposed and staff has been redeployed to general administration.
All right. You said, Minister, that there were a number of vacant posts. You then told me that to fill all of them it cost 600,000. But I see an increase of 80,000. Clearly, that increase has to be for filling the vacant posts. So, how could 80,000 be enough to pay for 600,000? I asked you specifically, how much will it cost to fill the vacant posts and confirm the persons who are acting in vacant posts?
So, what's the question?
Okay, I'll ask again. You said that there are a number of vacant posts without bodies and a number of vacant posts with bodies. And my question is, if you were to fill all those vacant posts without bodies and confirm the persons who are acting in the vacant posts, what would be the cost in 2026 if you filled all?
Mr. Chairman, the answer to that question is we are not filling any posts for this center in this fiscal.
Okay, so
because of the fact that it's being
accepted,
repurposed.
so that you have an allocation but you don't intend to use it because it says includes provision for vacant posts with incumbents.
Mr. Chairman, the answer stands.
Okay, so you're not filling the posts. All right.
I think Diego Martin Central had his hand up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, question is on 00505. If, as we've already established, government's contribution to NIS, the 48,000 estimate does not include the projected increase in NIS payments, will this 48,000 be enough for the annual contributions, the total annual contributions for this division?
Mr. Chairman, asked and answered, yes, it will be sufficient.
So, Mr. Chairman, if it will be sufficient, does that mean that the 48,000 includes the increase in NIS as proposed in the budget?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure why the members are continuously asking the same question in different ways. I'm not sure I'll have a different question each time.
Mr. Chairman, it's a different line.
You already ruled on that, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So is your answer the same as before?
Same as before.
St. John's East.
Mr. Chairman, not to belabor the point, but the question is, if the allocation is the same in 2026 and 2025, and I'm dealing with 00505, if the allocation is the exact same for NS contributions in 2026 and 2025, and the government has proposed an increase in the NIS, that has not clearly been allocated for, because the allocation is the exact same. So the question is, has the government under-allocated this line item?
Mr. Chairman, this does not cater for any increase. Once again, my answer stands. This is the same question in another way.
I've asked if the item has been under-allocated.
Mr. Chairman,
Are you able to render
the
an
allocation
opinion
is
on that?
sufficient. Again, I say.
Well, we know the answer is yes. So, okay.
Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly don't want to enter the type of village that you've been talking about. It is not here, Mr. Speaker. We're looking at numbers.
Yeah, for your own edification, I'll explain the etymology.
Sure. Off record. But, Mr. Speaker, you did promise me, and you have broken your promise, that we would get back to the item on the health insurance matter on the previous page. You did promise me, and now we've skipped over it. Okay? And now I'll ask the same question under this sub-item. Okay? There's an allocation here for government contribution to the group health insurance monthly paid officer scheme. Is the minister satisfied that her staff are getting their claims paid on time out of this group health insurance? Is it satisfied that everything is okay with this scheme so that this allocation is not a waste of taxpayers' money?
Mr. Chairman, as I'm aware, persons are receiving this year's claims. As for previous years, I will have to get back to
No
you on
problem.
that.
That's fine. You go and check. You'll see what's going on.
Okay.
Yes.
Move on. Okay. San Fernando East.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Line item 05, directing the question to the Minister of Finance. If there's no increase in this line item, it's the same. Are we saying, is it that this line item has been under-allocated, considering the proposed 45% increase in monthly payments to NIS, Mr. Chairman?
Minister of Finance.
To start with, I think that the member continues, Mr. Chair, to mislead the population, the viewing audience, with regards to this repeated claim about a 45% increase. And I think that is unfair and unfortunate to be using this exercise to engage in political misinformation. That's to start with. The second issue, the Minister has already commented on whether this allocation is sufficient or not for the purposes that it has been made. And she has clearly said this is sufficient for the purposes that it has been made. So I thank you very much for your question, and I hope that you correct yourself instead of trying to mislead the population.
Mr. Chairman, there has been a proposed increase in monthly contributions to the NIS in this budget document. There's absolutely no increase in this line item whatsoever. Whether it's 45 or whatever the number is, has this line item been under allocated, Mr. Chairman? Because there's no change at all from the previous period, even though this very Minister of Finance proposed in this budget to increase the monthly contribution to NIS. Has the line item been under allocated, Mr. Chairman?
I know that it hurts you that we are seeking to protect the population of Trinidad and Tobago, especially public servants, by making sure that the fund is not exploited. However, the Minister has made it very clear that the allocation here is sufficient for the purposes for which it has been made.
Okay, we're moving on to
Mr. Chairman, on this same item, since the Minister of Finance announced in the budget that there will be from January 2026 a 3% increase in the contribution rate of insurable income for contributors to the National Insurance Scheme from 13.2% to 16.2%. If the allocation remains the same, how is it possible that it is adequate since the rate is going up from January 2026 to 16.2% from 13.2%?
I am advised again that the allocation is sufficient for the purposes required.
So
but
therefore,
as you well know, and as you are well aware, having sat in this very seat before, that if there's a need for any supplementary allocation anywhere under any other head, this or any other head, that it can be done by a due process within this very parliament.
agreed.
It has been done before.
That's the purpose of my question. Since it is a fact, unless the minister intends to resign from his statement in the budget speech, that he intends to do what is necessary to increase the 20% of insurable income in January of 2026. It is obvious that the requirement must increase. How does the minister intend to deal with that increase? That will be required, not hypothetical, will be required.
I think I just made it very clear to you what the options are already.
So you're coming back to Parliament?
I refer you back to the Hansard. I'm sure that you're very clear and understand this, but for the political spin, that the little headline that you think you need to get, I have made it very clear already. This is a practice you're familiar with as well. If there is a shortfall, and I'm already advised that the minister is comfortable, that this will meet the obligations that she has. If there's a shortfall, we will be able to come back and approach the House for additional support.
Could you
Mr. Chairman.
No, I haven't finished. I have another question. Could the Minister of Finance please explain, if there is going to be an increase, how is this provision adequate since there is no increase?
The provision,
mathematically,
the provision is adequate.
How is that possible?
I am done. I am done. This question has been asked and answered and asked and asked and asked and asked and asked. Pay attention.
I'd like to raise a point of order once again to assist the proceedings, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, the purpose of these proceedings are for us as the opposition to ask questions, to get answers. It's up to those on the other side as to what answers they want to provide. However, to then say, well, read the Hansard is not appropriate because one, there are no Hansard people here you could ask, but then two, it is a questioning that is taking place now. Hansard is coming after. So if you want to ask follow-up questions or you feel is an insufficient answer, you can't say, ask the Hansard, read the Hansard. So I would really like, Mr. Chair, for that not to develop as a practice.
The Minister of Finance's question. Does the Minister of Finance expect to add to this allocation in the mid-year review, since it is clearly under-budgeted in this line item?
I am constrained by not referring to. Mr. Chair, can you just ask you to pay attention? Just pay attention, please.
I think we've exhausted to that, I think the answer is quite clear. The options have been set out, and I think this now is. Let's move on to the next head. Item 006, National Family Services, page 438. Member for Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Chair. Under 006, I see that there is an increase in $100,000. Can the minister account for this increase?
Member, the increase is in relation to salary increments for public officers.
Thank you, Minister. And this increase would be for all the public officers who fall under this line item. They're all impacted by it?
Those who are entitled, member.
Okay, Minister, can you tell me how many people are on the establishment in this division? How many people are in posts and how many posts are without vacant?
Member
People
22,
not in post.
Member 22 civil service employees, vacant posts with bodies 2, vacant posts without bodies 14, posts filled 6.
Thank you. Minister, given the fact that you are in or about to start negotiations with the PSA for wage increases, are the persons under this line item going to be covered by those negotiations?
Mr. Chairman, I cannot answer that.
Minister, you're saying you don't have the answer?
No, I never said that, Mr. Chairman.
Answer it.
So, okay, Minister, you cannot answer. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I reiterate these are established positions, not filled by the ministry, but the Service Commission, which I've given for all items related.
But, Chairman, surely, if the persons who are within the public service, I am asking, are these persons covered by the wage negotiations to be started by the government?
Well, I think when the minister says she's unable to answer that, I think she means it doesn't fall within her jurisdictional purview, but rather that of the Service Commission. I am gleaning the answer. I suppose there's another option available to you if you wish to challenge that answer at some point in time, but I think that might exhaust the immediate answer available. So can I just move to participant South Diego Martin notice his hand was raised before you. So can I ask him?
Thank you very much for not moving on, Mr. Speaker. With respect to that same line item, I heard the minister say there are 14 posts without bodies in them. Is that correct?
Without bodies, correct.
Yeah. What's the cost of filling those posts? And what's the cost of confirming the persons in vacant posts who are acting in that post?
Member, that will have to be provided at a later date. We'll attempt to do so.
All right. Are you satisfied that $80,000 is adequate to fill 14 posts? Oh, let's wait another. Let's forget the satisfied part. Is 80,000 sufficient to fill 14,000 vacant positions? Do hush.
I'm not sure where 14,000 came from, Mr. Chairman.
You said 14. Is 80,000 sufficient to fill the 14 posts that you say are vacant without bodies in them?
Mr. Chairman, I'll allocation is sufficient and it caters to the needs of the department at this time.
Okay, but that doesn't answer my question. I didn't ask you that. I asked you if the increase of 80,000 is sufficient to fill the 40 vacant posts. That's what I asked.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. If I may, Mr. Chair. This is the same allocation that was made before, and I think the minister was very clear what this allocation was for. It's $600,000. It's not $80,000. $600,000 was made for specific provision.
I'm not talking about that line item. I'm
line
talking about the 80, not the 600. I never used the term 600. I said 80,000.
The $80,000 is an increase over what was allocated.
Yes.
But it's the same that you allocated in 2025.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know what the Minister of
Mr.
Finance
Chairman,
is doing.
I'm not sure the member is on the right line item.
Sorry, 100,000.
To me, we have moved on 006 National Family Services.
Yes, 100,000.
He's still asking questions under
That's
005.
okay. It's 100,000. Is 100,000 sufficient to fill the 14 vacant posts? I'm not asking about the 500. I'm not asking about the 600. I'm asking about the 100,000.
Mr. Chairman, earlier the member referred to $80,000, which confused everyone.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, I reiterate, filling of positions is dependent on the Service Commission. The Ministry has no control. And that is my answer.
That doesn't answer my question. There's an allocation of 100,000, and a note at the side of that includes provision for vacant posts with incumbents. So I'm talking about what is here in this book. Is this 100,000 sufficient to fill the vacant posts? Yes or no?
Allow me, please, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I want for the members' understanding and for the population to understand. The allocation under the head that he's referring to is for salaries and cost of living allowances. The 2026 estimate is food provision for vacant posts with incumbents.
I didn't ask
it includes provision for vacant posts with incumbent. It includes provision for vacant posts with incumbents. You have raised the exact question.
That is not true.
On three times so far.
I think you will have to get a lesson in interpretation.
All right,
from
let's
someone.
not,
Mr. Chairman,
let's stop
that is
trading
not what I
cards.
said. What I said was, is it sufficient to fill posts without bodies, without incumbents, not with incumbents?
Mr. Chairman, I think I was very clear in my answer to state that the increase has to do with salary increments for public officers. I never stated anything as such with
No
filling
problem.
of vacant
So
posts.
therefore, you're not filling any vacant posts. So you're not providing for
Mr.
the filling of
Chairman, my
vacant posts.
answer was very clear what the 100,000 increase will be.
Okay, right. I think we've had the answer to that.
So the answer is you're not providing for filling vacant posts.
Right. I think we've had the answer to that.
That is the answer.
I'm advised Port Spain South's hands was up first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, under head 00601 and the National Family Services, I hear that the $100,000 increase is for salary increments for public servants. I ask the Honourable Minister, this salary increments for public servants, does it take into account the provision of this ministry under family services of families traumatized by the mass firings like Shiva Bagalu, who killed himself, the CPEP contractor? Does it take into account providing services? Does it take into account the provision of additional services for families who have been negatively affected by the mass firings by this government? And I use the example of Shiva Bagalu from Bagalu's services Madam Minister.
Mr. Chairman, that question is not related to this line item.
Very well.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, isn't it under National Family Services? I am asking if the provision of the $100,000 for whoever the salary increment public officers are they going to be person go country?
I think that's stretching it a little too far. Let's move to San Fernando East. Asked and answered.
Thank you.
Had an answer. If you tell me it's irrelevant, I will say okay.
Well,
but don't tell Mr. Chairman, hold on, please. Let me make my point. Please, I have not heard an answer. If you say it's irrelevant, I will say okay. I'm irrelevant. I am asking a question.
I was trying to save you from the ruling of irrelevancy, so while
No. I prefer an honest ruling from a dishonest government.
This is why they vote out.
I think you have to withdraw that. What is Prince out?
Mr. Chairman.
What is Prince out?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Withdraw that, please.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Government's contribution to NIS. I see an increase in 15,000 here. Can the minister explain the increase?
Mr. Chairman, this provision is made for monthly contributions and payments with respect to salary increments and officers acting in higher positions.
Does it include any proposed increase in NIS contributions?
Are you able to answer, Minister?
Mr. Chairman, this is the same question.
It's a different line item.
Continues to pose.
Mr. Chairman, just for procedural. Mr. Chairman, just for procedural completeness. We've had the same question being asked and answered in the same way, with the same response, for several of these line items, 01, 005, 006, 008. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I want to suggest that we move past this. It is the same question being asked by the same members on multiple versions of the same questions. But the answer, I have my 5 minutes. I understand the need for the publicity and so on. I understand the need for the headlines. Not useful.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, the Minister of Finance doesn't get to decide what questions we ask on this side. I asked a very simple question.
All right, and okay. I think the answers can be
The Minister has not been given the opportunity to answer. I'm asking if any proposed increase in monthly contributions to NIS have been included in this figure to the Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I gave an explanation of what the allocation will be utilized for, and I think I was very clear.
Okay, so let's move on.
Item 00601. The discussion between the member for Port of Spain South, your good self, Mr. Chairman, piqued my interest in exactly who is being paid under this line item. Could the minister indicate 00601, salaries and cost of living allowances, National Family Services? Mr. Chairman, what's going on? I'm quoting a line item and Baratarian, as usual, childish self is saying which line item. Let me go back.
I never realized you were that easily distracted.
I'm not. I don't want you to, I don't want you to be. 01.
Let me dispel that notion.
Salary, it's okay. Thank you. Salaries and cost of living allowance. As I said before I was interrupted, this has piqued my interest into exactly who is in this unit or division, as the case may be, and what they do. Could the minister indicate, in the context of the queries from my colleague, colleague from Port of Spain South, do you have counselors, psychiatrists, psychologists, and other persons dealing with traumatic events like suicide?
Mr. Chairman, we have a director in place in terms of the established positions, and one other. Okay. And a regional coordinator. Mr. Chairman, and to answer the question of the member, there are staff within the division catering to the needs of the population at this point.
Yeah, but that's not my specific question. My question is on 00601, National Family Services Salaries and Cost of Living Allowances. Are there persons, or does this cater for psychologists, psychiatrists?
Well, I think the answer was given. I think there's a director.
No, sir. I'm asking specific.
Well, I'm getting to the answer that was given. And I think if you look at the answer and drill down, if you look...
No, sir. The minister spoke about director.
No,
and somebody
if you
else.
were listening, after that, the minister said that there are persons with that capability within the unit.
Being paid under 01?
Well, perhaps that could be clarified.
That's the question I'm asking. I asked specific to 01, not any other sub-item.
We'll attempt to provide that at a later date.
Thank you very much.
All right, so can we go now to...
Mr. Speaker, if I may, I just want to ask a procedural question, really. I hear the members saying they will attempt to provide. I'm asking what exactly is the procedure and what is going to happen when that is made, because what we are accustomed to in the last 10 years is that we were asked to provide things in writing. The Parliament would then inform the Ministry of exactly what was said, would be given in writing, and the ministers would be bound to provide an answer by a particular time. So I ask for your guidance, please.
Are you finished? I am advised that when the minister gives an assurance to the House, the Parliament writes to the minister, reminding of the assurance and asking for the answer to be provided.
So I'm just for clarification's sake,
Yes,
saying,
sorry.
okay, so saying I will attempt, is that the assurance that is taken by the Parliament to mean that they will provide it in writing?
Well, what I would suggest, and what I expect to happen, is that the Parliament will write to the Permanent Secretary with a verbatim account of the minister's answer, I will attempt, and remind them of their promise to attempt to do so.
They promise to attempt. Mr. Chairman, I'm having a difficulty understanding what that means in practical terms.
That's not for me to clarify. That's really not for
Well,
me.
Mr. Chairman, you are the one in charge of this meeting.
Yes, I am, and I don't need you to remind me of that.
So that is why I'm asking for your interpretation.
What I'm laying out to you is a failure to comply with it. I am sure that all the members are fully aware of the options available to you, that you may deploy. With this little book here, you may deploy several options available to you. So what I think we can do in order to resolve this issue is perhaps meet and lay out a protocol or procedure to resolve it. But I don't think it's productive and optimum use of this time to engage in this back and forth at this stage.
Mr. Chair, I am simply trying to understand if the established practice will be followed in this sitting of the Parliament. The established practice has been that when a opposition member asks a minister to provide things in writing, the Parliament writes, gives a deadline to the Permanent Secretary, and it has to be provided. I am simply asking, is that the procedure that will be followed in this Parliament?
Well, the short answer to that is yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Perhaps
Chair.
longer answer to that is I don't quite understand why you would contemplate any deviation from established practice, but I'm not inviting a discussion.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. 00601. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, judging from what this government has said in this budget proposal, this line item, where they will begin wage negotiations at 10%, shouldn't the 10% increase at least have been included in this line item? At minimum? Your government say 10%. Your government.
Is that?
If you can.
As I indicated earlier, when the exact question was raised before, and Mr. Chair, I appeal to you to get my colleagues opposite to pay attention so that they wouldn't repeat the questions unless it's being used for malicious and mischievous purposes over and over.
All right, okay, let's desist from...
This issue has been answered already.
All right, let's desist from attributing...
Mr. Chairman, I ask a straightforward question without rancor.
This question has been answered on the previous heads. The answer remains the same.
All right, let's move on. St. Anne's.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me have been included. Does that mean that the Minister of Finance is under budgeted for this particular line item, Mr. Speaker?
See, that is the same point I made before. You are anxious to create a headline somewhere or the other. Pay attention. I have answered this before. I will not be answering the same question.
I am anxious to hold this government to account, Mr. Chairman. That is my job.
Yes. I appreciate
that is my job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And this is one government that will account.
Okay. Lego Martin, Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was preempted from asking another question on 00601 because of all the back and forth. When the minister answered me and said that the minister will attempt, the minister has, I am assuming, at least one of the permanent secretaries in that ministry present. The minister must know that there is something called IRIS, an integrated human resource system that deals with payroll. In that payroll system, there would be the names of the persons who are paid under this item, the position that they're in, whatever their salaries are, and so on and so on. So when I ask a question, since all of the information is available to the minister, all to answer my question, may I ask why is the minister? Multi-part question. Is it that the minister doesn't have the time to do it, doesn't want to do it, it doesn't feel like doing it? Because all of the information to answer my question emphatically is available to the minister. Could the minister say why the minister is using the words, I will attempt, when information is readily available?
Mr. Chairman, I will not sit in this House and allow an attack on any of my permanent secretaries or staff of the ministry.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, I'm still
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
the
Chairman,
minister must
I am
withdraw that
still
statement.
responding. Mr. Chairman, I'm still
that is a falsehood,
I do not
distraction, and untruth.
I do not
it's
appreciate that
untruth and a falsehood. At no time did I say anything about
There's no need to raise.
No, but the minister.
There's no need to raise your voices at each other. All right. Can we provide the answer without any form of... All right. Can we provide an answer, a fairly sterile answer, without any form of invective? And you are far too experienced, knowledgeable. and aged, if I might add, to raise your voice in that manner. To raise your voice in that manner.
I'm being accused of something that is false. You want me to say it quietly because the amount of noise they're making, nobody would hear. I have to get above their decibel level, sir.
Well, right. Minister, can you answer the question? Are you able to?
Mr. Chairman.
That you will attempt to provide it. I think,
Mr. Chairman,
if I were to read the tea leaves here in this question, I think the minister is asking for a firmer commitment. Are you able to give a firmer commitment?
Mr. Chairman, I gave a clear commitment before. Mr. Chairman, in addition to that, the questions in which the member is asking, he had 10 years to fix it. He did not fix it.
Okay.
And in addition, Mr. Chairman, he was there before, so he should have known all that existed in these departments.
I think
He now cares about families.
My voice a little bit.
Well,
because they bang in the table.
The constant exchanges.
It's not a constant thing.
Hold on. We have 45
I'm well aware.
items to go on. We have 5 pages.
I'm well aware. All I'm saying is I asked the minister a specific question. Since all of the information is available from the public servants in that ministry, who I know will faithfully and accurately provide the information to the minister quickly, not the way she said it, not the false way she said it. I know the public servants are going to provide the information. The minister accused me of attacking public servants. She accused me of attacking public servants. I never did. So
accused the member.
What?
Never accused.
What?
She was just unproductive, unhelpful.
I still need an answer.
Well, I think the answer has been given.
No, sir.
Yes, I interpreted the tea leaves in your question.
No, but she didn't answer you.
Yes, the minister answered and said that she's willing to give a firm. She's already given a commitment to answer. Okay. Minister, am I interpreting your question, your answer correctly?
I think you did before as well, Mr. Chairman.
Right, so let's just move on now. This is unhelpful and unproductive at best. All right, so we move now to item 008, Gender Affairs, page 439. All right, Diego Martin, Central.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I note that this division has been transferred to your ministry. Can you tell me how many people are currently on the establishment in this ministry?
Mr. Chairman, notwithstanding the member was once at office of the Prime Minister.
Never in charge of this.
I will give the response.
Question to you, Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the allocation will cover 10 monthly paid employees.
Minister, are there any vacancies?
Of the 10, there are 9 vacancies.
Minister, so this 425,000 is to cover, as you said, this covers that one person, or it covers all 10?
Mr. Chairman, it covers the existing positions at this time, which is the Director of Gender Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, is there any contemplation in the government to hire persons in this division?
Mr. Chairman, my answer stands as before. These are established positions which fall under the Service Commission. Am I correct? Service Commission.
Mr. Chairman, then can I ask the Minister, is the Ministry engaging with the Service Commission to have these positions filled this fiscal? It's not.
Continue to have discussions. Mr. Chairman, we continue to have discussions with Ministry of Public Service Commission. We continue to have discussions.
Thank you, Chairman. See that we have a $40,000 estimate for the year. I do see that this is the same as the previous fiscal. If you look at OPM, the same question applies, Mr. Chairman. Does the minister believe that this $40,000 will be sufficient to get us to the end of the fiscal with the proposed increase from January in the NIS contributions? Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
yes
Chairman,
or no? It's all,
Mr. Chairman, this
yes or no?
allocation makes provision for the current position at this point in time.
Okay. Martin West.
The minister said at this point in time, but our budget is future looking, so we want to know if it takes into account what will happen in the future.
In January, to be exact.
Mr. Chairman, the allocation is sufficient at this time. They continue with the same question in different ways.
Okay. All right. Well, asked and answered. Diego Martin, Northeast.
Listening to what the minister said, there are 10 positions in the Gender Affairs Division.
All right.
I'll have to raise my voice.
Well, no, if I were to...
May I ask my question, please?
You know, sometimes people vertically challenge like you must raise their voice to get attention.
So,
go ahead.
You think so?
That's a joke. That's a joke.
It's
Come
not
on.
funny.
I apologize if you think it's not funny.
It's not funny. The minister has indicated that there are 10 positions in this very important division, gender affairs. Only one is filled, and that the provision only provides for one. Does the minister think this division can function effectively with only 1 out of 10 positions filled and an allocation for only 1 out of 10?
Mr. Chairman, did the minister think like that in the last 10 years?
Come on, answer the question. Answer the question.
Mr. Chairman,
Minister, can I
despite
respectfully
that,
ask you?
Chairman, respectfully, we are making all attempts to ensure that departments within the ministry are staffed to fill the needs of the citizens of this country.
Fine. So, Mr. Chairman, my next question then is, since you are saying you're making every attempt to fill all divisions, so I assume you're filling this one, what are you going to do about the allocation? Where would the money come from to fill the 9 vacant positions, since you only have allocation for 1? Winding up? There's no winding up in committee.
Mr. Chairman, as indicated before, we are in discussions with Service Commission, asked and answered.
No, we're talking about the amount of money, not the factor. Since you only have money for 1, where will the money come from for the other 9?
Mr. Chairman, the member is fully aware because he sat in the chair of the Minister of Finance before. We can't determine that just yet.
What?
Hence, I said we are in discussions with the Service Commission.
Service Commission has nothing to do with this amount of money?
Well, let's not ask.
Come on. Let's get serious.
Okay. Member for St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Gender Affairs Division, which has 1 position on the establishment filled and 9 are vacant. This is a very important division. Can I have, based on 01, can I have the positions that are unfilled in the Gender Affairs Division, please?
Just a second, please, member. those that are not, you want vacant without bodies. We have the coordinator drop-in information center. We also have manager domestic violence unit, research assistant 2, manager special projects, project analyst, manager gender support unit, that's it, PS. And the procurement officer. We have and the clerk stenographer 1 or 2.
Okay. But that's about 7. Maybe you have doubling up on some of those positions. Do you have the salaries that are associated with those positions at this time?
Member, not at this time.
So at this time, even if those positions are filled, there's no allocation that would be able to pay them. Because based on what you have said, you only have allocation. What would be the situation for payment?
Mr. Chairman, I'm advised that we will be in discussions with Ministry of Finance as per standard practice.
Okay, subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, pages 439 to 440. Participant North St. Anne's West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Madam Minister, I'm seeing some items here that have me a bit concerned. If we could start at 07, house rates. I see you're providing house rates here of $14,600. That's property tax. Why are you all paying property tax?
Mr. Chairman, in 2025, this was the same allocation. None of it was used in 2025 fiscal, and we have received the same allocation in 2026.
So it is that you've allocated money, but you're not going to pay the property tax, because of course nothing has been done legally to prevent the payment of property tax. And many citizens are asking the question, what are they to do? So not even the ministry knows.
Mr. Chair, in 2025, it was catered for. It was not used. In 2026, we received the same allocation.
Okay, but in 2025, when the budget was prepared, the budget would have been prepared in October of last year, when there was a government in place that was collecting property tax. Let's now look at the telephones. 05.
Mr. Chair, before we move to telephones.
If you could provide clarity there,
Yes,
I'd appreciate it.
At this point, we have no facilities that require payment of property tax.
Okay, well, you have 14,600 you could use, right? Okay.
Sometimes it happens. Yes.
Telephones.
Yes.
You all have increased the telephone allocation by $657,600 for Gender Affairs Division. Can you explain this? So it's now $3 million a year, where we know that telephones are becoming obsolete.
So, member, based on the information that I have in front of me, what would have happened in 25, fiscal 25, is the ministry would have settled out of arrears totaling $2.7 million. The ministry would have settled $1.1 million in arrears.
So you're still in arrears.
So
You're
there's
playing catch
still,
up.
Correct. There's still some arrears. So we have to cater for that. Hence, you would see the increase to be paid in telephone bills.
Your arrears will only get worse because
But
you're
I
not going to
must
get
say,
the
I
revenue you
commend the
predict.
staff for ensuring that we were able to clear a significant amount of arrears.
Okay, and then I'm seeing under 08, rent, lease, office accommodation, and storage. I'm seeing that in
And
20...
Member, before you move on, I know you're saying gender affairs, but this is for the entire ministry, general admin, the telephones.
But it is actually placed under 008 Gender Affairs Division. Or 02, sorry, okay, understood.
General admin.
Office accommodation and storage. In 2025, 24.8 was provided million, and you utilized 19.8 million, and now you're using 23.5, but an increase of 3.7. Can you explain the increase of 3.7 million?
Member, based on what I have in front of me, we have some commitments. We have some commitments to the tune of $23.5 million for fiscal 25.
But for what buildings?
For social services buildings. Would you like me to list them?
If you could provide that in writing. And then line item 20.
Can I finish with line item 8 first?
No, I'm fine. Line item, you've increased short-term employment by $251,000. Can you explain what this is? Sorry. By $737,300.
Mr. Chair, I believe the member asked me to list the items, the facilities we pay rent for at item
No, I've
8.
asked for you to provide that in writing.
Oh, I
so
did
you can
not
then.
hear that.
Yes.
Okay, well, you could provide it in writing. And I've moved on to line item 22. Short-term employment. You follow me?
Yes.
3 from the bottom, line item 22, and I'll now ask the question. We on this side are being provided with information that is disturbing many public servants, including at your ministry, that people are being bypassed, the HR departments are being bypassed, the normal procedure of how persons are hired are being bypassed, and there's been a request for a number of vacancies, which will then be filled with instructions as to which should be filled in. Is this to cover that?
No, Mr. Chairman, a big no to that.
Well, it's
Under
not,
this
it's only
line
Hoover not
item
doing it in
22,
Hoover.
short-term employment.
Yes, it's happening under short-term employment.
Mr. Chairman, none of what the member just stated is happening in this ministry.
Okay, I'm happy to hear that. I'll pass it over to my friend, Federico Martins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just continuing on short-term employment, can the minister outline the contracts that are currently covered and the services that are currently covered under this vote?
Sure, member. Reconciliation unit, 4 persons. General administration, 4 officers. Information communication technology unit, 2 officers. Temporary clerical assistant, 26 officers. National Family Services Division, 13 officers. National Social Development Program, 10 officers. Procurement unit, 2 officers. Project implementation unit, 5 officers. Permanent secretariat, 2 officers. And PPPDD, 1 officer.
What was the last one, Minister?
That's Policy and Research Department.
Minister, can I take you to line item 16, contract employment?
We're going back.
Under the same subhead, Minister. There's an increase of 3 million under contract employment. If you give us a breakdown of what accounts for that increase.
Member, what would you like to get?
An account for the increase in 3 million.
Member, this is specifically to pay contract officers based on their contracted amounts and the national insurance.
So, Minister, there is a 3 million increase to the estimate this year. I'm asking for an account of that 3 million increase.
Member, we of course have existing commitments. In 2025, the allocation was 25 million, and in 2026, $24 million. This accounts for 783 contract positions within the ministry, 149 filled positions and 634 vacant positions.
How many vacant?
634.
Minister, can you tell me if those vacant positions are include the NGO unit, the disability unit, the investigation and compliance unit, policy and planning division, human resource and social welfare divisions? Are those accounted for under this heading or are those in other headings?
Member contracted are within the respective lines.
Minister, I have to admit I don't understand the answer.
Not necessarily here. In here. Not under the line items, right? So within those lines, disability, national family services, etc., they will be catered for in here.
Okay, so the ones that I asked are not covered under this contracted employment.
Yes, the lines that you mentioned,
Yeah.
disability affairs, etc., are covered
Are
under
covered
here. Yes.
under this. Minister, there has been information again that has been brought to us that suggests that a lot of the contract employees that were under these divisions have not had their contracts renewed. I'll ask for your own clarification on that, but two, is it that we are expecting for that number, for those contracted positions to be rehired? And if not, how will those divisions be impacted by the non-renewal of those contracts?
Mr. Chairman, I have no information of what the member is speaking of based on information coming to him. However, what I can answer to today is there's a process by which recruitment takes place, I'm not HR to say whether they will be rehired, but persons are in their positions functioning. This is a critical ministry where we cater to the needs of the vulnerable, and we have not engaged in what the member is referring to based on information coming to him.
No, Minister, to be clear, I am only referring to contracts not being renewed. Nothing nefarious. So, Minister, I'm asking, given that you have 634 vacant positions, and the information that I have is that you have positions, contracted positions, in the NGO unit, the disability unit, the investigation and compliance unit, the policy and planning division, and even the human resource and social welfare divisions, where you have contracts that have not been renewed. And I'm asking, if those contracts have not been renewed, are you all going to hire new people? Are those positions accounted for in your 634? And is the performance of these critical divisions and units not impacted by the non-renewal of those contracts?
Mr. Chairman, I have no information on non-renewal of contracts. Therefore, the other questions do not apply.
Mr. Chairman, moving on from that, Minister, I accept what you're saying. The information I have is different, but you have said what your answer. Mr. Chairman, moving on, under contract employment, the Minister said that this $24 million allocation is for both the hiring and the payment of NIS. Is this $24 million sufficient to carry the 149 people that they have in position? Is that correct, Minister? 149 contractors or contractors. Is this yes?
Yes.
Is this sufficient for the fiscal year? And is it does it Mr. Chairman, am I addressing you or the other members?
Well, I would imagine you know you're addressing me, so
Thank you, sir. And does the Minister have intentions of additional hiring under this vote?
Mr. Chairman, at this point in time, the allocation is sufficient.
Specific answer as to if the Minister envisages hiring additional hiring under this vote.
Mr. Chairman, this government has embarked on a national recruitment drive under the Ministry of Social Development. There are vacant contract positions, and that is a part of that national recruitment drive.
Member Farouk Alupino.
Much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the Honourable Minister, same line item 16, contract employment. Minister, those additional positions, contract positions that you referred to, those positions have been recently approved by the Cabinet, or they have been there before?
Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance.
As far as I'm aware, the contract employment being referred to here, we refer to existing contract employment. I'm not aware of additional contracts being awarded or...
No. Contract employment is what I'm referring to. I'm asking whether those positions have been recently approved by this Cabinet
not to
or
my
before?
knowledge. Proceedings in Cabinet are confidential, but...
No. I'm not asking about proceedings in your Cabinet, sir. I'm asking whether those positions, whether they are new positions approved by the Cabinet. You can't have contract employment without...
This, under this line item, contract positions?
Yeah, for this year.
Yes.
These are not new.
These are existing.
These
if
are
I can
existing.
just
These are
assess.
not
Existing positions?
Yes.
Positions that existed previously.
Okay, and can you just remind me, Minister, how many vacant positions that you're seeking to fill here?
You're trying to trick me, not that I'm seeking to fill in. If if you ask me how many vacant positions, it's 634,
Minister, have
which I gave before.
Minister, what is the recruitment process that you're engaging to fill those positions?
Mr. Chairman, as I stated before, it's a national recruitment drive by the government of Trinidad and Tobago.
So, Minister.
And Mr. Chairman, in addition to that, when I say national, I mean that all ministries, all government ministries are at the location advertised, and we have persons giving guidance to persons who wish to apply.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, following on this, the contract employment, the minister stated that there are over 600 vacancies, if I am correct?
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
and that they are being filled through the national recruitment drive. How many of these 600 vacant positions under this line item are currently being advertised?
Mr. Chairman, all positions are being advertised.
Okay. And they are being advertised with the intention to fill them. Am I correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's the process of a national recruitment drive.
Good. But yet, is there any allocation here that would allow for payment of persons who are expectant of receiving employment, seeing that that's the purpose of the national recruitment drive, to be able to hire them? Is there any allocation here to pay those over 600 and something persons that you are actively advertising for, who would expect to be employed? Where is the allocation to pay them?
If I may provide some clarity that the honourable member is seeking.
Please.
A fund called the Employment Fund was created at the Ministry of Finance, to which an allocation has been made. That allocation is for the funding of employment generally. So I'm assuming that should there be need, we can draw from that fund for this purpose or any other employment purpose under the government.
So I'm clarifying then that the over 600 persons being advertised here, as well as if there are other vacancies, 20,000, those persons are going to be paid out of the unemployment fund and not from the line items in the different ministries.
That's not what I said.
But please,
if sufficient, if there is need for additional support for employment creation specifically, there's a fund that has been created for that purpose.
Okay. Good. So if I could clarify then, the minister previously said that based on the allocation in this line item, that was to pay the positions that are filled. Am I correct? So will there therefore be need, if the persons that are applying for those 600 and something jobs simply in this line item, if those persons are hired, because you said they are advertising that's the intention of a national recruitment drive, then am I correct in saying that there will be a need for substantial assistance in this line item because there is no allocation made?
The allocation, if required, can come from a fund that has already been catered for and budgeted in its annual budget.
Will the allocation be required, Minister?
Yeah, I think this has been asked and answered already.
So the allocation will be required because you are advertising over 600 positions. I'm just making sure I'm understanding. You are advertising over 600 positions for which no allocation has been made in the line item under which they will be paid, and you are confirming that there's an unemployment fund that will be able to pay these 600 persons plus the others, because if we follow then it be, because we've asked that question before in many other line items. So in specific reference to this one, you are advertising jobs for which no allocations have been made in your line items.
You are misleading completely and deliberately.
Certainly not. I think I'm very clear
allow
for
me,
what the
please.
public.
I'm responding to you, ma'am. Allow me. Can I respond to you, please?
Mr. Chairman, asked and answered. I'm not asking any further question.
No.
You see,
you've asked a question, you've made an assumption, you made a comment and left it alone. It's unfair
there's a
to leave it like
misconception
that.
being created in this is entitled
I am
corrected.
pure clarification. I have cleanly and clearly indicated that a fund was created for the purposes of employment. That fund is called the Employment Fund and it is housed at the Ministry of Finance. I clearly stated that if the need arises, that fund can be accessed for the support of any employment creation. The rhetoric about no allocation was made and so on is pure rhetoric.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I don't know that the member for Faizabad or Minister of Finance can ask me to desist in asking questions and stating clearly what the answers are. The fact is that under this line item, there are over 600 jobs being advertised for which there is no allocation in this line item. And the member is further stating that for all of those 20,000 jobs, if the need arises, and the need has arisen because there is no allocation here for the over 600 jobs that the minister has said has been advertised and people will be expecting to be employed, and there's no allocation in this line item. Those are the facts, clean and clear. Those are the facts. So again, the issue of under allocating in the line items stands out very clearly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Tisk, you should.
All right.
Just on persisting with your misinformation. That is unfortunate.
All right. Can we? Member for Rima.
Just very quickly, Minister, can I just request a copy of the advertisement as well as the job description, please? And can I kindly inquire, Minister, whether or not, having regard to the ARIMA facility that has been, was opened, whether any of those contract employment would apply to that facility, please? If
Mr. Chairman, in response to the question from the member for ARIMA, although that ARIMA Social Services Center was opened, it was not operationalized. There are still works being done there. There are still works to be done there. So it's not ready to be opened. When it's ready to be opened, we'll do so accordingly. We'll staff accordingly.
can I kindly ask any time frame there, possibly, for the opening as yet?
Mr. Chairman, we are working as fast as we can.
Minister.
Zero 2 001 08. There's an increase in the allocation of $3,705,000. Could the minister say what that is for? Office accommodation. What is that 3.7 million for?
Mr. Chair, which line item?
This is line item 08. It's rent/lease-office accommodation and storage. I think the member is asking about an increase. Am I correct?
I'm
of
asking,
3.705?
there's a specific increase, Mr. Chairman, under 02 001 08 of 3,705,000. I'm only asking about the increase, nothing else. What is that increase of $3.7 million for? What building?
Mr. Chair, this is to cover. I gave this asked and answered, Mr. Chair.
No. I'm
Mr. Chair,
specifically
earlier
asking
I
about the
stated that in
increase.
2020, clearly, Mr. Chairman, 4.8 million. The 2026 estimate is that of $23.5 million.
Mr. Chairman, there
Mr.
seems to be
Chairman,
some
I've also
mistake.
clearly stated I'm answering, please, Mr. Chairman. This is to pay for existing offices, to list the facilities. I was asked to provide it in writing, Mr. Chair.
I didn't ask all of that, Honorable Minister. I asked one question about one number. There is an increase of $3.7 million.
Well, I think the answer was given.
What's the answer?
Minister, am I correct that your answer was given? It is to pay for existing.
But how could it be if there's an increase? Mr. Chairman, please.
All right.
There's an increase of 3.7 million. It cannot be to pay for existing accommodation.
Mr. Chairman, I'm advised that the only new office which would have come on, but it's a part of the existing, is that
Are unable at this point in time to tell me exactly what this $3.7 million increase is for. It's an increase. It's not existing. It's over and above what was paid in the last fiscal.
Mr. Chairman, it will now be an additional expense. Previously, the allocation was that of $24.8 million in 2025. In 2026, $23.5 million. In 2025, when it was catered for, ARIMA was not on the list of rental payments. That's what I'm advised. I can only give what I'm advised.
It's no problem.
And what's existing.
That's fine.
So
Can I
hence
move
the
on?
reason it
That's
will
fine.
appear as an increase.
That's fine. Let's
You're
move on
saying
to
that's fine
09.
because you very
I'm
well
moving
know
on
how
to
these
09.
exercises work.
Mr. Chairman, what's going on? I'm going to make my next question.
Yes, you are, but you invited the expansive response.
And I said it's fine.
But you can't object when
I didn't object.
No, well, it's not.
Look, may I go to my next question, please? 09. Mr. Chairman, would you tell the member from Tertiary with these childish outbursts? Stop it.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take umbrage to that statement by Mr. Chairman from Diego Martin Northeast. That member has always tried to denigrate me in this regard, and I take total umbrage to that, Mr. Speaker. Because he has lost the election and is causing mischief in this parliament, Mr. Speaker, and we are not taking his mischief, Mr. Speaker.
All right, okay.
Mr. Speaker, I have a 5-minute intervention.
Let's not descend into incivility. Let's not descend into incivility, please.
Chairman,
let's stop engaging in the crosstalk. This is not an exercise to engage in crosstalk.
I asked for a ruling on members who are not the line minister, not the Minister of Finance, not the Prime Minister.
You are no longer the minister again.
All right, member for Barter.
Could I get a ruling,
let's not contribute to it.
Thank you.
Okay? And you are not immune from guilt in this. Because you are inviting, because I heard you when you hurled the accusation of childish behavior. So let's stop that on both sides.
After the fact, Mr.
Whether you respond, as I said before, you're too experienced and too aged to be responding. All right, come on.
Mr. Chairman.
We're all grown adults and
Mr. Chairman,
professionals.
My age has nothing to do with Barataria constantly interrupting.
What I was suggesting is that you are far too experienced to be responding.
So you're going to allow him to interrupt?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay,
I'm not saying that at all.
Could I go to 09, please? Rent, lease, vehicles and equipment. There's an increase of 275,000. What is that for? I'm only asking about the increase.
You know why you're doing 09 rent lease vehicles and equipment, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this is specifically for equipment, copy machines, and this will cater to all our offices.
You are telling me that this is for minor equipment? A photocopying machine is minor equipment. So you're saying that under this sub-item, you're catering for minor equipment? Is that what you're saying, Minister?
It's vehicles and equipment, Mr. Speaker.
You just said copying machines. So copying machines are under the minor equipment item. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, you calling me age, well, I calling him childish. Okay, because he keeps going on and on and on and on. He won't stop.
All right, okay. Let's, you know, I'm reminded by Frank Solomon's venerable words. Recess time is close at hand. But we're not getting to recess unless we finish this ministry.
No problem.
Let's go.
So Mr. Chairman, I am telling the minister that my understanding of the budgeting process is that something like a copying machine is under minor equipment. And therefore, it is unlikely that a copying machine is associated with this increase of 275. It is more likely a vehicle. Could you please tell me what it's for?
Mr. Chairman, the line item is that of rent or lease, vehicle and equipment, rental of photocopy machines for our offices,
If you say
rental,
If you
lease.
say so. Could I move on to the next item, please?
Please.
If one looks at contract employment, which is 16, and then one looks at short-term employment, which is 22, when you take the allocations for those two sub-items together, it's in excess of $36 million. A significant sum. More than 1/3 of the allocation for the entire 02 goods and services. In the context of the statements made by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance prior to this budget and during this budgetary process of converting contract employment to permanent positions, why are you allocating $36 million for short-term employment and contract employment when it is your policy to get rid of contract employment and replace it with permanent employment?
Mr. Chairman, the recruitment process is work in progress. In addition to that, this ministry provides critical services to the vulnerable population. Some of these positions, because of our challenges with filling the established positions, which the member is very well aware of because he left it so for 10 years, and I have to say it, Mr. Chairman, the ministry is responsible for critical services, and as a result, we have to continue this because we cannot leave our offices empty. Then if I'm to do so, if the government is to do so, then all of the members of this House will be complaining to me and the ministry that their constituents are going to offices and they are not receiving the required service. Hence the reason, Mr. Chairman, we have to continue it for now. It's an interim measure to cater to the needs of our vulnerable population.
Okay, in the context of that answer, and since there's an increase in the total between the two sub-items, is the minister confirming that not a single one of the short-term contract positions or contract positions will be converted to permanent positions in fiscal 2026?
Mr. Chairman, asked and answered.
No, you did not answer me. Are you going to convert any of the contract positions or short-term employment positions catered for under these two items to permanent positions in 2026?
Mr. Chairman, I was very clear. It's work in progress, and I was also very clear that it's an interim
So the answer is
measure.
No. No problem. The answer is no. With respect
You don't answer for me, so you
with
don't give my
respect to
answer.
item 23.
You do not answer for me.
Item 23. What is that additional sum for? 236,000.
Which line item?
I have been stating the line items very clearly.
You're speaking very
23.
softly, sir. 23. Please. Mr. Chairman, to you member, item 23 fees. This is specifically for renewal and procurement of software licenses.
Okay, and 21.
Repairs and maintenance to buildings. What are you asking about specifically?
What's it for? What is the increase for?
Mr. Chairman, these are for repairs and upgrades to current offices.
I could read, which building is it for?
Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Mr. Chair, firstly, your question was not posed there,
Mr. Chair, if I may interject. In fiscal 2025, that member opposite proposed
Mr. Chairman, I am only asking about an increase,
I have 5 minutes.
not the...
Can I?
But I didn't ask that question. You are asking a question I didn't answer.
I am answering.
I'm asking about the
your
increase.
question. I am answering your question.
No, you're not.
If you're patient, you might learn something. When you
Highly
estimated
unlikely.
in 2025, your estimate was $775,000. You did your assessment, you decided $775,000. We came to this house, I was part of it, and we approved it. $775,000 is what you claimed that you needed. Instead of $775,000, you spent $530,000. The numbers are there. So you underspent what was supposed to have been spent. We are now going back to the original figure to spend. This is clear. Repairs and maintenance. This is clear. If you had done what you had proposed to have done, maybe we would not have come with this figure today.
Thank you. That has not answered my question. Could I move on now
Nothing can answer your question.
43?
Nothing.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not getting an answer. So let's move on to 43. Security services. I see an increase of 620,000. And I see an allocation of 8.5 million. Does the minister intend to change any of the security service providers in fiscal 2026? No, goods and general admin.
Mr. Chairman, I'm advised that the ministry has tendered for these services, and it's going through the current the procurement.
Okay, great. When were tenders invited?
Tenders were invited in the last fiscal year, Mr. Chair.
I see. And tenders and contracts have not yet been awarded.
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Let me revert to one of my... I'm still on this item, Mr. Speaker. I didn't get all the answers to all my questions, so I have to go back and ask the question in a different way. With respect to the item 416 and
22.
Is the minister saying emphatically as a fact that no persons in contract positions who held contract positions in fiscal 2025 have either been terminated or removed from their contract positions, and that no new persons will be hired under those two items? Are you saying that as a fact? Because I heard that answer to one of my colleagues. Nobody's been terminated. No contract has not been renewed, etc.
Mr. Chairman, that answer stands.
No. So you're saying nobody's been terminated, no contract has not been renewed. Okay, That's what you say? All right, we'll see what the facts are.
Participant. Laventil West was ahead of you unless he cedes his question to you.
Thank you to my colleague from Laventil West. It is really following up on a question that was just being asked by the member for Dago North East. So I'm going back to line item 43 under security services. And you informed us, and by extension the population, that you're out for tender for security services. Does the ministry, because this is under the ministry, does the ministry have this up on its website in accordance with the public procurement legislation?
I'm advised, yes, member. It was publicly posted.
On the website?
Yes, on the website, member.
All right, I'm glad to hear that, because we're finding that a number of, especially state enterprises, are not fulfilling this obligation, and they're putting...
That's an observation for different.
Well, I have 5 minutes, Mr. Chair,
I
so I'm
know,
using
but I
it.
think
It's very, very relevant. You should be talking about port fees, insurance. You seeing it? Line item 61, the insurance figure, and the increase of $350,000, even though there was an estimate of $350 in 2025 that wasn't used. Can you tell us what this is in relation to? Because normally government self-insures.
Yes, Mr. Chair, these are for the transitional centers, and properties owned by the ministry. So, in addition, well, within properties owned by the ministries, the furniture and IT equipment. At state-owned facilities.
So it's insurance, liability insurance as well?
It's for two.
For two what? Transition?
Furniture and IT equipment at state-owned facilities, as well as our transitional centers.
Okay, thank you. And then under item 6, line item 62, right underneath, an increase of $275,000 for promotions, publicity, and printing. Is this for promotions, publicity, and printing with the OCM group?
Mr. Chairman, the allocation is basically the same as we were allocated in 2025. Under this government,
all money go to OCM?
Mr. Chairman, can I provide my response? Each programs. Members on the other side can also attest to that. Just recently in Dago Martin, Mr. Chairman, as a result of those outreach programs, in terms of public awareness, you are required to have brochures, etc. So these are required for these outreach events, and this is what the allocation speaks to.
$275,000 for brochures?
No.
Who's the printing company?
Etc. Items required for outreach programs. That was an example.
May I ask for a listing in writing of who it is doing the promotions, publicity, and printing for the ministry, please, and the contracts that are awarded to them?
We will attempt to provide that for you.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Through you, Madam Minister, any of these promotions, will they be geared to Port of Spain South and the constituents who are under pressure?
Mr. Chairman, maybe he's not aware of what's happening in his constituency.
I am very aware. None has happened. Well, I'm hearing for North interloping.
Mr. Chairman, Port of Spain South would have benefited from these outreach programs. I am very sure about that.
What date? When?
I will provide that to you in writing.
Has it happened already, or is it to happen?
Happened already.
That happened in space.
When I bring it for you, I hope you're not saying that.
Okay.
You drop it somewhere else. You thought he was dropping it there, but I ain't sure.
Lavender West.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to you, can the minister, on line item 02-001-04, electricity, can the Honourable Minister indicate, I'm seeing in the last fiscal year, 1,150,000 was allocated. In this year, the very same figure was allocated. In light of the Honourable Minister's Minister of Finance indication in the budget that there is an increase in commercial and industrial electricity rates, can the Honourable Minister indicate whether the 1.45 million, whether that would be sufficient to accommodate for the increase in the electricity rates, please?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure what the member is speaking of. And I'm not sure he's sure of the question he asked. Mr. Chairman, the ministry, and I want to state this very clearly, the ministry would have settled outstanding arrears out of $1.5 million. We would have settled arrears to the tune of $475,642 in fiscal 2025. At this time, Mr. Chair, the allocation is sufficient to cater to the needs of the ministry.
Chairman, most respectfully, through you, if I may rephrase, I'm seeing that there's the same allocation from last year, last fiscal, to this fiscal relative to electricity rates, the allocation. There, however, has been an increase in this budget in relation to increased electricity rates for commercial and industrial clients. The ministry would fall under the commercial clients. There is no allocated budgeted increase in this fiscal in light of same. So I'm asking, in light of that increase, whether the ministry would be able to properly pay the electricity bill with the increase in rates.
Yes, go ahead.
Allocation speaks to nothing as to what the member is stating. Earlier, I would have explained that a REMA Social Services Center was added, and as a result, you have to cater to the needs. So, hence the reason for allocation and estimated figure here.
All right. I think there might be some confusion and cross purposes here. Minister, can I refer you to, it's 439, it's 02, and I think, am I correct, 00104?
Yes, please.
Right.
Yes, please, sir.
I think that's where the member's focus is on.
So the member is who is mistaken, please, Chairman.
So I think perhaps the confusion is created when you don't specifically identify the
I did. The first thing I did is said 02, 001, 04. Yep. So perhaps the minister is not following, Chairman.
Chairman, we have no increase.
What do you mean no increase? You wasn't listening to your budget?
Well,
in electricity rates as to what the member is speaking of. Our allocation is clear.
Chairman, most respectfully, perhaps the Honourable Minister is not aware of what the Minister of Finance announced in the budget. The Honourable Minister of Finance announced as a fiscal measure that there is an increase by 5 cents per kilowatt hour in this fiscal year. There is no increase in the allocation to accommodate for paying such an increase, and that is what we are asking about, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for your question, Honourable Member. I think for clarification, I just want to weigh in a little bit. The number has remained, I believe, the same. If we are on the same 004, was it? 04?
04. 02004.
Right. So one of the initiatives of this government is to improve efficiency in the way things are done compared to what was done before. So we expect to have some savings because we will be treating with electricity usage a little bit more efficiently than what existed previously. In addition to which, The expectation is that therefore the allocation that we have now will be sufficient to carry us through fiscal 2026. As indicated previously, as has happened time and again, should there be an additional requirement, we can come back in the mid-year. But the expectation that we have now is because of improved, efficient use of electricity, we will be able to completely cover fiscal 2026 requirements with the allocation that has been provided.
Thank you very kindly, Honourable Minister. One more question. Chairman, through you, line item 02001-16, contract employment. The Honourable Minister indicated earlier that there are 634 vacant positions. Can the Honourable Minister indicate what is the sum to fill those 634 vacant positions, please?
I don't know yet.
Mr. Chairman, asked and answered. Arima would have asked for the list to be provided in addition to the job description.
Yeah, I think that question has been answered.
Mr. Chairman, most respectfully, asking for the list of the...
I think the amounts have been answered too.
I'm asking for the quantum in terms of the budgetary allocation, whether it is 10 million, whether it is 20 million, what is the associated sum to fill the 634 positions, Mr. Chairman. That question has not been asked, and it certainly has not been answered before.
Minister of Finance would have answered that question before.
St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that same item, just my verification, what is the amount that was said? Because I did not hear the amount and I've been making notes. I have the over 600 vacancies, but I don't have the amount that was
Minister
said.
of Finance, are you able to provide some clarification on that, further clarification?
Well, quite frankly, I think the members opposite are very well aware, until bodies have been put in positions, we have no idea of the total figure that would be required.
So
I have no idea of knowing if every vacancy will be filled, because even during your tenure, there were multiple, in fact, there are 20,000 vacancies that have been not filled under your tenure. And you did not budget for a single one of those.
If I may, Chairman, if I may, I am asking, what was the figure that the Minister of Finance quoted, since the Minister of Social Development said that there was a figure quoted, because the question asked was a figure, and the response was asked and answered. And the Minister of Finance said he gave a figure. So can I just have the figure associated with the over 600 vacancies in this line item, please?
I repeat. Clear, ma'am. I was very clear that the Ministry of Finance has in a fund.
No, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, if I may, one, I am the MP for St. Anne's, I'm not a ma'am. And secondly, I am asking a very clear question. I am asking for the figure. I'm not asking if they're saying there's a fund to pay. I am not asking anything other than what is the figure that the minister said in direct response to a question. What is the figure that was quoted?
Minister, are you able to provide a figure now or some point in time?
Mr. Chairman, in all fairness, the Minister of Finance gave a lengthy answer earlier in terms of the employment fund, etc. I never stated that the minister provided a figure as being stated by St. Anne's East. His question came afterwards, and I was clear to state that the Minister of Finance gave an explanation for that already under the same line item.
Move to Lavender East.
No, Chairman, I am not finished. I am not finished at all, because, Chairman, I'm drawing this to the attention that this cannot be procedurally correct. When the question was asked, the minister said it was asked and answered. It was clear a figure was being asked for. The minister said it was asked and answered. And the Minister of Finance, no, but, Chairman, I must protest this, because we are asking questions.
I'm trying to provide
the figure.
Well, I think you're just being facetious.
I am not being.
I can't provide you
Mr. Chairman, if I may, we are trying to ask questions.
Hang on, I am trying to provide a practical way forward. Insofar as the question was asked and the minister gave the answer, I think the Minister of Finance gave an answer. There is a way forward insofar as we can move forward with members being able to access that information through various other means with which the members are well familiar. So instead of us taking all this time here, we can move forward to allow other members to ask their questions instead of us quarreling incessantly about a figure when no figure was provided. The answer clearly has been modified. Right, so that's the simple point of moving forward.
Mr. Chairman, if no figure was provided, then that is the answer that should have been given by the minister, not trying to mislead us by saying a figure was provided when it actually was not. So. And that is the point.
I have never said a figure was provided. I said asked and answered. I never said that.
I think the use of the word term misleading is somewhat unfortunate. But look, I don't intend to belabor the point. I'm going to call on the member for Laventille East. For this may not, I'll come back to you shortly. Member for Laventille East has been meeting quite a while.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the Madam Minister 02 under line item 02001 13. I'm seeing maintenance of vehicles here under this line item. We have an increase, and under line item 020016, I'm seeing fuel and lubricants as well. So, based on on my basic interpretation, I would assume that maintenance would include any lubricants that may be necessary. Could the minister clarify if lubricants is being charged or being procured for under maintenance of vehicles and under fuel and lubricants? The fuel I can understand, but the lubricants is quite puzzling to me.
Look, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, not that I'm aware of, based on what I have in front of me, that lubricants are part of this. No.
No, so lubricants is not included in the maintenance of vehicles.
No.
But charged separately.
But charged separately?
Yes, well, accounted for separately.
Yes.
Okay.
Fuel and lubricants. Yes, member.
Thank you.
For this may not, St. West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, a short while ago, I asked a question about the procurement and the tendering for the security services, and I asked on at least 2 occasions whether in fulfillment of the law, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Properties Act, the law had been followed and it had been posted on the ministry's website, and we were told in no uncertain terms that it has been. A check of the website right now under procurement and tenders, there is absolutely no measure there for the procurement of security services. The only thing related to security is a fence for high security purposes, but not the provision of security services. So is it that, unfortunately, the minister was not provided with the correct information? Because if you just go up on your own website at this moment, and if you want, I can list what is actually being put forward for tender. Internal upgrades at the National Therapeutic Resources Center, 1. External and miscellaneous improvement works at Couva Transitional Facility, 2. Design and installation of a 2-stop wheelchair passenger access elevator at the National Therapeutic Resource Center, 3.
I think the minister is prepared to give the answer.
Okay, I'm listing it. I have 5 minutes. Temporary septic system for Couva Social Services Center. Another one is consultancy for the development of a national poverty reduction strategy for Trinidad and Tobago. The next one is waste disposal services for the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services for a period of 3 years. Next one is procurement of a printing solution for the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. And then construction of a high security perimeter fence for the National Therapeutic and Resources Center. And then ARIMA Social Services relocation, construction and fit out works. Next one consultancy services for the development of a strategic plan 2024 to 2029 for the ministry. And then lastly, operationalization and management of the Caraco House Transitional Facility and the Hernandez Place Sanctuary. So nothing else is listed. Yeah, well,
Mr.
and the rest
Chairman,
of you all haven't been listed.
Thank you very much, member,
You're most
for Port
welcome.
of Spain North, St. Anne's
You're
West.
most welcome. So
For
where
our-
is the security services tender?
Mr. Chairman, I want to provide an answer. But firstly, I want to tell the member, thank you very much for listing the good work of this government.
Well, the good work will only come when you follow
Mr.
the law
Chairman,
and in accordance with the
what the member
tender
just
procedures.
listed there is the government working for the population of Trinidad and Tobago.
But you misleading the
But, Mr.
population by
Chairman,
telling us
in
something
answer-
that
Allow
wasn't
the
there.
answer to be given.
Mr. Chairman, I sat here and I awaited the member to read everything.
Because
Can I
you
have
weren't
an
aware of what
opportunity
is
to
up.
respond? Port of Spain
Go
North,
ahead and respond,
kindly.
please.
Mr. Chairman, what I'm advised, it was on the website, it was tendered in the previous fiscal and was advertised then. He did ask me, was it placed on our website at the time it was tendered? And I said yes. If these what he said, these what the member raised, what are currently out? Currently out.
Mr. Chair, that is not how the law works. Not only does it have to be placed, the website has to show where it has reached in the process, who has been awarded the contract, etc. And none of that is provided on the website.
Mr. Chairman, and it was asked twice. I don't want to be uncharitable to the Honourable Minister.
I don't think so. I think the question was an open-ended one if it was advertised on the website.
Okay,
I
Mr.
don't think
Chairman.
it was a specific time to see whether the ad was currently up. Two very skillful cross-examiners like both of you would have known to ask one additional question if you wanted to tie down the answer.
No, Mr. Chairman, we are not about tricking person, but we are about truth.
I'm not talking about tricking, I'm talking about tying down an answer. And both of you are very skillful cross-examiners.
Mr. Chairman, in addition,
Anyway, let's move on.
Mr. Chairman, no, what is critically important here? These tenders did not go out under this government. It went out under the previous government.
I think we've had the answer. The short answer to the question is that it was advertised
So
on the
you
website.
did not put it on the website.
Okay, let's not quarrel. Come on.
I guess those and the other tenders are the previous government's good work,
No,
PNM.
these are these tenders now are these are from this government.
Mr. Chair, for the population looking
From
on.
this government. These
The
are
work that was all have closing dates in the period of 2024. So it is absolutely no work being done by the current government.
Mr.
There's
Chairman,
some now in-
since
there's some in
2024, they did
2025.
nothing with it. We had to come in and do it.
There's some in 2020, but what is
Mr.
important
Chairman,
is
the
security
answer
is
was
not
This
provided.
is
Can we
not
move on?
an exercise, and I don't want to use an unparliamentary
You're
term
ashamed
to
to say that.
describe the exercise that might be devolving into. But can I just, let's move on, Diego Martin Northeast.
On the same line item, well, moving on to me. On the same line item, has a status report of any kind been published on the ministry's website with respect to that specific procurement exercise for security services as is required by the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act and its regulations? Is there a status report on it?
No.
Or any indication of the status?
Today.
Now, today?
Remember, I'm checking for you.
No problem.
Mr. Chairman, I'm advised no. In terms of the status report,
Is there any indication of the status of that procurement? Anything on your website that gives current status of the procurement of security services? Yes or no?
Mr. Chairman, I'm advised not at this time.
Okay, good.
Okay, so we move now to item 0.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, my hand was up. A while now. I wanted to ask a question on item 28, please, which is other contracted services. I wanted to know what were the services that are covered under this line item, please.
Mr. Chairman, other contracted services, based on what I have in front of me, member, the ministry is currently engaged in 3 main long-term arrangements with service providers for ground maintenance and grass cutting, as well as pest control and specialist hygiene services at the NTRC in particular.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask, please, that the contractors that are employed in contracted under this line item be provided in writing along with the value of the contracts, please?
Sure, member. We'll attempt to provide that for you.
Which I take to mean that it will be noted by the Parliament as being agreed to and therefore will be required by the Parliament to be submitted. Thank you.
Moving on.
Member for Malabar Mausico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 0258 medical expenses. Can the minister indicate what that 9,000 medical expenses is for and to whom does it apply?
Mr. Chairman, this is medical coverage for 2 officers of the ministry.
Can the minister clarify who are those 2 officers? Is this allocation specific to a position or is it that these 2 officers?
Mr. Chairman, it's for the 2 PSs.
Thank you.
All right. Item 002, page 440. Member Farima.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Item 16, contract employment. Can I simply ask the Minister for a list of positions under the Division of Agent, please?
Does he want it orally?
No, in writing.
In writing.
No. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Item 003, social welfare.
Mr. Chairman, before we move off that, can I ask the Minister of Finance for an undertaking we will get a list of contract positions in every division in this ministry?
Mr. Finance, are you? I appreciate your generosity. Well, I was about to say certainly not something else.
Member, we will endeavor our absolute best to ensure that you get your documentation for every contract employment under the Ministry of Social Development, under the various sides. That's your request.
And short term as well?
I can commit that we will pursue this aggressively to ensure that you have contract employment, and we will try for short-term employment as well. Thank you.
Right. So that would obviate the necessity of us having to revisit this question on every line item. I take it. In this ministry. So I take it that that's the understanding we move forward with. Yes. Okay. Great. So we move on to item 003, social welfare.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask the Honourable Minister, at 28, there is an increase of 3.772. Are these for additional positions? Other contracted services? Can you just give an idea of what would that be? In other words, is that employment or is that something else? Yes, and you have, okay, right after fees? Yes.
Member, through you, Chair, that's not employment.
That's why I asked. What is
other contracted services? This is specifically for NIB, PTSC, TT Post, cost of blank checks, cost of maintenance of bins.
Okay, fine. So that
rat baiting, etc.
All right. So just out of, is there any new thing that is being introduced that would account for the increase of the 3.7?
Not at this time. The only thing, what would account for the increase, though, member, is the increase in recipients.
Okay.
Which
we've
had.
All right. So could you then, at some stage, if you have an idea, since it's an increase in recipients, could you give us an idea then what is the increase? If you don't have it today, you can provide it on another occasion.
The estimated figure is that of 51,000.
51,000. Okay, so 51,000 would be the new. Is that increase or 50? That's the total?
In terms of recipients, which you asked?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Thanks.
Number 11, West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Line item 003, 16. There's an increase of 500,000 for contract employment, none previously established. Can the Honourable Minister indicate what that 500,000, what positions does the 500,000 take into consideration?
Member, through you, Chair, this caters for 10 social welfare field officers and BOA 1s and 2s.
Deeply grateful. Can the Honourable Minister indicate when these positions, well, whether they have been advertised already, and if not, when would they be advertised?
Dun, 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 dun. Mr. Chairman, member, some persons are already in these positions and some vacancies.
All right. In light of, through you, Chairman, in light of the fact that there was no allocation in the last fiscal for this very same allocation, and this budget has now been passed. The budget has read less than 2 weeks ago. In what time frame within the last 2 weeks in this new fiscal, was these positions advertised and filled, and what was the process?
Mr. Chair, so member, previously these persons were paid, but they were paid under general administration. When we had discussions and meetings with members of staff, we asked that you pay under your line item. So hence the reason the allocation is there, and we hope to utilize it from there in this fiscal.
Deeply grateful.
So it's not necessarily any new.
Deeply grateful.
Position.
Mr. Chairman, one last question on this line item. Can the Honourable Minister indicate, since there were some positions that were already filled, what is what is the remaining vacant positions, if any, from this line item?
Mr. Chairman, through you, at this point we have 9 field officers to be filled. That is in addition to the BOA 1s and 2s that we already have, right? But out of the 10 field officers, 9 to be filled.
Deeply grateful, please. Mr. Chairman, one last question. Line item 003, 22, short-term employment. We have seen an increase of 100,000. Can the Honourable Minister indicate whether any short-term contracts were not renewed in the last fiscal? And second question is, how many vacant short-term employment are there to fill in this new fiscal?
Mr. Chairman, currently there are 48 short-term employees, 25 temporary clerical assistants sent by Ministry of Labour, and we have 23 persons who are paid under the social welfare short-term vote. So this is where this allocation would be utilized. In terms of persons, you asked about persons not being renewed?
Yes, whether any persons were not renewed under the short term in the last fiscal.
Mr. Chairman, I think we all understand in here what short-term employment means. However, I have no information of persons not being re-engaged.
Deeply grateful, please, Mr. Chairman.
006, National Family Services, page 442. And there being no one showing of hands, we go to item 007, Disability Affairs Unit, page 442. Skip along to Gender Affairs, item 008, Gender Affairs Division, page 443. Okay. So, Member for Rico Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honourable Minister, sub-item 16, Minister Contract Employment. How many positions are you catering for under this position, under this line item?
Right, Mr. Chairman, this, as you know, was transferred to this ministry. The allocation is to pay contract officers, 12 active listeners, 1 project coordinator, non-traditional skills, 1 placement officer, 1 administrative support assistant, statistical analysis 1, and 2 business operations assistant 2.
Are those positions already filled?
From my information and discussions with gender, Mr. Chair, let me just clarify it.
Yes.
From what I'm seeing here, 4 positions.
Only 4 positions are filled, and you are seeking to fill the additional position in this new fiscal year?
What I can say to you through you, Mr. Chairman, is we are working with gender division in terms of their priorities and national needs, and that will be determined during the fiscal year.
Okay. If you look at line item 22, Mr. Chair, sub-item 22, I'm sorry, short-term employment. Are those positions already filled? Are those persons already on the establishment or working within the unit?
So, Mr. Chairman, this is a new sub-item for gender affairs. So, of course, in the fiscal year, works will be carried out to ensure that we have what's required.
This division was transferred to your ministry recently. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but it's a new line item.
It's a new line item. It's a new line item, and you're catering for short-term employment.
It says it's a new sub-item from what I'm seeing. Yeah, it says it's a new sub from what I'm seeing.
Okay, I'm just seeking to find out, Minister, whether there are persons already employed under the contract and short-term employment under these two items.
From what I'm seeing, what I have in front of me, it's the cater as well for persons who for new positions, and at the ministry, the department is in the process of providing the necessary documents for approval.
Okay, but Minister, can you kindly commit to just providing some of the information for us in writing? I understand the constraints with respect to the information, but I'll sincerely appreciate if it can be provided in writing, the list of the positions and whether or not they are filled or to be filled in this fiscal year.
Yes, sure. We are still seeking some clarity once
I
we
understand.
get it. Because of the shift, we can provide it.
Sure.
Okay. Subhead 003. Minor equipment purchases, item page 443. Item 001, general administration, page 443. Item 002, division of aging, page 444. Item 003, social welfare, page 444. Item 006, national family services, page 444. Item 007, disability affairs unit, page 444. Item 008, gender affairs division, page 445. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 004, international bodies, member for Dago Northeast.
I am on 04005. That's the general item is 04 and 1005. Is that all right? I'm not asking about international bodies. I'm going on to the next one. It's a sub-item, not an item. Mr. Chairman, you said you would call items. Right?
Yeah, so this is
04. I'm going to 005, non-profit institutions. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's the number you called.
Okay.
I would imagine.
With respect to 04, 005, 04, and 06, could the minister indicate why the allocations for 2026 for the St. Mary's Children's Home and the contribution to non-profit institutions has been reduced in fiscal 2026? I am aware this was in OPM before. It is now in your ministry. And when you look at the allocation in OPM and your allocation is less for the same thing. So why has the allocation for the St. Mary's Children's Home been reduced by 2 million, I believe, maybe 2.5? And why has contributions to non-profit institutions, gender affairs, been cut by $2 million?
Mr. Chairman, this item has been transferred to this ministry, which was just said by the member. However, what I can give in terms of explanation It's based on what was submitted in terms of what is expected to be covered under expenses. The allocation would have been provided, as well as based on the approved sums for these entities.
So the minister is saying that the St. Mary's Children's Home asked for $2 million less?
Mr. Chairman, I would have given an answer.
Oh, really? Okay. And the NGOs asked for $2 million less?
Mr. Chairman, based on operational expenditure, what was presented, that is how the allocation would be provided, which the member is very well aware of.
The answer, I'm getting my answers. Yes, the answer is yes and yes in both. And I would like to know...
Mr. Chairman, I do not appreciate that the member is giving me an answer.
All right,
He
Mr.
can't
Chairman,
say yes for me. I'm providing an answer based on what I have in front of me.
Right. So therefore, when the minister uses the terminology, what was presented? Presented by whom, please?
Mr. Chairman, the member is very well aware of who present information to Budgets Division.
No.
To be provided.
No. I'll be very specific. Did the St. Mary's Children's Home and the various non-profit institutions present to the ministry a reduced request in 2026 compared to 2025? No, I'm not asking you.
Mr. Chairman, my answer stands.
What is the answer?
And what the member should be answering is his treatment towards these homes over the last 10 years. That is what he should be answering.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
I'm not getting an answer.
It has nothing to do with this line item. Nothing at all.
I am asking money in 2026. Did they or did they not? Mr. Chairman, what is the member
Mr. Chairman, since when the member for Gov't care about these institutions?
Okay, let's not let the answers get out of hand. Let's not let the answers get out of hand. Minister?
Just answer.
But I'm answering.
But you haven't answered.
Member for St. Anne's, can you stop hurling instructions across the aisle? At the end of the day, whether the minister answers or chooses to answer, or the answer the minister chooses to give is entirely within her purview. Stop hurling instructions across the aisle. Minister, are you able to answer that now? Or?
Mr. Chairman, I gave a response.
Very
what
well.
was presented and what was given
presented
in terms
by
of operational
whom,
expenditure.
Presented
Very well aware of the procedures. Very well aware.
Presented by whom, please?
I stated before, Mr. Chairman, asked and answered.
Right.
I'm not going to be in this
Mr. Chairman,
tit for tat with that.
Mr. Chairman, if I can intervene, please. I want to remind the minister that many of his answers are not just for our own.
San Fernando East, that's not a question. I'm going to the member for Dago Martin Central.
The public has to be informed also, Mr. Speaker.
I'm still on this item, sir.
Which line item?
I have one more question for the minister.
Minister
on 04-005-06. I was not allowed to answer my question, to ask my question, sorry. My question is, what are these non-profit institutions? Do you have a list of them and how much money each one is going to get to make up this $5 million? Can I get a list and how much each is allocated?
Mr. Chairman, we will attempt to provide that for the member.
Mr. Chairman, does that word attempt mean I'll get it?
Well,
that word attempt, based on your interpretation of it, I'm just getting clarification, Mr. Chairman, your interpretation of the word attempt by that particular minister, that honorable minister, was that we will get it. Is that so?
I would imagine so.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You know, there's a concept known as an honor system. I would imagine it's an honor system. Member for Dago Martin Central.
Wow. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just for clarity, the minister spoke about our treatment of these homes. I would let the minister know that in 2025,
Mr. Chairman, are we in a debate?
St. Mary's children.
This is not a debate, Mr. Chairman.
I'm allowed
a question was posed and I answered. Why is he going back?
I am just clarifying something, Mr. Chairman. St. Mary's Children Home, the 2025 estimate was 12 million. The revised estimate was 15 million. Contribution to non-profit institutions, 5 million. The revised estimate was 7 million.
All right. Is there a question in that?
There is, Mr. Chairman.
Well, can we get to the question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question is, Mr. Chairman, there have been a number of institutions that have been transferred from OPM to the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services. I am asking the Minister if there is a reason for the absence of St. Michael's School for Boys that was given 2.4 million last year and is listed as having been moved to the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services.
Mr. Chairman, the reason for St. Michael's being absent from here, as asked by the member, that's what the member asked, right? The reason for it being not being here is because it was closed by you.
No. School was not.
Mr. Chairman, they are not even aware, which is so sad.
So the answer is no allocation was made because
they
it
have
was
been closed.
Okay, so the short answer for the public record is that no allocation was made because it was closed.
The St. Michael's School for Boys is noted here as having been transferred to the Ministry of People, Social Development and Family Services. It received a revised estimate of 2.4 million last year. It is not here. I am asking why that line item. If as the minister wants to purport, which, Mr. Chairman, is a false position. However, if the minister wants to purport, then it should be here with a zero figure. It is not in the draft estimates.
Chairman, I am advised St. Michael's has been closed.
When? I suppose that's the extent of the answer we can get. I suppose there is another alternative that you can avail yourself of.
There is, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. So shall we move on? I'm reminded, member of St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under 00530, I see the aging program under the social program with specific reference to aging has been reduced in this allocation. Could the minister venture a reason as to the reduction?
Yes, member. Mr. Chairman, based on what was presented, they have quite a few events which are planned under this particular division of aging, and based on the estimates, the funding is adequate.
So they requested less than they would have spent in 2025.
Mr. Chairman, it's basically the same allocation and that of which is necessary.
It's not the same. It's actually listed as a decrease in the decrease column here in black and white. So clearly, the funding for those programs, the aging programs, have been cut, Mr. Chairman. That's cutting programs for the aged. I want to continue with 3.1, line item 3.1.
Mr. Chairman,
contribution to
before we
non-profit.
move on to 3.1,
if I may continue, my question,
no, that's a comment, Mr. Chairman. We have
there is only
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Mr. Chairman, the member cannot make
Mr.
an
Chairman,
accusation on this government, and I'm not allowed to respond to it.
my question at
Well, you
this
see,
time.
Mr.
the
Chairman,
problem the problem we continuously encounter is that members want to ask questions, give responses, and there's a generous amount of unnecessary, unhelpful, quite frankly, and unproductive hyperbole interjected into the and editorializing into the questions. So perhaps we could just ask sterile questions and we'll move along just finely.
Mr. Chairman, I simply state this.
Mr. Chairman.
It is here in black and white under 3.0, social programs aging, and there is a decrease. The minister said it's basically the same allocation, and I'm saying no, it's not. The funding for this, which deals with social programs for the aged, has been decreased, and that is a fact. It's not editorializing.
Mr. Chairman, that's
not
not
being
what the
pejorative.
member said. The member said we are cutting programs for the aged
But you
in
are.
this country, which is not true.
Okay, but I think the Minister
Chairman, I
of
wish
Finance
to
right
list,
there.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I wish to list our plan for the division of aged.
No. Under which line
Under
item?
this line item.
Mr. Chairman, under which
Mr.
line item is that
Chairman,
being listed?
They bray and they make noise when you give explanations.
Under which line item?
Okay.
They're trying to hoodwink the
No,
population.
no, Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
that is not a question.
All right. No, I want to.
Mr. Chairman, can I list our plans?
All right. No. Listen. Here's
Mr.
what we're
Chairman,
going to do. Here is what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. The members asked a question. The minister has answered the question. We're going to move to the next question without the unnecessary editorializing. It's unhelpful, quite frankly. And the interpretation of answers for the public record really is unhelpful because the answer is what the minister answers, not the member's interpretation of the answer. It really doesn't help us. At the end of the day, when you ask a question, the answer is the answer which is given, not anybody's peculiar, or particular, or favorable, or unfavorable interpretation of what you may perceive the answer ought to be or what you think it is, right? So let's just move on in that environment and we could ask questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In line item 31, contribution to non-profit organizations or institutions, I noticed an increase of over $1 million, just over $1 million. And there's a list of the organizations that are supposed to benefit from this here. What I want to ask, Mr. Chairman, is it that there are more institutions that will be assisted, or is it that there's going to be an increase in the contribution to any one of these that are listed here?
Mr. Chairman, through you to the member, there are other NGOs currently requesting assistance. There are some NGOs currently requesting increases in their subventions. So these are what would be considered here under this line item.
Okay, well then could I further ask the member to provide in writing the exact amounts that are given at this time to these institutions that are listed here? Can I have that in writing, please? I'd appreciate that.
Yes, sure. I can give it to you now if you would like.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, Court Shamrock, 452,000. The Halfway House, 2016, 65,000. The Salvation Army.
Mr. Chairman, I could hardly hear what the minister is saying. If I could ask the minister for us, maybe we could hold you up closely.
The Shelter Home for Women and Children, 90,000. Family Planning Association, 1 million. Rape Crisis Society of Trinidad and Tobago, 300,000. Trinidad and Tobago Red Cross Society, which is currently on hold, but the estimated figure is 730,000. Goodwill Industries of the West Indies, 564,413. National National Center for Persons with Disabilities, 799,360, but that is also currently on hold. Sorry, not National Center is on hold. The Trinidad and Tobago chapter of Disabled Peoples International, that one is currently on hold. But the National Center for Persons with Disabilities, 799,360.
Did you call a figure for the Salvation Army?
Salvation Army, yes, that's on hold as well. So we have 3 of them on hold.
You have about 3 or 4 on hold?
Yeah.
So what is the total that you expect to pay then out of this allocation?
Mr. Chairman, what's happening is we are working with them to get up to compliance so they can continue to get their subvention.
Understood. So what is the total that will be actually paid out of this? Because if you said some of the funding is projected, what's the total they're actually paying?
So what would happen here, I would need to get the figures for those 3 and then give you that. So you would need to get that at a later date.
Okay, well, then let's go back then to the original request, which is to provide it in writing so that we can have an actual figure for what is being paid. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, based on a question posed before, I just have an additional answer. I'm just unlocking to give that to you. If you would permit me?
Yes, of course.
Mr. Chairman, Daily Express, May 2nd, 2018. St. Michael's School for Boys closes after 129 years. Daily Express.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the next. Are we finished with this? Okay. Item 006, Educational Institutions. Member for Laventille West.
Mr. Chairman, I had my hand up before you moved on. For line item 0400547, the National Therapeutic and Resource Center, I'm seeing this a new item. Can the Honourable Minister indicate what is this new project about and which state agency will have the project management of same?
Mr. Chairman, this will not be any state agency who would be responsible for this. This would be under, well, this is currently under the NGO unit of the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services. They will be responsible for this in addition to our DAU, Disability Affairs Unit. And Mr. Chairman, it's specifically to support the operationalization of the National Therapeutic Resource Center, which they opened and never operationalized. So, Mr. Chairman, this line item is to assist with therapy.
The center that you're referencing under line item 47, when was the center opened?
April. Mr. Chairman, in April of this year.
So, just noting then that if it was open in April, elections took place in April, then the person that never opened it was the UNC government.
Mr. Chairman, the center was reopened.
Slippery slope, the editorializing.
But I'm proud, Mr. Chairman, this was constructed
Exactly,
by
slippery
UNC.
slope. Clearly, the members said it wasn't open, but it was UNC to operationalize.
You
May I ask then,
Mr. Chairman, they evicted
may
the
I
children
ask then, under
from the
47,
NTRC.
All right,
You evicted the children.
Let's move on.
May I ask
Your
under this same line item,
evicted the
Mr.
children.
Speaker, how many staff members are expected to be paid out of this allocation?
Mr. Chairman, at this facility, the Disability Affairs Unit will be moving to this facility to assist with the operationalization of the center.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if my question was clear. I'm asking, how many staff members will be paid out of the 4 million that is allocated for the operationalization of this center?
No staff. specifically to support NGOs, and as a result, no would be paid out of this allocation. Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Health would be moving to this facility as well very soon. We are working with them. So this allocation would be to support those NGOs with therapy, additional therapy that are needed.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm quite unclear as to what the operationalization of this center involves. What will this $4 million be expended on? Is it a grant to NGOs? What exactly is it?
So, Mr. Chairman, this is specifically to provide for the cost for the therapy. To service
Cost in therapy for whom?
For persons with disabilities.
Persons that are recommended by NGOs?
Both Ministry of Health and NGOs.
Which NGOs exactly are going to be accommodated with the ability to recommend persons? I'm sure the public is very interested to know.
Sure. Just a second. What would occur here? It would be both from referrals from the RHAs, who would be stationed at the facility, and in addition to that, the recognized NGOs who provide services to persons with disabilities, such as which would be provided by our NGO unit. There are several NGOs approved by the ministry who provide assistance and services to persons with disabilities, and those would be the NGOs who the ministry would be working with.
Do you have a listing that you can read
We
out
will
for us?
provide a listing to you, because from what I'm seeing here in terms of our approval, we have to engage in some consultation as well with them.
Oh, so that has not been yet decided.
Engage in some work with these NGOs.
Out of this $4 million, you said that therapy will be paid for. Where will the operational cost for the actual center be coming from? This vote here?
I'm advised that the ministry is a facility, the center is a facility of the ministry. So it would be a part of the day-to-day runnings, the maintenance, of course, as stated before, is contracted, and it will be in collaboration with the RHA.
So
starting off as the Southwest Regional Health Authority, based on discussions.
So the entire cost that is listed here, the entire estimate, is simply to pay for the treatment. And it's going to come from the RHAs, and it's also going to come from NGOs, which you have not settled as yet, but which is being settled at this time.
Yes.
Thank you.
And of course, from the RHAs, it would be the referrals.
Okay. Item 007, households, page 447. Okay. Item 009, other transfers, page 447. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Item 004, statutory boards, page 448.
Oh, you want
Member for Diego Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The Lady Ho Choi Institution has two centers, one in Cocorite and one in Gasparillo. Sorry, in Port of Spain. Yeah, Arpita Avenue, Port of Spain. And Gasparillo. I notice on these two centers.
Hang on.
Yes, I'm on
Right.
04. 00415.
Right, so
Okay, no problem.
we now move on to draft estimates of the revenue expenditure of the statutory boards and similar
No,
bodies.
Mr. Chairman. I'm on this. I'm 0600415. I don't need to go into the details. I'm just dealing with this particular line item. I don't need to go into the details of it. I'm just dealing with this page.
I'm advised by those who know this procedure far better.
Go to the page?
Yes.
All right. Could you tell me which page, please? No, he gone into this. The one that
All right,
that
so
you corrected me about.
the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. Page 521, subhead 01, personnel expenditure.
Could you kindly tell me what page is 0600415? Because I just want to ask on the general thing.
Page
521.
521, I'm advised.
521, they say. What they say? Imagine that, eh? Imagine that.
521.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I simply wanted to ask on the bulk allocation. And going back to, okay, on this item now, Lady Ho Choice Centers of Trinidad and Tobago. The Lady Ho Choice Centers are for persons with intellectual disabilities and special needs. And there are two main centers, one in Border Spain and one in Gasparillo. And I noticed there is a reduction in the allocation in this fiscal year. So to the Minister, I have two questions on that particular item. One, why have you cut the allocation for the Lady Ho Choice Centers, which are for children with special needs? And is it that you have cut Port of Spain and left Gasparillo the same? That's my question on that one.
Mr. Chairman, through you, in response to the member's question, I wish to state that the allocation is reflective of actual operational cost for the Lady Ho Choice Centers of Trinidad and Tobago. I also wish to inform the member that in fiscal year 2025, an increase was provided at that time for the implementation of a fire suppression system. The allocation for fiscal 2026 does not include the costing for the system as it was already facilitated in fiscal year 2025.
If that is so, then how come in 2024 the allocation was higher than in 2025? Because if, as the Minister is saying, if the Minister is correct, this new system was put in 2025. In 2024, the allocation was 12.5 million. There was no system then. So what's going on? I want to know why you are cutting institutions for special needs. And I asked another question which the Minister did not answer. I guess according to the Chairman, a non-answer is an answer. Are you cutting Port of Spain and leaving Gasparillo intact?
Mr. Chairman, the figures the member is quoting, I don't have that in front of me. In 2024, the actual expenditure was that of 14.4. 25, the estimate was that of 16.3 million.
You're correct. You're correct.
Mr. Chairman, in 2026,
hearing impaired allocation.
15.6 million for Lady Ho Choice. I gave a response, and the reason for the reduction is because the fire suppression system was completed, and as a result, the allocation is what it is here at this point. So we are not cutting anybody.
Fine. Let's move on to the next item then, 00441, where the 2024 allocation was 12,500,000, and in 2026 you have cut it And the allocation in 2026 is less than in 2025 and in 2024. And that is the Trinidad and Tobago Association for the Hearing Impaired. Why are you cutting the allocation?
Mr. Chairman, through you to the member, line item 41, Trinidad and Tobago Association for the Hearing Impaired. I wish to give the following answer. The allocation is reflective of TAHI's realistic projected expenditure at this time, which the member is fully aware of how that works. The organization is undergoing a transformative process, and the decrease is within their trend of expenditure at this point in time.
So the minister is saying with increased electricity rates, increased national insurance contributions, and no apparent decrease in the number of hearing impaired people in Trinidad and Tobago, you have cut the allocation for the hearing impaired?
Bacchanal.
I want bacchanal.
And I'm not on that.
A cut is a cut.
I gave a proper answer.
A cut is a cut.
In local parlance, he's on bacchanal. I gave a proper answer to reflect the reduction, Mr. Chairman.
Right, so you cut them and you have no
I
answer.
did not
No
cut.
problem.
I gave a proper
No problem.
answer.
It's okay.
What we doing? All right, let's. Minister of Finance.
Thank you. Chair, I think this is an opportune time to remind members opposite, especially the member for Diego Martin Northeast, that there are several columns here. There's 2024 actual, there's 2025 estimates, there's a column called 2025 revised estimates, and there's a 2026 estimate. And the same line item, the same issue this is raising, if he looks, the only actual expenditure here would have been for 2024, in which there was $11.5 million. I'm proud to say that we are budgeting $13.7 million for this fiscal year. I am proud to say that, sir.
Proud that you cut the allocation.
Yes. I'm sorry?
Mr. Chairman, we did not
the
cut.
Allocation.
The member keeps saying we
It's
cut.
there in black and white.
We gave
Mr.
a proper answer, Mr. Chairman.
There's a revised estimate, as you very well know, sir, which may or may not be higher. You're very
It's
familiar.
lower.
It's a projection. The only actual under your tenure, sir, was $2 million less than we are promoting.
I don't know why.
Yeah. I am advised to remind members that we have since moved on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, which is contained in a different volume. Right,
Are there any other statutory boards, sir?
So we are going to go now to item 001. Well, I take it we've dealt exhaustively with Lady Hocho already.
Yes.
So we can
And the
move.
hearing impaired, I dealt
Right.
with that too.
So I'm going to go to 003, Penal Daycare and Training Center, page 521. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, Lady Ho Choi Home North. Item 002, Lady Ho Choi Home South.
Do that already. They cut them.
Item 003, Penal Daycare and Training Center. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, Lady Ho Choi Home North. Item 002, Lady Ho Choi Home South. Item 003, Penal Daycare and Training Center. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Trinidad and Tobago Association for the Hearing Impaired. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure. Item 001, General General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, item 007, Households. Five three zero of this. Item 009, Other Transfers. 42, Trinidad and Tobago Blind Welfare Association, subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Page 536, subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, item 007, Households. Honorable members, we will now move to the draft estimates of the development program. And we start at page 195, subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund. Item 004, Social Infrastructure, C Welfare Services. Item 005. I'm to Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Chairman. Just quickly, Chairman. C Welfare Services 044, Establishment of Social Displacement Centers. Minister, I'm seeing the allocation this year is 1.5 million. What are you hoping to achieve this year with this allocation?
Through you, Chair, Mr. Member, we have works to be completed at the Couva Transitional Facility. For fiscal 26.
Does it?
Yeah.
Okay. And also I'm seeing at 129, implementation of a social mitigation plan, that there is no allocation. Is it that that this project has been discontinued, or has it come to an end?
Member, based on what I have in front of me, the project was completed.
Okay. Chair, C130, construction of houses for persons with disabilities. I'm seeing there's an allocation of 3.5 million. Can the Minister give us some details on the Ministry's plan with this new project?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this project will be implemented in association with Ministry of Housing member and the HDC. The aim of this project is to fill the gap that exists in the housing stock by providing purpose-built houses, subsidized housing units for persons living with extreme disabilities.
So, can I ask, Minister, would retrofitting of existing units also be considered under this?
Yes, that's why I said purpose-built.
So purpose-built also including retrofitting. Correct. So in places like in my constituency with Powder Magazine Phase 1, Powder Magazine Phase 2, there would be a retrofitting for persons with disabilities.
Extreme disabilities?
Yes, extreme disabilities. Minister, can you tell me if this is going to be an ongoing project or if there's a completion date for this?
This will be an ongoing project.
It will be ongoing. Can you also tell me when is the scheduled commencement date for the project?
Member, commencement should be in this fiscal year. Because the allocation is here, we are just finalizing some matters with Ministry of Housing, but it will be in this fiscal year.
And have you all already targeted different regions where these purpose-built or retrofitted homes would be?
I said we are working out some matters with Ministry of Housing. So as soon as that is done, we will make the public aware of it.
Thank you.
Member for Laventille West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under line item C 131, implementation of the interagency task force recommendations. I am in the last fiscal, 184,400 was allocated. I'm seeing a reduction to 38,000. Can the Honourable Minister indicate one? What is this 38,000 allocated for in terms of what part of the project or implementation? And the reason for the reduction?
Mr. Chairman, previously a commitment of 184,387 was paid. This allocation is specifically to settle an outstanding payment to the amount of 37,761.
Yeah. Honourable Minister, can you indicate what is this, even as it relates to settling, what was this project about from the ITF?
This outstanding bill that we need to settle?
Yes. No, what was the project about in terms of the actual implementation?
Mr. Chairman, this, based on what I have in front of me, this bill in particular was incurred relative to the implementation of Java Games, which was done in 2024 at community residences. I cannot state that for the safety.
Yeah, deeply grateful. Mr. Chairman, line item C130, can the Honourable Minister indicate how many houses does the Ministry intend to outfit or construct for persons with disability?
Mr. Chairman, through you, because we are constructing purpose-built, there's an estimated figure of 8 in this fiscal.
Can the Honourable Minister indicate, please, Mr. Chairman, under the same line item, what would be the procedure for allocation, for selection and allocation of the members with extreme disability, if it would be distributed in terms of the different non-profit or how would it go about?
Mr. Chairman, as I indicated to Diego Martin Central, this has been worked out with Ministry of Housing at this point.
No, I think St. Anne's East was way ahead of the rest.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to ask about line item 134, the renovation of government buildings in South Usage shelters. I see an allocation of 4 million for that, and there are some listed here. Are these the only ones that are going to be renovated?
Mr. Chair, member, yes.
Mm-hmm. And these are shelters for whom exactly?
From our discussions with gender prior to this, women in instances of domestic violence.
Women with children
In
as well?
instances of domestic violence.
But no, what I'm asking is, will children also be allowed at those centers? Women and children?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Same line item. Can I ask, will these renovations be completed in the next fiscal year?
Mr. Chairman, based on what we have in front of us here, or I have in front of me, by the third quarter of this fiscal, we are attempting to complete the repair and renovation works.
Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, on line item 134, I am seeing that this is noted as a project that was transferred from office of the Prime Minister, but I did not see this project under OPM in the last fiscal. Is it that it was a previous project that has now been renamed?
Mr. Chairman, yes, it was under OPM. It is not being renamed.
I'll look again, but I didn't see that.
I'm advised that it was renamed.
Could you, just for my own reference, could you tell me what the previous name of the project was?
As I indicated before, we are still getting some information from OPM based on the transfer. So I can't give you that at this point.
Can you give it to me?
I can try to give it to you.
Thank you, Chair. Will the Honourable Minister please explain if there were any allocations under C044 for the meal shelters, the budget in general?
About the shelters, which shelters?
Any shelters for meals?
For meals?
Yes.
Not under this line item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, under C096, the Development Center for Persons with Challenges, where is this center located?
This is the NTRC.
Okay, but where exactly is it located? And what is the allocation of the 2026 estimate, which is slightly reduced from the 2025 estimate? What exactly is that to be used for?
So, Mr. Chairman, some works were done in 2020, fiscal 2025. And there are some works scheduled to be done at this center. This is the NTRC located in Carsonfield. Some works will be done in this fiscal on the upgrade of the wastewater treatment system, as well as in looking at the building, there was need for an elevator for those children with disabilities. And in addition to that, some upgrade works to some internal areas within the facility.
Thank you.
Diego Martin Northeast.
Mr. Chairman, I noticed in response to questions from my colleagues with respect to building works on buildings with disabilities. So I'm dealing with C 044, well, that's not really people with disabilities, 096 and 130. I noticed the minister continuously using a term in response to queries from my colleagues about these provisions, and that term is extreme disabilities. Am I to assume, therefore, that the government is not catering for people with partial or moderate disability? because the minister kept repeating extreme disability in response to every question.
Mr. Chairman, this is a new project, and of course, it's work in progress. It can be considered, but at this point, based on the gap we attempt to fill and the discussions we are having, this particular project has to do with extreme disabilities. As you know, Minister, the Ministry of Housing already has a percentage allocated for persons with disabilities.
That's all right. I just wanted clarity because you use the term not just for this project but for others. You kept saying extreme disabilities when the word disabilities was mentioned.
No, only
so you're
for
saying
the
this particular project,
that particular
is for
project.
this one that you're
Correct.
referring to, is for people with
Previously
only
said-
for persons with extreme disabilities.
Previously, I said persons with disabilities. For this particular project with housing, extreme disabilities. I think I was very clear.
All right, you have answered the question. So there is no provision for persons with partial or moderate disability.
Give an explanation, Mr. Chairman,
All right, come on.
based on the partnership with the Ministry of Housing.
Okay. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, page 196. Infrastructure Development Fund. Item 004, social infrastructure, page 304. St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm dealing with item C001. And I noticed that this item was allocated 50 million in 2025, 7 million spent, and there's no estimate in 2026. May I ask if this refers to the center in Port of Spain?
Right, Mr. Chairman, C001. The member asked about the allocation. Mr. Chairman, what I can say about this particular project is the allocation is not listed here for this fiscal year. The government is actively looking at this particular project. We will do what's best for persons with challenges. And what I must say as well is that at this given point in time, the work of the ministry continues and the services are being provided to members of the public.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I asked specifically, is this the center that is under construction in Port of Spain? So the center that is under construction in Port of Spain and has made quite some progress, there's no allocation in 2026, and you said that the government is looking at it to make a decision as to whether it's going to be continued.
Mr. Chairman, there are some matters being looked at, and an update will be provided in due course.
But without an allocation given to this item in 2026, is there any plan to continue construction in 2026?
Mr. Chairman, I can't say at this point in time, but an answer will be provided in due course.
So the center in Port of Spain that is being built to deal with socially displaced persons, the government is unsure as to the future of this center. So no allocation has been made. Okay?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I do not appreciate that members on the opposite side are trying to rephrase my responses given to them.
Well, as I've said before, the answer lies in what the minister responds to and not the editorializing of anyone else on either side. So, Aruka Lupino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Minister, this is an existing project. It is an ongoing project with contractors hired. Contractors are being owed, and it's just ongoing. The fact that you do not have an allocation, wouldn't that situation now expose the state to serious contractual liabilities?
Mr. Chairman, as I stated before in my previous answer, it is being reviewed. The government is actively looking at it, and a response will be provided in due course as per the way forward.
Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Minister, are you now saying, or can you state whether the current position of the government in not providing any allocation to this ongoing construction project will bring this project to a halt until such time that you get the opportunity to review it?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not saying that.
So, Minister, can you say whether the review that the government is conducting will bring an immediate halt to this ongoing construction project in Port of Spain?
Mr. Chairman, what I can inform here today is the project remains under active consideration of the government. And the Ministry of the People continues in engagement with the Ministry of Planning and Development and the Ministry of Finance to determine the most efficient and fiscally prudent approach to the continuation of the project. Mr. Chairman, what I wish to also state is that in the interim, all essential administrative and service delivery operations remain uninterrupted. That is my response at this point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Minister, can you state whether or not there are ongoing works on this project at this time?
I'm advised not at this time.
So,
engaged in construction.
So the project has been stopped?
But what I'm advised of, there are persons doing maintenance and cleanup and so on.
It's a construction project, Minister.
That's what I'm telling you. Not engaged in construction, but there are persons engaged in maintenance.
For the Spain South.
Chairman, ask this question very neutrally. This project is located at 7A South Key, Port of Spain. It is 60% complete. Is there a government policy that informs the stoppage of this project? And may I just have an answer as to whether or not, so was there a policy to stop it in the first place, or a problem? And may I ask the government, Mr. Chairman, through you, whether or not they intend to scrap the project altogether? So the first thing is, what was the policy that informed the stoppage of the project? Was there some break in the law? Because, Mr. Chairman, It is 60% complete.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure where the member got stopped and scrapped, you know. I stated clearly
I think that
it is
question was
under
answered.
active consideration.
That part of the question was answered, but perhaps the second part you may wish
Yes,
to
Mr. Chairman.
give some consideration to.
I did say, Mr. Chairman, that we are working with Ministry of Planning, Ministry of Finance
With
to
the
ensure the
contractor?
best way forward. Member for Aruka, I answered his questions as well as to whether persons are at the site.
But are you working with the contractor?
And Mr. Chairman, it is not 60% complete.
How much
it's
percent?
51% complete.
Mr. Chairman, I wish to take issue with that percentage because that's a project in the heart of the constituency of Port of Spain South, and I know everything that is going on. It is 58.9% complete. That is closer to 60 than to 51. So I would, yes, I have figures. I beg your, and a glib response will not do for this one, Faizabad, because this is the displaced people who, for whatever reason, have found themselves at issue. I'm not taking no glib response from you today.
Let's move on.
Not.
The member, Mr. Chairman, the member is the member for Port of Spain South. I'm not sure he's the technical person responsible for the project. I'm advised by the technical personnel of the ministry. And that is the response I will give here today, given to me by the technical persons.
To formally bring a document through your chair to show that my figures are as correct as they can be. I know everything that is going on.
What I would suggest, you have a quiet word with your neighbor, their member for Port of Spain North, and we know in construction law, any formula can change the completion percentage by any number. Let's just go to Diego Martin Central. Have a conversation with your neighbor to your immediate right, and he will tell you about formulations in quantity surveying or unit trial, whatever. Let's just move on. It's later. I'm sure all of us are starving here. Huh? All right, so we move now to item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, public buildings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 005, 06, 001. Construction of a head office for the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services in Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, just off of Tragrade Road. There is absolutely no money being provided for this building, which is 51% complete. The roof is constructed. They were supposed to complete the pouring of concrete. May I ask why there has been absolutely no provision for the completion of this work? Is this going to be left unattended? (001) Minister of Finance at page 305. It's a huge building. After you all tour it, you could be hosted
Mr.
a
Chairman.
little further up the road at Valley's House. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I wish to give the same response that I just gave for the assessment center. This project is under active consideration by the government. The Ministry of the People is currently working with Ministry of Planning and the Ministry of Finance to determine the way forward. Despite that, the services of the ministry remains accessible to all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago.
So Mr. Chair, to take your invitation earlier, my concerns now as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago are claims that we are obviously now going to be exposed to because the contractor is not aware of this. And as you would know, Mr. Chair, and as others in the chamber may know, when one takes a unilateral decision to pause work on a construction site of this nature that is over $100 million worth of contract, the government and in fact us, the taxpayers, are now exposed to huge awards and huge claims if the proper process isn't followed. To not allocate money in a budget and a public document like this, and I'll give the contractor some free advice here, it immediately opens you up to the pursuit of what I suspect will be a successful claim against what appears to be a languishing government, because you cannot just say, I'm not providing any money and it is under review. There's no such process as it is under review when you're 51% into the completion of a contract.
I think we need to ask a question rather than give a small lecture or tutorial on construction.
So where is the allocation for the completion of this project?
Well, I think it's quite obvious it's not there. So if we could go to Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my simple question to the Minister of Finance and to the line minister is, if this project and the previous project are under review, wouldn't it have been better to put, even if it was a nominal figure, and then you could revisit at mid-year? But as it's right now, with nothing there, I don't understand where we are in terms of under review.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we are the PNM. We don't fool people.
And Mr. Chairman, just so we can be clear, and I think I have not engaged in that with the minister.
Yes,
I am only saying that it's simple. In order to give what the minister is saying about it being under review any credence, there would have been some allocation that could either have been increased or decreased at mid-year. That is all I'm saying. The numbers tell a different story to what the minister is saying.
I'm not so sure we can get how much of an answer different we can get from this. So with the concurrence of members, I think we could move on. Martin West.
Mr. Chair, just for putting it on record, I would like to know from the minister, through you, when can we expect this review to be complete, and how soon will the minister be ready to tell all of us in the chamber what is going on with this project?
Are you able to give that undertaking now?
Mr. Chairman, the government is very well aware of the work it has to do. As I said, it's under active consideration. The ministry is currently focused on delivering services to the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
And whilst I completely understand that, Minister, timelines are important, especially in scenarios where we have projects like these.
The member for Diego Martin West should be the last person to tell me about timelines here today.
Okay. All right, okay. Let's, Minister, I take it your answer is you're unable to give any timeline now. Right.
It's under review.
Well, not unable, but the review continues. Am I to take it? That's your answer?
Accordingly, I said that
Yes,
before.
all right. So then we will put the question now. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $6,012,215,208 for head 78, Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum of $6,012,215,208 for head 78, Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services, now stands part of the schedule. We will now move to head 42. I propose to take the lunch break now. I had proposed to take 1 hour, but I'm going to crave your indulgence for 45 minutes because we still have quite a long way to go. So we will come back at 3:35. 3:35. So the sitting of the committee is now suspended. We resume at 3:35. We will now move to head 42. I propose.
Time in Trinidad, so put your shoulder to the wheel, man, lad, move on, don't stop till you reach the top. You put a hand and I put a hand and we will see. For big and for small, in no time at all, prosperity. There's no other way to do it. Show your patriotic spirit, unity. Somehow, if Trinidad ever needed you, it's now. Trinidadians, wanna know. Hear my plea, answer my call. The peace and happiness we had before was lost with everybody fighting war. Let's hope that's done. So move on, upward, come on. You put a hand and I put a hand and we will see. In no time at all, for big and for small, prosperity. There's no other way to do it. Show your patriotic spirit, unity. Somehow, if Trinidad ever needed you, it's now. political policy and political ties. And rebuild your country before the good name dies. If everyone will learn to play their part, that is enough to make a useful start. Soon we'll have had a better Trinidad. You put a hand and I put a hand and we will see. In no time at all for big and for small prosperity. There's no other way to do it. Show your patriotic spirit, unity. Somehow, if Trinidad ever needed you, it's now.
Performing in position number.
The band is managed by
16.
Beresford Hunt.
Massey Trinidad All
Tuner
Stars.
for the band is Herman Guppy Brown. The tune is from 1987. Winsford Divine's Curry to Banker, sung by Robert Elias, the Mighty Trini. The arranger for the band is Leon Smooth Edwards. Band number 16, Massey Trinidad All Stars.
Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, 2,094,683,516 dollars. I will now invite the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government represents boots on the ground. We act as a coordinating entity for 14 municipal corporations in Trinidad, for the municipal police and the special purpose enterprises. And at this time, we are responsible for the Rural Development Company and the now controversial Unemployment Relief Program. Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Local Government is the arm of government that has representatives closest to the people in the person of our local government councillors. We are therefore at the heart of our delivery, our government's delivery in bringing governance closer to the people. The Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government must play a role in translating national development objectives into measurable local outcomes that the people can relate to. While we provide fiscal oversight and technical supervision for those under our leadership, it is the people that remain our focus. We provide policy direction and administrative support needed for our local government bodies so that they can more effectively deliver essential services to the people of Trinidad. The value of these duties rests in the direct and lasting benefit they have on our nation's people when performed with excellence. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Rural Development hit the ground running. In May of 2025, days after coming into government, we spearheaded and coordinated a national flood mitigation plan that reaped results across the country. Together with our sister ministries, Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, Drainage Division, and Ministry of Agriculture. This type of collaborative approach by our ministry speaks to our government's approach to collaboration and delivery. The water doesn't stop running where the local road ends. And therefore, that level of cooperation that we have had is a signal to how we will continue to operate and to collaborate, not just with other ministries and other government agencies, but non-government organizations as well as international organizations. With that, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to sharing with the national population some of the heads and the allocations that are in the draft estimates for 2026. I thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $2,094,683,516 for Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, stand part of the schedule. The sum allocated to the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government of $2,094,683,516 for Head 42 is comprised of amount in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of statutory boards and similar bodies, and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, and I think there was some confusion as to which book we were looking at before, so if we could identify which one when we ask. For the avoidance of any confusion and for clarity, we go to subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, page 278. 8. Item 001, General Administration. Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, item 01000101. I see there is a almost 4 million decrease in the salaries and cost of living allowance for this fiscal. Can you give us an idea as to why?
Thanks, sir. At this time, the allocation that is identified here will be sufficient to cover for our personnel and the COLA. As you know, public servants are entitled to the cost of living allowance. So what is in the line item here is sufficient to cover the staff that we have at this time.
This is sufficient to cover for the fiscal, Minister?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you give me an idea of what positions are covered under this line item?
Sure. On the establishment, we have 1,928 employees. We have, in terms of permanent officers, we have 623 permanent officers.
Okay, and so Minister, what I was asking is what positions, not how many, what positions are covered under this? I'm assuming that this...
Yeah, oh, sorry, those are administrative positions within the public service, and those people are within the ministry itself.
So at Kent House itself?
Yes.
Yeah, so none of these are in the corporations?
Yes, some of the regional corporations, administratively over time, they continue to fall under the ministry, and they are often transferred from one corporation to another, depending on the seniority when they get promotion and so on. Sometimes you will find them in an acting position in one corporation or in the ministry, and then they will be transferred back. But most of them do continuously serve at the Ministry of Local Government.
So this would account for CEOs and sort of heads of departments and those sorts of
Certainly,
positions?
yes. Those CEOs are public officers who are on the permanent establishment, so yes, they are covered.
Any of these positions would have been covered under the recent SRC report?
No, those are a little junior.
So none of these. So
Yeah.
CEOs and whatnot would not have been covered under these.
No, they were not covered.
All right. Can you give me an idea of how many vacant positions you have?
Oh yes, we have, in terms of number of vacant positions at present, we have 1,190, and we have 469 with bodies and 847 without bodies. And the public will appreciate that this lack of filling of vacancies affects us in our management and the administration of our day-to-day operations.
To that end, Minister, are you working with the Service Commission? Thank you very much. Service Commission to have these.
Certainly, we have already started meetings with the Service Commission, with the respective unions, because within the ministry, in terms of human resource management on a whole, we have public officers under both this item, which is our monthly pay, as well as our daily rated. And we have several unions in both categories, so we have already started conversations with them, as well as with the respective Service Commission concerning it. But there are so many concerns in terms of what the HR needs are, and this issue that we have been facing is decades of what I call administrative neglect.
So, tell me, Minister, going through that process, has the Service Commission given you any sort of a timeline as to when you can start to see any sort of
No, people who have been in the public service for some time will understand why I smile, Mr. Chairman. The issue of the public service commissions doing their duty in terms of filling vacancies has been around for decades. And in the meanwhile, though, while we have to continue to provide support, so part of the government's initiative is in terms of cross-government agencies. So the government has a holistic approach, but as it speaks to this line item specifically, we will continue our talks with the various service commissions.
Okay. Minister, you mentioned that, of course, and I know, having been in a corporation, that you have many unions that you are already speaking,
yes,
that you are speaking with. We know that the government has signaled that they are going to start negotiating with the PSA. The obvious question is, does this allocation reflect in any way what the PSA has already said, that they expect negotiations to be finished by December of this year?
Yes.
And then how is that going to impact your negotiations with your other unions?
Mr. Chairman, while this question would have been asked under several line items, I welcome just a few minutes ago, I do welcome the Minister asking the question, because I really want to give a more holistic answer. I hope that this would satisfy the repeated same question over and over. Mr. Chairman, when unions negotiate with the CPO, there is a process, and the CPO has to officially inform the Minister of Finance that this is the agreed sum and as of what date that has to be paid. The Ministry of Local Government is not in a position to allocate for what we don't have documentation for as yet. And I think that in our answers thus far to the committee, we have made it very clear. The government intends to honor all our agreements with all workers in this country. And the approved procedures for public financing provides for that. So whichever union has an agreement, we will not be, as I said, dishonoring it in any way. And in fact, we are happy for the opportunity, because many of these workers have not been living with realistic salaries for the last 10 years because the former government did not compensate them properly.
So, Minister, you're saying that having gone through that process, if necessary, you can always return at mid-year for that. I'm asking if that is completed, you can always return at mid-year.
Well, the question was whether this amount will be sufficient to pay, your question was whether this amount includes the 10%, correct, and I explained to you why it does not need to include the 10% at this time. So certainly we have a Standing Finance Committee at another stage where you can ask that question. I think it will be well timed at that time. Mr. Complete the answer with regards to the CPO. There are specialized positions within the ministry that include offices such as health and public health inspectors, municipal police officers, deputy CEOs, and other specialized positions that have been vacant, and the persons performing the duties over the time has been day paid employees. And because of this, the shortfalls that we face in terms of employees is really critical for those to be filled. In the meanwhile, though, we will put some short-term mechanisms in place. But when I share with you that we are talking to the CPU, it is to cover particularly those specialized areas. It's not just administrative positions alone.
And those salaries are set by the CPO, yes? The salaries for those positions. Right. No, because you pointed out that the government had underpaid these people, but these things are set by the CPO, not by
government's daily paid workers. All.
Moving on. Minister, 08 vacant post salaries and COLA without incumbents.
Yes.
How is this 3 million going to be utilized?
Sorry. Wait. This is a standard. This is a standard administrative space where we pay for our monthly paid officers. These are due to them as they do their work. They have them, they retire and so on. Everything that they are due, it's paid under here.
After they're retired, that it gets paid from here?
Yes, when they act. Sometimes by the time they retire, they don't get the money right away, no. Sometimes after retirement, they're still collecting.
No,
So
because we have to expansion, because
we have to properly
understand.
audit it. That's a normal public service exercise. They go through audit, and many of them do collect these monies after retirement and so on.
Thanks very kindly, Mr. Chairman. Honourable Minister, line item 01-00101. You indicated earlier that the decrease of 3.9 million relative to salaries and COLA, that decrease, even with the projected estimate in 2026 being less, is sufficient to pay all staff in that position. My question is, relative to 2025, what was the need for the almost 4 million additional for salaries and COLA?
In that year, there was some arrears of increments that were paid in terms of when they have back pay, in other words. Yeah, so when they have increase in salaries, you pay the increments. There were some arrears that was paid in that particular year. Right. So now there's no need for that big amount, that surplus.
Understood. So all arrears as of 2025 have been cleared?
Yes, thus far until the next set of negotiations. So in fact, there is no reduction in this vote. The increase from last year really was to pay arrears. What you're seeing here is the normal allocation that is needed. So it pays for everything. There is no reduction. There was an unusual spend in the last fiscal to cover arrears.
Deeply grateful. Honourable Minister, line item 01-001-05, government contributions to NIS. I'm seeing an increase, or more specifically, whether it includes the increased NIS contribution as announced by the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Government NIS contribution is a standard in terms of the allocation that is usually given. If there's any variation for any reason, the midterm review usually makes up for it. Thus far from what I have seen, this should be sufficient to cover, because if you look at the previous years, it is not that much different. Yeah?
So, Honourable Minister, there's an increase of 400,000. So I'm asking, not generally, but what specifically is this increase of 400,000 for this line item?
In fiscal 2024, it was 6.9 million. In fiscal 2025, it was 7 million. In fiscal 2025, the revised estimate was 7.6 million. So there's a trend. And 2026, it's 800 million. So there's a trend. And this usually covers, as I say, when we have any new workers come on and so on. So if you follow the trend, you will see that it increases by a certain amount almost every fiscal based on need. So it is just in keeping with the trend.
Duly noted. Line item 01-001-08, vacant post salaries. In terms of, I know you indicated that this is relative to employees who may have increments owed for acting positions and so on. There was an indication that there were going to be a cut across most government agencies concerning acting allowances. Is it that in this new fiscal, the acting allowances is going to continue, or are we going to see any reduction?
The line item you quoted is for vacant posts, the salaries and
08.
COLA for vacant posts without incumbents.
Yeah.
So I don't think that question probably applies to another line, not this line, right?
08?
08 is vacant posts, salaries and COLA and in brackets without incumbents. Are you on another 08?
No, I'm asking if on 08, whether those funds would go towards paying any acting allowances for this fiscal.
No, this position, this line item is for vacant posts where there are no incumbents. So it is for salary and COLA for those positions. Yeah?
Noted. Yeah?
So don't have bodies in where we anticipate they will appoint persons in the upcoming fiscal. Yeah?
Yeah. Good, man.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 00101, salaries and cost of living allowance. With this decrease of almost $4 million, can we assume that there will be no program to absorb the displaced CPEP and URP and forestation workers?
I'm sorry, this is dealing with the public service employees. This is
Okay.
not.
I'm asking. So the answer is yes or no?
Which line item are you on?
001. So the answer is what, yes or no?
Right, 001,
Right.
001 General Administration.
Right.
Which line item?
01.
01 Salaries and COLA.
Would you like to refer to Hansa? That's a straightforward question.
Do you want your answer or not?
I'd like an answer, yes.
Okay, you're getting your answer, and I'm asking because we were way down on 08.
No, we're still in 001. Not so?
Yes. So I want to know which one you are on.
00101.
Okay, good. 01 refers to salaries and cost of living allowance.
Right.
This applies to public servants who are in the public service,
right,
and not to the workers whom you
Right,
described.
but you would have to have a program to absorb these persons, not so? Which should be administered by someone who would fall under this category. So I'm asking.
No, it doesn't.
So you're not going to have.
No, that doesn't come under here.
That's all I'm asking. All right. And I'm moving on. Yeah, sorry, remuneration, 00114. Remuneration to members of cabinet appointed committees. What are these committees?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In our government honoring our promises that we made to the population, and in response to our numerous budget consultations, there were several issues that were critical to national security that also fell under local government in terms of our responsibility. The government took the opportunity to appoint several cabinet committees and come up with a policy to address applications for gated communities and restricted access to local roads. Another committee that has been appointed has to do with reviewing the boundaries of the municipal corporations and making recommendations that will allow more equitable distribution of the population, taking the geography into consideration so that the needs of each regional corporation could be more adequately met in terms of requests for funding and social and infrastructural support. So those are the two cabinet appointed committees, and I expect quite I really look forward to the recommendations of both of them.
So the total of 2 committees.
Yes, 2 committees.
Will there be any committees formed to come up with a plan for absorbing former CPEP, URP, and forestation workers?
CPEP is no longer with the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, and this government did not need a cabinet-appointed committee. This entire government participated and launched a program that is available for every single citizen of this country, where 20,000 jobs are up for grabs.
Yes.
And that was not delivered to the Honorable Kamala Prasad Bisesa and her cabinet.
But the majority of those jobs will not be directed to persons who were formerly in those programs.
I want to advise all citizens
San Fernando East, I permitted this question a few times. I'm not so sure that falls here. Let's move on. Member for Rima.
Honorable Minister, can I kindly request the persons, the name of the persons on the committee? I know you gave us an idea as to what the committee is about, so all I need is just the name. I don't need it now, except if you want to give it, but
yes,
in the interest of time, the name of the committees and those who sit.
Yes. I'll be happy to share the names with the member. The committees also include persons from different ministries in terms of public servants, representatives, but we also have persons from planning, who former commissioners of the Election and Boundaries Commission, and several other persons in those areas of expertise. So we will share it with you. It's not a problem.
Deo Martin West.
Thank you very much, Chair. 01-001-14. Same item, remuneration to members of cabinet-appointed committees. How many members do we expect on each committee, and what is the remuneration per committee member?
I will share that information with the opposition based on request from the leader of opposition. You will get the names of the committee members, their background in terms of what expertise they bring to the committee, and of course the cabinet-appointed committees get a standard salary. So that will be included as well.
So my question...
Yes, allowance, correct.
So my question to the Minister is, how can we assume 50,000 and we are not sure of the amount of committee members or the suggested remuneration?
No, we are sure of it. There's no doubt in terms of the number. The cabinet approved the committees, they approved the number of persons, they approved the persons, they looked at their resumes and their background and so on. There's no issue in terms of what is the number. I just did not work with that file, but I'm willing to share the numbers with you as well as the names and backgrounds and in terms of what they'll be doing, the scope.
We await the Minister's response. Thank you.
Thank you. 0100108. How many vacant posts are there in the ministry?
Mr. Chairman, it's a lot. I have a file here. It's not even in big writing, and it's several pages. So I don't mind sharing it if you want me to call the position.
One number. How many?
Just a minute. All right, so we have in the summary sheet the number of vacancies. I called this number before. 469.
469 without incumbents?
469 with bodies and 4. I thought you wanted further details.
08 is 849.
08, yes.
847, 849, some number like that. That's the answer?
Yeah, 847.
Okay. Since 3 million could not possibly employ 840 odd people, what do you intend to do about filling these posts?
Oh, as I indicated before, what is allocated here will fill those who we expect to be appointed in this fiscal.
How many is that?
we continue discussions with the Service Commission.
Got that.
Because you will appreciate that these vacancies have been in existence for decades. They will not all be filled in 2026.
I got all that. You have said it's over 840 vacant posts without incumbents, and you have said this allocation will cater for those you expect to be appointed. How many do you expect to be appointed?
The normal procedure where they have their recruitment and promotion procedures. So based on that, they will then advise the ministry when they send persons to fill. So because we have been having talks with them, we know in advance how many persons we expect them to send in 2026. So the allocation there is really for those, so which we have informed the Ministry of Finance, for those people who we are aware are going to be appointed. However, all 847 posts cannot be filled in 2026. So we will continue in our discussions, and I want to be very clear, because these positions are Service Commission positions. If you're asking me if the government is going to recruit people for those positions, no, that is the work of the Service Commission.
Minister, you're going around in circles. I asked you one question, and you told me, Minister, that you know, based on information, or you have a fair idea, or an estimate of how many are expected to be filled in 2026. I've asked that question 3 times. And
the number of positions expected to be filled based on the commitment from the Service Commission, which we submitted to the Ministry of Finance, was between 50 and 60 positions in different ranges.
Fine. And since 3 million cannot accommodate 50 positions, what are you going to do about the shortfall in this allocation, the severe shortfall in this allocation?
Minister, right now I don't even know if I get in all these 50 or 60 persons. So we are hoping for the best. You public service positions, it's always very ticklish. So.
All right.
Honorable Minister, I know you offered, and Mr. Imbers, although he didn't accept, but I will be very happy for the data in relation to the 800 plus that you have in your possession when you can submit it at your convenience.
What in terms of what do you want? The
positions? The positions, yes. I know it's a long list, so that, you can submit it.
It's 1,928 positions.
In that context, Minister, how many of those are going to be hired to improve or reform the system of local government? How many of those 840 are now gone to that 1,000?
You just asked me that.
No, how many of them are going to be hired to reform local government? Of that number.
These are normal administrative. This is not for any specific project or program within local governments. Across the board for administrative positions that fall under the Service Commission.
So none of those public service positions will be for reform of local government.
I am telling you that these positions are for administrative positions across the board in the Ministry of Local Government.
So the answer is none. Okay.
That is not the answer. Don't misinterpret and misrepresent my
Well, may I ask then, how many of them are for reform of local government?
There is a bulk number that we have gotten. The question is with regards to those positions, vacant posts, because you asked it under 08.
Yes.
The vacant posts, I indicated to you that based on our confirmation from the Service Commission, we are anticipating between 50 to 60 officers in various ranges to be appointed to local government in various positions in administration across the board, These also include CEOs for the various regional corporations and deputy CEOs and officers in different ranges. So it is not for local government reform, it is for the Ministry of Rural Development and local government across the board. So where there is any reform that, in fact, don't let me go down that road.
Right, so it's not.
I think the answer has been sufficiently expanded.
Yes, she said none. About 5.
All right, so we move now. We move now to item 002, Unemployment Relief Program, page. How's your hand? Okay.
Minister, one question. You had spoken about the remuneration for the 2 cabinet-appointed bodies, and one of them was a committee to look at boundaries. Correct? I don't know if you explained it before, and if you have, I apologize for asking. If you can just give me the mandate of that committee again, please.
You missed the cabinet post-cab. You missed the post-cab briefing, and you missed my explanation earlier.
Well, I apologize beforehand, which is why.
Okay, so we can move on.
So, Chairman, if I may then ask, how does the mandate of the committee differ, or I don't want to say usurp, but how does that impact the work of the EBC looking at boundaries?
So the EBC has responsibility for boundaries of electoral districts. When the EBC submits their EBC report, they submit a EBC report 1 year before a general election is due for constituencies, and 1 year before a local election is due for electoral districts. As the Municipal Corporation Act of 1990 reflects, the boundaries for the region is determined by Parliament. And that has been so, and that is what the law provides for. So even from the NAR time in the 1980s, when they contemplated the restructuring that changed us from county councils to regional corporations, that was done by an act of Parliament. And when Parliament decides the boundaries for the region, for the municipalities, because it was called county before, it's called regional corporations now, but they are all municipalities. So when the Parliament decides on the boundary for the municipality, that is where the EBC comes in, because that is their legal jurisdiction, to then determine, using their formula, to determine the boundary for each electoral district. Yeah?
And I suppose one of the recommendations that may come out of this is also the creation of new regions.
I'm not so sure that's entirely appropriate question on this head. Come on. We're looking at draft estimates of expenditure. That is policy. Come on. No. Let's move on.
Not at all, and you know it's not.
General Administration.
I think it's give it a skip 002.
Yeah, Unemployment Relief Program. Laventille West?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in light of the line item 002, 001, actually 05 and 27 as well, please. Mr. Chairman, in light of the Honourable Minister of Finance budget statement, where he stated the government is committed to ending the state funding criminal gangs by eliminating both the CPEP and URP and replacing them with full-time, better paid jobs, can the Honourable Minister indicate why there is still an allocation for a 5.3 million for salaries under the Unemployment Relief Program?
Yes. So within the Unemployment Relief Program, not all of the persons are 10 days workers or 1 month or contract employees. Many of the positions within the URP are public service positions for accountability purpose. In the public service, they will be reassigned accordingly. Many of them provide accounting duties and auditing duties and so on. So they are still doing a lot of work. And when the time comes, they will be redeployed to different places in the ministry. Sometimes they go to different ministries. And it depends on where their substantive appointment in the public service is.
Chairman, under line item 00201, can the Honourable Minister indicate in fiscal 2025 whether any of these employees under this subheading were either reallocated to different ministries or any of them terminated?
No, these are public servants. They are not going to be terminated. They continue with their job. Some of them, they might be, let's say, for instance, they are appointed as a clerk 2 in the Ministry of Tourism, but they are acting clerk 3 and it was works, and in URP they are assigned there. So they can either go back to their former ministry or they can be assigned to a regional corporation or position in the Ministry of Local Government, depending on where the vacancies are. So PS has already started conversations with some of them, looking at their files to see where they will be sent to. But in the meanwhile, they are still doing work because there's a lot of administrative wrap-up where the URP is concerned.
Thank you very kindly.
Port of Spain South.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, I got your response relative to the workers who you said they are public servants under the URP under this heading 00201, yes? Are there any actual workers, meaning, and you hit the nomenclature correct, 10 days workers still working under this URP program?
This head deals with the public servants.
I understand what the head deals with. My question is...
Well, you have to ask a question that is relevant to this line item.
Yes,
so there may be a line item later on for your question.
Madam, at one time you may sit in that chair. No, you do not determine respectfully what is relevant. The chair and the chair alone tells me what is relevant. So here's my question to you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This item is
Mr. Chairman, here's my question. Under this allocation here, is any of this money, any of the 5 persons who are performing 10-day work?
Mr. Chairman.
Simple question, yes
Mr.
or
Chairman,
no?
I cannot help it if the member does not understand what I started off explaining on the very first question from the member for Laventille West. When he asked, I indicated that this line item is for public servants. So the answer is no. If you don't understand the difference, I can't help you. But the answer is no, and all the other members understand the difference.
So the answer then, the no, is that there's no allocation under this heading for any 10-day worker. Are you shouting at me, madam? Are you raising your voice? No, I'm just asking a question. Are you shouting at me?
There's no need for this.
Mr. Chairman, we can move on.
Yes, I think let's move on. All right. So, Member for Arima.
Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister. Minister. Yes. I was just going to ask, based on the fact that you indicated that these public servants are really wrapping up outstanding and are likely to be transferred, can I take it then that it's an official policy to close the unemployment relief program?
As the government indicated, yes, we are closing the unemployment relief program.
Thank you very much.
In that context, is there anybody else wanted that? Thank you. In that context, are there any positions catered for with this allocation which are solely and only associated with the unemployment relief program? Any public service positions?
Under the URP program, there's a position called a director that is specific. It's a public service post. But in the past, those positions have been, the persons wouldn't lose their job because they're in the public service and they have that security of job. They will be absorbed.
Right, but
other than that,
yeah, okay,
position No,
Right.
the
Go ahead.
others are.
Sorry, when you
yeah.
finish, I'll ask my other question. Go ahead.
You have a follow-up question?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
I am aware that there is a position called Director of the Unemployment Relief Program. How could that person be transferred somewhere else if there is no unemployment relief program? Wouldn't that position simply be abolished?
Mr. Chairman, that is a decision for Cabinet, and that is a regular administrative procedure. When a program ends and the positions are reclassified, there's a standard procedure to deal with that in the public service, so there's no issue there.
I'm not aware of that. My understanding is that when you terminate a program, if there are positions that are specific to that program, they have to be abolished.
Yes, sorry, the position at this time is occupied by an acting post, so there's no confirmed person in the post, but the post exists, so it will be disbanded, yes, but there's no confirmed person there.
Okay.
Will Spinoff?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Minister, in a follow-up question to the response you just gave the Leader of the Opposition, is any of this $5.3 million set aside for the claims that will be made by the terminated CPEP workers? Meaning
CPEP
those on the establishment, those on the establishment.
Yeah.
URP, sorry.
Yeah, 002 is URP, and not CPEP.
Yes, URP
right.
workers.
So I think the question you're asking might fall under a different line item. This is specifically for salaries and the COLA for the public servants that were involved in administrating that program. So it doesn't apply
You just told one of my colleagues that you all were in the process of shutting down the program, and then they too will be disbanded.
No. The public servants will not be losing their jobs or disbanded. There is one position that the Minister of Finance specifically asks about, and I indicated there is no confirmed person in that position.
In the director position.
The director position. So it does not arise in terms of, because there is no confirmed persons there. But all the other positions, is over 100 positions that are public servants, and many of them have worked in other ministries before, and they will either continue to operate within Ministry of Local Government now, or go back to their post, depending on where the they are assigned in terms of the Public Service Commission.
So there are over 100 positions on the establishment for the URP program.
Yes, these are public service positions, yes.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister, in a follow-up question to the answer to this heading that you gave to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, could you tell us, in this plan to shut down the URP workers, how many actual workers will be affected by this plan?
Under this item, which deals with the monthly paid allowance, the staff is about 130 positions where you have monthly paid public servants here, and in terms of vacancies, I think you have about 65 vacancies. Yeah?
So that is those who are affected under here. But could you tell us, because you also in answer could be very confusing with my questions, how many actual 10-day workers will be affected by the answer that you gave to the Leader of the Opposition that the program will be shut down? How many actual persons will be affected by this, please?
Mr. Chairman, I think I answered the question already.
So.
There were 130 persons who are public servants
I think the
under this
distinction
line
the
item.
Minister is drawing is under this line item, it deals with public officers and not the 10-day workers that you are contemplating. And perhaps you will get your opportunity to ask that question later on a different line item. So if we could move on. Right. Head 0. We go to subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Well, the entire thing is to be found at 279 to 280. General Administration, page 279. St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go to item 16, which deals with contract employment. I'd like to know how many positions are there and how many are vacant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are 438 positions at this time.
And how many are vacant?
And we have 137 vacant.
I'd also like to ask if those vacancies have been included in the 20,000 jobs that are on the recruitment side.
Some of them we are already doing interviews to be filled, so we would have advertised, and those positions are being filled. So some of them are, and some of them are not.
Would you be able to tell us how many are being advertised at this time in the 20,000 recruitment exercise?
We would have forwarded to them what was outstanding at the time. In terms of vacancies that we are currently interviewing for, it's well published on our website.
I know, but I'm asking for a particular number. I'm asking what number have been included in the 20,000 job fair recruitment exercise.
What I can give you is the total number of positions, contract positions that we have, and the number of positions that are vacant. We didn't disaggregate it in terms of a specific number that we are recruiting or that the ministry, the national job drive is going to recruit.
Okay. So I noticed that the estimate for 2026 is the same as the revised estimate for 2025. Therefore, in terms of new recruitment, is there any allocation here that would pay for the additional staff?
These are positions that existed before. So this is for contract employment. And these positions, so we are not in terms of creating new positions. What we do have as well is several programs and projects that was started under the previous administration came to an end, even before we came in government. So while the allocation would have been reflective of those, it now allows us to use the additional money towards, for instance, recruiting additional municipal police officers, which we also did under this particular head. We recruited 50 new municipal police officers. Yeah?
While I understand that, so if you're saying then that the previous expenditure of 32 million would have included some jobs that are not currently employed, so therefore the 32 million that is allocated for this year, which is the exact same figure, some additional recruitment is included under this figure?
Yes, we have recruited 50 additional municipal police officers to join the ranks of the TTMPS.
Okay. So with regards to those jobs that would have gone to the recruitment exercise, what is the position regarding, you don't have a figure, you don't have an actual figure of the numbers that you sent to the 20,000, but with regards to the recruitment of those persons, what is expected to happen if those persons are recruited as they are advertised to be?
The persons who are the ministry are interviewing right now,
No, sorry, I am speaking about the persons, the jobs that you would have sent to the recruitment exercise.
What are you asking?
I'm asking how will they be paid? Those persons that are applying now in the recruitment exercise, you are not sure of the figure. You have 137 vacancies in total, and you are not sure how many you sent to the recruitment exercise, and I'm asking, based on the allocation you have, which is the exact same from last year, what is the intention when those persons are recruited as they expect to be? What's the intention in terms of paying them?
They will be paid under this item, and as I indicated, many of those positions existed before. So the allocation is already there to pay them whenever they are recruited. So the money will pay all the persons who will get jobs.
So you are saying that the 137 137 vacancies because the expenditure in 2025 was 32 million. The allocation is the exact same 32 million. And you are saying that between April and now, 137 vacancies have come up in the ministry?
No, some of them existed before.
Okay, so
there are positions that the contract expire, so they are considered vacant. While the ministry will do their usual advertising, interviewing process that I am not involved in, they will determine who is suitable. So those are also vacancies that will be considered under those positions. There are positions, for instance, that are 6-month contract. When those contracts expire, they will be counted as a vacancy. Some of them are longer term contracts. So it's a mix. So to give you a clear answer, yes, all the persons who are recruited, whether it is through the National Recruitment Drive or through the ministry directly, will be paid under this vote. And as I indicated, the number did not need to increase because there are several positions where, for instance, the last government may have had a particular initiative and they hired people for, I will use an example, a 3-year contract. And that contract and that program came to an end, but the money was still budgeted for. So there's no need to increase the allocation. We can keep it at the same, and we can pay people and pay real people to get real jobs.
So, Minister, 6-month contracts and so on will be paid for under short-term employment. I'm not speaking about that. I am asking you.
The 3-month contracts are under the short-term.
I am asking specifically, with no increase in allocation between 2025 and 26, and with the fact that 137 vacancies are presently at the ministry, some of which should have saying that you are going to fill 137 vacancies, some from the ministry, some through recruitment exercise, with no increase in the allocation. That is, I'm confirming that that's what you're saying.
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
I am repeating for the 3rd time, these are not
think
new
that question
positions.
has been asked and answered ad nauseam. And I think if I could put this neutrally, member, I think the various iterations of that question has exhausted itself. So if we could move on to Gov't Central.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, I'm loath to bring you back to contract employment, but one question. The vacancies that have arisen since in recent times, would the local government transformation agents be part of those vacancies?
They were paid under a different item.
So they won't, so they're not in this. Okay. And Minister, one other quick question. When we were looking at 00101, talking about the reduction there, and Chairman, I'm not going back to it, I'm just referring to it. You said that there were some short-term things that you'd put in place, right? I am just asking if that is going to be, those plans will be affected by the reduction in the short-term employment vote. And if so, how many people are you going to be able to either employ or keep employing under this vote?
Just want to get it very clear. You're asking on which specific item you're asking on here?
On line item 22, short-term employment.
Right.
How will this reduction impact the operations at the ministry, at Kent House in particular?
Some of these positions we expect to be filled by the public service, so there is no need to hire as many persons as we had before on this short term, because as I indicated to one of your members earlier, there are about 50 or 60 positions that we expect to be filled that were occupied by persons under short-term employment.
So outside of those 50, you would have other persons being employed under short-term?
No, follow me. The 50 to 60 are positions that the Public Service Commission indicated
yes,
they will
Minister,
fill.
I
Can I finish? I want to finish my answer, please.
But you're answering the wrong question, positions that you were advertising for, correct?
No.
And that you were going to be,
No,
that were
I
going
did
to be
not say
filled.
that.
Minister, you say in those 50 positions, some of them were being filled temporarily by persons in this vote?
No.
Which I'm almost
All right.
that's exactly
You
what
tell
you said
me when
earlier.
you are ready to listen.
Well, Minister, you speak.
All right. The 50 to 60 persons that I indicated are positions that are vacant without bodies that we expect to be filled by the Public Service Commission.
Got that.
In the time that they were without bodies, there were occasions when some of those positions were, the duties were being done by persons being paid under the short-term
Just asked and you
employment
said
vote.
no, but continue.
Hold on. Some of the 50 to 60, some of the 50 to 60 positions, some, not all.
Right.
Some, not all. So while we expect the public service to appoint persons for the positions where we had short-term, not all 50 or 60 have short-term persons.
I got that.
So it's not across the board. So bottom line is that this allocation will be sufficient to pay the short-term employees we do intend to hire in this fiscal.
And having understood everything you just said, Minister, my question to you was, outside of those persons that you've just described, how many people are employed under short term?
The total under short term is 67.
Outside, does that also encapsulate the people that you said were also being employed under short term to fill temporarily those 50 or 60 positions that you expect to be filled by the public service?
Those vacant positions have existed for years. They are filled temporarily on short-term employment with 3-month contracts. So it varies. The number of persons vary. The type of positions they occupy varies. So there is no fixed number that I can give you. What I can tell you is that the total number of persons we expect to employ under this vote short-term employment is 67 persons, and the allocation here is sufficient.
Thank you. Minister, would you be able to provide us with a list of those positions that are filled under short term?
Sure.
Thank you very much. In writing. Not here, obviously in writing. Not
Member?
now, in writing.
I could give it now if you want.
I know you can, but that's why I'm asking for it in writing.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. 02 001 16 and 22. In either of those line items, 16 and 22, was there provision or expenditure on change agents employed to facilitate local government reform?
Under the previous government, there was a change agent program, and based on the cabinet note that gave birth to that expired in 2023 or 24, before the government changed. So the cabinet approval for the change agent program ended.
That's not my question. My question is, if you look at the 2025 revised estimates, the 32 million spent under 16 contract employment and 14 million spent under short-term employment. That's a total of 46 million. Any part of that 46 million, was it spent on change agents who were hired to facilitate local government reform in fiscal 2025?
The program called Change Agents ended, and some of the persons who were initially hired as change agents were subsequently hired in other positions. Okay, so there was no specific change agent program.
No, not a program.
Anymore.
In fiscal 2025, which began on October the 1st, 2024, and up to September 30th, 2025, contained within these two line items, contract employment, short-term employment, were there any persons paid as change agents or similar
Not
to
under this
facilitate
item.
local government reform?
Not under this item.
It's two items I'm talking about.
Not under these items.
So the change agents were never employed under short-term employment in
Change
fiscal
agents
2025.
were a part of an initiative under the previous government that was done under PSIP, under Local Government Reform 045.
So not here at all. Okay.
There was one position called a change manager, where a person was hired for almost the amount of an advisor to a minister. A person who is a very close relative of a former government minister and received an exceedingly high salary. And that person was paid under this contract position. If you want me to talk more about it, I can.
That's fine. Let's go to short-term employment. Short-term employment. You are saying that 67 persons will consume $13,436,000?
The 36 is what exists now. There will come times when we
The
have
allocation is 13,436,000. That's what it is. And you are saying that 16 people will consume that? That's an average of $20,000. I'm asking you, are you going to use the entire 13,436,000 to employ 67 people?
No, Mr. Member.
Okay. So why do you, if you're not going to use the whole amount, why are you?
No,
why
you asked me if I'll
allocation?
use the whole amount to employ 67 persons.
yes,
The whole amount will not be employed. We use for the
So
67.
you're going to employ more people.
If we can employ more people, we will, because there are people who need jobs and we do need the workers.
So
and
you
there's
do
been a
intend to
severe
employ more
neglect.
people on a short-term employment basis in fiscal 2026? Yes? Yes?
Chairman, I think I answered the question. We could move on.
Okay, well then let me just go. I don't know what's wrong with the words yes and no. Let's go back to 16.
Yeah.
Do you intend to employ any additional persons under 60 in fiscal 26? You do.
So, when we came into government, one of the things that I recognize is that the Ministry of Local Government is to play a coordinating role for all the regional corporations. But there are some misalignments. So, for instance, there is a local economic development officer or LED unit at various regional corporations, but there's no LED officer at the ministry to coordinate that. There was a business development unit, and we changed the mandate of the business development unit. So we now have introduced a local economic development unit at the Ministry of Local Government. This will allow us to, through the various regional corporations, create opportunities for revenue generation as well as opportunities for small and micro entrepreneurs. This LED unit will be paid under this vote. We also have identified a similar misalignment when it comes to public health issues. So there are public health officers, inspectors, and medical doctors at regional corporations, but there's no point person for them to report to. So we are in the process of forming a public health unit at the Ministry of Local Government, and that will allow us to coordinate issues such as scavenging service, litter prevention, wardens, keeping the place clean, and dealing with public health hazards and so on, as well as collaboration with other ministries, such as Ministry of Health, where we have an initiative funded by the Government of India to do insect vector control. So those two units in particular will be paid under this item.
So all of that to say yes, no problem. How many people were employed in 2025 that caused an expenditure of 32 million under 16? 16.
Yeah, I would have answered that for you before, and I will repeat.
How many were employed?
Ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. As I indicated before, the number of positions where we have persons is 301. The number of vacant positions is 137. The total number of positions is 438.
Okay, so 301 persons were employed in 25 under 16. How many were employed in fiscal 2025 under 22? How many persons were employed in fiscal 2025, we just ended a month ago, under 0200122?
Right. Oh, that was the 67 persons I indicated before.
So 67, fine.
Yes.
So that's 368 persons. In light of your government's policy to abolish contract employment and fill these positions with permanent positions, how many of these 368 will be converted to permanent positions in fiscal 2026?
It varies because some of these positions are for, when you have a situation where it's a temporary program, for instance, like when the former government had the change agent program, it was set for a specific time. It could be months or it could be years. There are positions, however, that are more permanent in nature, and those are the ones that we will be seeking to have fixed. If you are asking about permanent positions, that has to do with the public service. And of course, we come back to the issue that we have been dealing with all evening, which deals with the Public Service Commission having to appoint persons to fill vacant positions.
Yeah, it's a completely different line item. I am not asking about the 55 persons which you initially said you expect to be employed, and then you weren't sure whether you'll get any at all. I'm not talking about that. Here we have 301 persons employed under contract employment, 67 under short-term employment. That's 368. In keeping with your government's policy position to abolish contract employment and fill these the posts that these people perform, these duties with permanent positions, how many of these 368 will be converted to permanent positions?
Are you able now to answer that?
I'm able now to repeat myself again.
But you're not answering the question. 368, how many of the
Member
368 will become
for
permanent?
East, I thank you for your question, but it has been asked and answered.
It has not. You haven't
Think
given me a
there's difference
single
of-
answer.
Okay, if there's a difference of opinion.
It's not opinion, it's fact. I asked for a number. How many of the 368 will be made
Status of
permanent?
fact in your
indicated-
opinion.
No, it's a fact.
Mr. Chairman,
Facts are facts.
Status of fact in your opinion, there obviously is a difference in perception.
No, sir.
Let's say it.
Sir, I disagree, and I'd like to ask the question again.
No. The minister has answered the question. According to
Minister has
her,
not
on
answered the
several
question.
occasions, this is counterproductive. Let's move to another
Minister has
question.
not answered the question.
Well, in her mind, she has. I'm not so sure how I can force her, what I can do to force her to give any other answer.
no answer.
That's the problem.
I got no answer.
Okay?
So I'd like to move on. I'm still on.
Please.
I'm still on 02. I just went through a few items. I want to go back now to 0200108. I observed that the allocation for 0200108 in 2026 is exactly the same as the revised estimate in 2025 and more or less the same as the estimate original in 2025. It was 1,129,000, 1,128,000, and it's now 1,128,000. Do you intend to either reduce rent or to abandon rental of any buildings in 2026 that fall under this head?
Chairman, the allocation for rent and lease of office accommodation under item 08 is sufficient for our needs and
I didn't ask you that. I asked you if you intend to reduce the rent paid to landlords or abandon the rental of any buildings currently rented under this head. That's my question.
the allocation is sufficient for our needs.
Okay, well, since don't want to answer that one. How are you going to pay the landlord surcharge? How are you paying that if the amount is the same? Could you answer that question?
The allocation is sufficient.
So therefore you're going to reduce the rent, or you're going to abandon buildings. If you have to pay a landlord surcharge, the Minister of Finance put it in the budget.
Well, first of all, I think in order for that question to be a proper question, you have to determine on whose legal obligation it is to pay the surcharge. Is it the tenant's obligation or the landlord's obligation?
Well, we have to find out.
Well,
a good question.
So that's why the question
it's a
is
landlord
premature.
tax. That's a very good question.
That's in times I do. So let's move on.
No, sir. I would like to know in the context.
No, I don't think it's proper for you to ask that in terms of the surcharge. Let's move on.
Mr. Chairman,
ask a different question.
I am not asking that.
Okay,
I'm
if you're asking a different question,
in the
that's fine.
context of that surcharge, does the ministry intend to reduce the amount paid or abandon rental buildings?
The ministry, as other ministries do, pay rent. Landlords pay the surcharge. It is not the ministry as the tenant who will pay the surcharge.
So the landlord will absorb this rent surcharge. Okay. That's what you think. That's what you
Can
think.
we move on? Okay, who's next? San Fernando East.
Thank you. 02000104 electricity. I see an increase here of 22,000. Is that due to the draconian electricity surcharge of 0.05 per kilowatt hour?
Good grief.
Implemented by your Minister of Finance?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if the member really want me to answer him, but the $22,000 is for arrears for electricity bills not paid under the previous government. And, Mr. Speaker, there is no draconian increase in electricity because this government took a decision not to implement the proposed RIC increases for the entire country when we disbanded it, when government changed.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if you're reading the same budget document, but I recall that there's an electricity surcharge of $0.05 per kilowatt hour implemented in this upcoming fiscal year. I would like to know if that is being accounted for in this increased electricity.
Well, I think the answer was clear, that this item is to pay for arrears. So I think the answer to that is no. You can extrapolate the answer. So the answer, I suppose, is no. So let's move on. Next question. St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, under line item 28, 00128, the question is, what are the services that are contracted under this line item?
Thank you. Minister, sorry, Mr. Chairman, not Speaker, Mr. Chairman, under other contracted services, we usually pay for repeater services for the radios that our disaster management units in all the 14 regional corporations use, as well as service contracts that are paid under this vote. If, for instance, you have to pay a consultant and so on, this is where they pay it. So that is what the other contracted services is for.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And under line item 62, promotions, publicity, and printing, I noticed an increase of 303,000. And I'm asking, what exactly is that increase carded to take account of?
One of the things, Mr. Chairman, that we recognize is that there's need for general educating of the public in our current disaster response and flood mitigation measures. To do that, we have to continue to highlight our programs and our services that are initiatives of the ministry, and to ensure that our up-to-date information is disseminated widely. What I can say is that since we started the flood mitigation program, because of the approach of all of our ministers of being boots on the ground, we have brought awareness to the fact that the government is doing flood mitigation. The fact that we continue at local government to train community emergency response teams. Very soon we will have a graduation of over 200 participants. But informing the public is something that is very important. So when we have yellow alerts, we regularly send out updates, and that allows us as well to engage citizens. So the funding that you are seeing there, the bulk of it is towards general public information surrounding emergency, disaster response, and mitigation measures. And some of it has to do with other minor publicity, but the majority of it is this disaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to follow up on that, is it anticipated that this is being done by the ministry itself, or is a firm going to be hired to be able to do this?
No, the ministry has a communications unit, and they continue to perform their duty. Of course, you know that you have to pay. For instance, if you want to put out in the newspaper, on the television, and so on, there's a cost. So you have to pay for that. We do a lot of it on social media, but where we need to put out those bulletins, we have to pay for those ads.
Okay, so a firm is not contracted. This is the communications unit of the ministry.
Oh, yes, yes.
Diego Martin West.
All right, 02001, item 46. Natural disaster. Which natural disasters will be covered under this particular item? The Minister.
46.
Yes. 933,000.
When you say which natural disaster?
What types of natural disasters?
Okay. So, in terms of disaster management in Trinidad and Tobago, the ODPM is the overall body responsible for disaster preparedness and management. When there's a level 1 disaster, which I'm sure you could find out a little more about, a level 1 disaster is usually handled by regional corporation. And it could range from anything from a fire to high winds to rains or flood, or as we had very recently, a mini tornado. So any of those natural disasters, I don't know how you want me to describe or define natural disasters anymore.
I understand the Minister's explanation, which leads me to my next question. Since the Honourable Minister mentioned tornado, I want to know what portion of this $933,000 will be allocated to help victims of the recent tornado in Diego Martin West.
The recent tornado in Diego Martin West, the recent tornado that hit the West Moorings area, there were 16 households that were damaged based on our assessment. Every one of them indicated that they had insurance and they did not need any financial support from the government to restore their homes. The government's intervention was based on public safety. So, for instance, directing traffic, removing the debris, the galvanized, and so on from the roadway, restoring electricity, which was done in record time, thanks to the Minister of Public Utilities, and several other initiatives. So, the role of the government was really in terms of public infrastructure, such as lampposts and so on. And however, where in any disaster, and this goes across the board, where persons are in need of assistance, one of the first questions we ask, do you have in-house insurance? Even when you have floods and so on, there is a mechanism for people who need social support to apply.
Right. So I noticed the Minister said she spoke to, did the Minister speak to all residents herself?
I spoke to several residents, but we
That's
have
not
a
the question.
system.
The question is, did the Minister speak to all residents?
Hold on. I don't do the assessments, brother. We have a right. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if the member is familiar, but in disaster management, a political figure such as a minister does not do the assessment. We have persons who do the assessment. So while I was very much on the ground, almost as soon as the incident took place, while I was on the ground and I spoke to several members, it was not my word or what I say goes. We have a disaster management unit in the Dago region, and they were supplemented by officers from Port of Spain and Sawa Laventel region who came there, and they have a system that they use that is integrated with the Ministry of Social Welfare that is used for all disasters, where there are fixed questions that they ask to do an assessment. This system has been used over several governments and used in other countries as well. So the assessment is standard, and it has nothing to do with whether the minister visits the person or not. It is really a very neutral process.
So that wasn't the reason why I asked that question, Minister. I asked that question because you made a strong statement that all residents have insurance. And that, to my knowledge, is not true.
No.
As a member of Parliament that spoke to the residents, that statement is not true.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I see the member is learning very quickly from his colleagues to twist people's words. And I want to correct the record. I indicated, Mr. Chairman, that the residents whom I spoke to told me they had insurance. However, our assessment that identified the 16 households would identify those who indicate if they need additional assistance. And as the elected representative, you are free to make representations, as other MPs do, to say, I have a flood victim or I have a victim of disaster who needs some sort of social assistance because of some situation of poverty, and that is where the Minister of Local Government and the Ministry of Social Development, Ministry of the People, will collaborate. The member has not made that representation, but he is free to do so if any person within his district is in that situation.
Member for Port of Spain, not.
To the minister, this is a follow-up on a statement you made a short while ago that about ODPM and the role of ODPM. Has the role of ODPM changed since the 20th of April? Because the role of ODPM is really a coordinating agency. That is what it was for the last 10 years, and it is not an agency with the resources to be first responders. So the agency with first responder resources, one of them is your ministry and the various regional corporations, as well as things like fire services and sometimes Ministry of Work, depending on the type of equipment. So has the role of ODPM changed?
I don't know if you misheard me. I did say that the regional corporations are the first responders.
No, you said ODPM is the
ODPM
agency
is responsible for disaster preparedness.
You said the management.
And management. ODPM, Office of
but
Disaster.
The name ODPM does not have
preparedness
resources.
and management.
It is the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development that has that role and responsibility. So I'm just inquiring whether it's changed.
Yeah, come on.
I said that the regional corporation are
we're
first
entering
responders.
into an exchange of policy debate rather than expenditure. Yeah, but I'm not so sure change of policy should be addressed in this venue, in this forum. I think you'll have an appropriate forum to address it. I am seeing the member from Malabar Mausika's hand up.
Thank you, Chair. 00158 medical expenses. Can the minister indicate to whom to do those? Is that allocation for?
Sure. Medical expenses under this vote is primarily for our municipal police trainees. We have some recruits that are being trained, and they're usually covered under this vote.
Item 002, Unemployment Relief Program 280. St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I listened carefully to the previous explanation in regards to the closing down of the GORTT program, but the fact that there are public officers who who are still at the ministry and therefore are being reassigned and also tying up loose ends. So I'm asking, in the context of that explanation, under this 002, there are a number of items which would have related to the URP program, and they are, in the main, the exact same allocations as what would have been allocated in the last fiscal when the program was up and running, including the rent for office accommodation and storage and those different items, 0810, all of those are the same. So I'm asking, in the context of the program being closed down and the context of these officers being reassigned to different areas, why are these allocations the exact same as they were when the program was in full operation?
Right. Mr. Chairman, one of the things that we are doing is redeploying the resources and the assets of URP. So, for instance, the offices that were occupied by URP, many of them are state-owned buildings. They will be assigned in some cases to regional corporations, some cases to other ministries. At this time, all of our former URP offices are being used in the national recruitment drive. So they still continue to be in use.
Okay. Next head, subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration, page 280. St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under line item 04, what exactly is that increase in 1.3 million odd, that increase? What is that carded to be used for?
Right. 04. So that's minor equipment in terms of office equipment and so on, and that usually covers things like printers and if the kitchen need a microwave and that kind of thing. But this is for very minor equipment under under the administration. So it's for the offices.
Okay.
We also have this increase because we have recruited additional municipal police officers, and their arms and ammunition and bulletproof vests and so on are also purchased as minor equipment under this item.
Okay, so we go on. Item 002, unemployment relief program, page 281. Laventille West.
Deeply grateful, Mr. Chairman. Honourable Minister, I'm seeing that line item 002, 02 to 04 is the last item under your ministry treating with the unemployment relief program. In light of the earlier assertions concerning the multi-paid workers who are on the establishment, is there any consideration in these allocation, or unless some of the items will remove formally under Ministry of Works for the workers that fall out, that do not fall within the multi-paid public servants?
This item here is about office equipment and stuff, you know. It's not about the staff. We finished with the staff section. The 02 is office equipment, and then you have,
Yes, but I'm seeing that you have a continuation with all the items in terms of the equipment furniture and other minor equipment. There is an increase in that area.
No, are you asking about staff?
Yes. So in light of, well, who is the furniture? Who is the furniture and equipment for?
Oh,
in light of the fact that the other staff are moving to other ministries and in different departments.
No.
Who is this? Who is this for?
So understand that because those persons are assigned to the URP program, their salary must be accounted for under the which is why we have the vote earlier, but we're not going back. And that is why they have to be provided for. So these public servants who are not losing their job, who will continue to be employed, they will have office spaces. However, I want to advise you that, as I indicated, the offices are being repurposed. So just to be clear, this item does not deal with staff. And if you are asking 02 office equipment, because as I indicated, the offices will still be in use. There were some kitchen items to be purchased in one of the offices. There were some desks to be replaced, and that accounts for the 20,000, 25,000, and 20,000 respectively for office equipment, furniture and furnishings, and other minor equipment. Yeah?
Yes, Minister. And I'm asking, in light of the fact that you say closing down, repurposing, let's say it goes to a different corporation or whatever the case may be, how do you cater for these new set of equipment and furnishing when you're not certain as to which of the offices would be repurposed to what?
So I'll explain again because I know the member is new to the House. This vote deals with the office and the office equipment. The offices are being repurposed. Many of them are state-owned buildings and they will be repurposed. Therefore, the furnishings, the kitchen equipment and so on needs to remain in use. Many of them are in fact, all of them are fully furnished. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, because these assets now fall under the Ministry of Local Government, we have a duty to continue with their upkeep.
I think that's the gist of it, which has been repeated. Moving on. Now, Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 001, regional bodies. Port of Spain South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Under subhead 04001, 09, could the minister tell debit card system for the URP employees, is that referred to the public servants or the 10 days workers?
No.
This
is a subsidy.
You haven't. I thought we were on the 004.
Yes, but we haven't reached that line item
yet.
So 001, regional bodies, 002, Commonwealth bodies, and alas, we have arrived, Port of Spain South, 007 households.
Thank you. Madam?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the debit card system for URP employees is managed by First Citizens Bank. There is a fee attached to that, the administration of that system, and so we still have some expenses to be paid under this item. I hope that it will not reach that we could have a little savings on this. However, I don't want the ministry to be indebted to or leave any unpaid bills with FCB. So this is, understand that this is not to pay salaries. This is not to pay the wages. This is to pay for the management and the administration of the system.
Mr. Chairman, my question was, this management fee that is supposed to be paid to FCB, which you want to make a savings on, does that relate to the URP 10 days worker, or does that relate to the public servants who you told us for the 5.3 million that I couldn't ask you a question before? Which set of workers does this item refer to?
The 10 days workers.
And how many workers does this pertain to? Hold on, let me put it in the past tense. How many workers did this pertain to?
The number would have varied over time, but this was for a continuous management of the payroll system.
Over time, being a management for the payroll system, approximately how many workers did this pertain to? You don't have to be exact. I will not hold you if you don't give me. How many workers were affected by this?
Well, it's not all workers being affected.
How many workers did this pertain to?
This is a fee pertaining to the FCB for administration of a payroll system.
How many workers relative to the fee for the administration of a payroll system at
I will try
FCB
to get the information.
did this pardon me?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think the member's question is relevant.
All right. No.
Okay.
It has to do with
Minister, I heard you volunteer to attempt to get the information.
No, Mr. Chairman, I was telling him I had to get that information from FCB. I don't know how many FCB workers were involved in this exercise.
No, Mr. Chairman.
This is an exercise where FCB is paid an administration fee to deal with the payroll system.
Are you, as minister, able to see how many employees were on that platform? If you are, you are. If you're not,
It varied because it depends, Mr. Chairman. When the previous government was coming up to an election, there was significant overspending in the program, so the number of workers increased drastically.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, have it increased? How many were the workers when it increased? That's the question.
I would like to answer the question.
Mr. Chairman, you are allowing her to abuse me. I asked a discreet question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I asked a discreet question. Okay, so the previous government rarely hired people before elections. How many people it was?
I want you to decide if you want this to be a shouting match or if you want to
I want a question answered. You could knock me how much you want. I want a question answered. It's pertain to how many? No, she can't just move on, Cooper North. You don't run the show. You don't run the show. No. Well, because I am asking a discreet question. You're ducking and running from the question. How much workers were they fired?
Mr. Chairman, why do you always have to indulge in that predilection to shout across the corridor? Yes, but I'm asking, why must you always indulge yourself and gorge that appetite of yours to shout across the corridor? We are right here. We can all hear each other. I don't know you to behave like that. And we have deep and long history together, appearing together against each other. Yes, there's no need for that. Come on. Minister, are you able to ascertain that information readily, or should you like an opportunity to avail yourself of it?
Mr. Chairman, that question does not arise under this item.
Chairman,
I'm sorry, but that's your determination.
Unfortunately, I don't have any exclusive power to ask the minister to answer the question or to hang on a second. So, which the minister deems sufficient. Where is my power to ask the minister to alter the answer?
So, Mr. Chairman, let me tell you where your powers are to ask the question. Let me go to Mays on parliamentary conduct of Standing Finance Committee. The role I am going to the Bible on this process, madam. According to Mays, Mr. Chairman, the Speaker chairs all the meetings which are convened in the House, and the Speaker guides the discussion, and the Speaker enforces the rules to ensure, Mr. Chairman,
what is the genesis of this?
That the questions are relevant. I'm going to Mays. Mays doesn't have a standing order. Mays is the Bible.
What are you interrupting on a standing order?
So, Mr. Chairman, I am asking you as the chairman of this committee, I am asking you, Mr. Chairman, sir, Mr. Chairman, I'm asking you as the chairman, I'm asking a direct question. I asked it on a different head.
So hold on. I've heard you at all of that. Excuse me. I've heard you at all of that. The minister has answered the question as best as she's able to now with the information currently available to her. The minister has given the same answer over and over, I would dare say ad nauseum. Okay? These standing orders, quite apart from what Mays may say, these standing orders don't give me the power to say, Minister, I compel you to answer the question. Hang on a second. And you know why it goes further than that? If I tell the minister, if I were to assume and I tell the minister, minister, answer the question. Minister says, Mr. Chairman, I refuse to answer the question. What is my power?
Of course, will reflect, and then when we do our with the public that the minister refused to answer the question. Mr. Chairman, I am on the same head. I understand the didactic.
Right. Well, I am ruling that we are going to move on. It's 5:20 now. We were supposed to finish. We have 9 heads to finish today. We're still in the middle of the second one. So let's move on. You have, as you are well aware, this is a committee that lasts 5 days. We have 45 heads to consider. You have another option which is convenient, proportionate, and perhaps even wider than an answer you can get here. You know that. Hold on, notice. I don't have to coach you or to suggest the administrative course available in these standing orders to you to get a far more expansive answer and to ask a far more question which permits you a far greater degree of latitude. So let's move on. In the interest of time and economy of time, let's move on. Shall we?
Mr. Chairman, it is all very well for you to tell the member of Parliament South to move on.
Sorry?
I think every MP has a right to ask a question.
Yes,
on
of
every
course.
line item.
You do.
I would like to ask a question on that line item, which is 002, 007, Households Unemployment Relief Program, 09, Debit Card System for URP Employees. The allocation of 1.5 million for this debit card system. Minister, what is the scope of services provided for that 1.5 million?
It's an administrative service.
I know, but for
because
what?
They,
what do they do? What are they going to do in fiscal 2026 for that 1.5 million?
They manage the system because the URP workers are paid. They are assigned a debit card, and the URP salary, or wage rather, is deposited into the account that they give, and that is how they access it. And that is how many unscrupulous persons would have been in possession of debit cards, and while they were not actually working, and their name was registered to work, and they were taking this money out of the account.
So this money in 2026, since the program is going to be terminated, what is this 1.5 million for?
We still have some outstanding fees for them, but we are also still processing some, well, I have to say arrears. There are a number of queries that we have persons who are not paid for particular time. So now that the audits are being completed, we are being directed to pay them accordingly.
So in the context of your response, this is really a cleaning up exercise? This $1.5 million is for a cleaning up exercise?
No.
What's it for? You say the program is going to be terminated.
Yeah.
There are no longer going to be any new cards, let's put it that way. And you're dealing with anomalies, queries from the old system, which is now no longer going to exist in fiscal 2026. So it's for cleaning up the 1.5 million.
We have some outstanding fees for them, for services already
some
rendered.
arrears.
So they are, yes. So they are not involved in the cleaning up. When we talk about the wrapping up of the program, that is something being done on the administrative side. FCB is not doing that cleaning up.
It's okay. I think we are at cross purposes. My question to you is, the work that FCB is going to do in 2026 for this 1.5 million, conceivably, will it be less than what they did in 2025?
I expect so, yes.
Okay. Then how come the allocation is 1.5 million when in 2025 it was 1 million when there were 10,000 people in the program and now there's 0? Could you explain that?
This is an estimate.
Yes, but if it was 1 million last year, when there were 10,000 active participants in the program with active debit cards, and going forward you're taking that down to 0, how could you have more allocated this year than last year?
I don't think I need to repeat. This is an estimate.
A bad one, obviously.
I think we've exhausted that question. For the Spain South, you wanted one more question?
And the final question, so to the Honourable Minister. So you're paying an administration, on this line, you're paying an administration fee to a bank, and you do not know, madam, the extent of the service or the personnel involved to who the 1.5 million of the people's money relate to, madam. You cannot tell this Parliament that with any clarity, with any transparency. How many employees are involved here with this 1.5 million that you're paying the bank, madam? What are you hiding for? Tell us the number. Don't be ashamed. Owner's claim.
I am really amused just leaving you to entertain yourself because
sometimes I do that. Sometimes not all of us can afford to go elsewhere.
You are going into hysterics, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, for the Spain South. I know you to be a better gentleman.
So and that's why I didn't say anything. But Mr. Chairman, can I get my question answered? How come you do not know, ma'am? What is the quantum of persons involved?
I did not say that I did not know.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I have repeated on
Right, I think we've exhausted. You have another avenue.
I will.
Yes, avail yourself of it. And you're very adept and skillful at it.
The number varied at different times of the program.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, one last question on this line item.
I think Malabar Mausika was ahead of you unless he's ceding his question to you. Yes, Laventille West.
Thank you very kindly. Member, line item 00709. Can the Honourable Minister indicate whether there would be any new cards issue for the intake or onboarding of new daily paid or 10 days workers within this fiscal?
No, the URP program. This is under the URP program?
Yes.
No.
Thank you very kindly.
Okay. So we're going now to item 009, other transfers. We then go to item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Honourable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. We go to 23, Port of Spain City Corporation, subhead 01, pages 276 to 277. And for the avoidance of doubt, Port of Spain, Diego Martin North East, it's a different book altogether. I am
aware, that's what I said at the beginning of the Standing Finance Committee.
For the avoidance of doubt. That's why I singled you out to tell you, for the avoidance of doubt. So we go now to personal expenditure, item 001, general administration. For the Spain North.
Thank you very much. This is at page 273 of the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure.
No, 276 of the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory
Okay, where you
boards
start
and-
to get into the particulars.
Yes. So it's 276.
That's the details. Okay, thank you. It started on 273. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, dealing with the Port of Spain City Corporation, we have noticed a very worrisome trend. Where are we at? 01?
Yes, 001. Item 001. Subhead 01, item 001. General administration.
Yes, Mr. Chair. If I may go to 01, item 29, overtime for daily rated workers. You with me, Minister, on page 276?
Yes,
so we see a decrease here of $120,000 in this fiscal. And as we go through the rest of the process, we will see that this overtime area is one where there have been significant decreases for the Port of Spain City Corporation. Can you explain why you all have decreased this particular item? Because the understanding is this is essential for getting critical works done in the Port of Spain City Corporation. Utilization of overtime, for example, during the carnival period and during other public holidays where you're requiring, especially the carnival period, you're requiring workers to come out after hours and the wee hours of the morning to do cleanup before the next day's proceedings, etc. Why this particular item has been decreased across the board of Port of Spain Corporation?
I know you're trying to make the question relevant to Port of Spain, but it applies
Well,
across
I'm
the
dealing
board.
with Port of Spain. We had Port of
Yes.
Spain now. The rest will deal with the rest.
So this minor increase of 120...
No, decrease.
Sorry. This minor decrease of 120,000 will not impact the work that has to be done because our CEOs have a system where if overtime is required, they have to to give approval beforehand. But if there is need to exceed this amount, it will be supplemented.
The supplementation would depend upon the minister providing such approval for environment and transfers, etc., correct?
Well, in the past, regional corporations, including Port of Spain, would have proposed to supplement it by doing environment, some votes that they are not utilizing all their monies in, or if they have expended all other options, then they would ask the ministry and the Ministry of Finance to make supplementary allocations in the midterm. But generally, they manage it in-house. It's something that the CEOs manage, their process, the CEOs manage.
Thank you very much. If you look at, if I may, 01 line item 13, remuneration to council members. As we're all aware, has come up previously, there were recommendations that were accepted for increases by the SRC increases, the SRC recommendations of increases that were accepted. Does this cover all of the sums that are owed to the council members? Because I know there was some issue there.
Oh, this covers the increase in remuneration. Are you asking about back pay?
No. I'm focused on the remuneration.
It's just the remuneration for the fiscal.
So this will cover and will cover the new salaries going forward for the next fiscal. And as you raise the item of back pay, has the back pay been paid as yet?
That is under another item.
No, but it would have to be put as we've gone through in
Which item
other
you're
ministries.
asking
No,
that
under the same one, remuneration to
Right.
council members.
That
What
is
the
not-
Minister of Finance normally does is put an increased amount here to cover the remuneration in the back pay. That is how it's
That
done.
is not under this line item.
So there's another line item where it's provided
The
for?
item we're dealing with now is remuneration to council members, and this has to do with the honorarium that they are paid based on the SRC recommendations.
But with the SRC
The
recommendations, the honorariums went up, so there is a back pay element that is owed to them.
That back pay element is not dealt with under this line item. This
So
item
which
deals
item
with
is
their
it dealt with
This item deals with their monthly payments, and
Correct.
it does cater for the increase.
I understand that, we've gone over that. But for example, with each ministry, where you have staff members, permanent secretaries, etc., ministers, who received increases according to the SRC recommendation, it goes in the salary and allowances for the permanent secretary. It does.
I don't know if the member has a question, but we are on this item, this particular line item.
Well, I'm asking,
I've
first of all, so
explained-
you're confirming that back pay is not included here?
I didn't. This item is not for back pay. This item is, as it indicates, remuneration to council members, and it does cater for the increase. And this is for them for the third or fifth time, their monthly honorarium that will be paid.
Minister, I will move on, because unlike others, I'm not going to attempt to extract blood from stone.
Yeah, move on.
That's it for me on 01.
On the same item, remuneration means pay, and therefore the arrears of honorarium minister, arrears of honorarium have to be there. Can't be anywhere else.
No, it's not.
Well, where is it then?
It's not.
If it says remuneration, it doesn't say honorarium,
Mr. Chairman,
It doesn't say allowances.
If a member has a question on a particular item, I could answer it.
Yeah,
It's not for me to tell you which item that
well,
falls
I think
under.
the minister said that the back pay, as we term it.
Somewhere else?
Yes.
Well, then where is it?
Well, perhaps that might be the more pertinent question.
But I did ask that. If the minister is
That's for
saying,
you to find out.
what? So if the minister is
tell you
saying,
your job.
Mr. Chairman. All right, let's move on.
No. I have asked a question, and I don't recall an answer. 13 speaks to remuneration. You said, Minister, this includes the increase in the honorarium. You said that. So where is the arrears in honorarium catered for?
Mr. Chairman,
It's not in here. It's not
the
catered for.
arrears is not in this line item.
Okay.
Is it anywhere else? That's a nonsensical answer.
Okay, let's move on. The answer is it's not there. It's not in this line item.
And the minister is not telling me where it is either. Right.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make it very clear because they have a way of twisting things. Do not go out there and tell people they're not getting their arrears. This government will be honoring all arrears and all back pay.
No.
You said it's
Come
not
on.
here.
I know all your tricks you see.
All right, come on.
01. Still on 01. It's all right. I'll give way to my colleagues and I'll
call up, you know.
Very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I want to go back to the items relating to overtime payments, where we have seen a reduction in all of these items across. So this question will pertain not only to this item 29, overtime to daily rated workers, it will pertain to all of them where you have seen reduction. The minister indicated that it will not impact services at the regional corporation and that the CEO will make recommendations if there is a need for overtime to the minister for, I guess, allocation to be approved. The question, therefore, is I'm asking the minister, if that is the case and you're seeing this gradual reduction across the board, which line item do you propose to get monies from to pay for overtime at the Port of Spain City Corporation?
Overtime for daily rated workers is under line item 29.
I know. But
if a CEO wishes to supplement by doing virements from any votes, each regional corporation is their own independent body, and they will propose their virements and get council approval, and then that comes to the minister.
It comes to the minister. It comes to the
all
minister.
all virements would have to get council approval. And I'm saying that the issue of overtime is something that is managed in-house, and most corporations don't exceed the vote. In fact, sometimes they via from that vote to other votes. So it is really as we continue through the fiscal, first to monitor and work with the CEOs to determine if they need to supplement. But the first thing that they do is manage what they have. The second option is make virements in-house. And the third option is to come to the ministry for supplements in the mid-year review. So let's not jump the gun. Let's give them the opportunity to manage with this. But there are options if they need to go outside of it. And their work will not be hindered in any way. Yeah?
Malaba Mausika.
Thank you, Chair. Line item 27, government contribution to group health insurance monthly paid officers. Can the minister confirm if this is the embattled Unimed plan?
When you say embattled?
I think we addressed that earlier. The plan is, I believe, in debt, some 80 million.
Mr. Speaker, the government will make good on all our obligations as necessary.
So is the minister confirming that this is in fact the Unimed plan?
I think the question is whether you confirm this is the, I think that's the name of the plan.
Yes, Unimed.
Plan.
Yes, it is. And until there is, anyway, let me go further. Yes, it is.
Okay, we go now to item.
Right?
Okay, yes.
We have moved on to 02 yet, right? Agreed? Yes. Okay. 01, 002, 29. Now, I heard the minister describe a 47% cut in overtime as a small thing under general administration. I'm observing that in public health and disposal, which is very, yeah, well, it's all 01. It's all, no, 01 is the item. Yeah. You want to go on it? You want to go on it? Okay. Under 01, 002, 29. 29. I have observed that a similar reduction of almost 50% has occurred with overtime for daily rated workers in public health and disposal. These are not small cuts. When you add up all the cuts, it's 50, 40, 50% cut. Can the minister explain why you have slashed overtime in public health and disposal for daily rated workers by almost 50%? By almost 50%?
Sure. In 2024, the allocation was 649,000. In 2025, it was slashed to 500,000. In the 2025 revised, it was 452,000. So, let us start some explanation from under the previous fiscal now.
Oh, I'm only looking at 2026. You have cut it by 50%. Why? From 452 to 250 question. I'm asking you, Minister.
Perhaps I could consult with the former Minister of Finance for some explanation.
It's not a joke.
It has to be a joke. It has to be a joke.
Mr. Chair, we are seeing this throughout every single item.
One question at a time, Police North. One question at a time. One
Mr.
person
Chairman,
question.
if I may, Mr. Chairman, the regional corporations manage their overtime payments internally, and very often they would supplement it from other votes, and if necessary, they will come for supplementation. So the allocation here doesn't limit them in terms of what work they are required to do. And particularly as we continue with our very intense flood mitigation program, as we prepare for the upcoming carnival season and the Christmas season when there may be periods of intense work, all of our workers will be dealt with in accordance with the collective bargaining unit as we go forward.
Thank you. Police North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, what we're seeing, I didn't realize you had moved. We can move on to 002, 003.
No, I tried to move on to 002.
No, we're under 01, under personal expenditure. But the same way we went to public health disposal, next one is abattoirs and market and dining, sheds, transport and cleaning, squares, playgrounds and trees, stores, works and repairs. Every single area of that line item 29 for overtime has been significantly cut, sometimes by as much as over 60%. So if we look at 00429, overtime for transport and cleansing, which is one of the most important areas in the Port of Spain City Corporation, it has been decreased by 680,000. So what we are seeing here and what we're drawing to the minister's attention, this directed cutting of overtime is going to collapse the Port of Spain City Corporation. And you cannot say, and to say that you can via from other areas is simply not true, because it is not only this area that has been reduced. The whole budget for the Port of Spain City Corporation has been reduced, so they are not going to have excess funds in other areas that they can reduce. If we look at 004, transport and cleansing 29 overtime, that decreased, Mr. Chair, of $680,000. Can the minister say, and or rather this way, would the minister give an assurance that the garbage collection in the Port of Spain environs and all collected by the Port of Spain City Corporation would not be negatively affected by this cut in overtime of $680,000?
Mr. Chairman, first of all, garbage collection is not done by daily paid workers, so that does not apply. It is done by scavenging contractors. Secondly, a member is being very alarmist and misleading, trying to create the impression
I represent
that
Port of Spain. I represent Port of Spain, and I am concerned about what you're doing.
I want to give the assurance that in all our conduct of our duties in the various regional corporations, all daily paid employees will be adequately treated and compensated according to the collective bargaining.
I think we've exhausted that now. Shall we move on? Item 002, Public Health and Disposal.
And under that, Mr. Chair, 002, Public Health and Disposal, 30, line item 30, allowances for daily rated workers, again reduced.
Okay, is there a question there? Or just an observation?
Have you allocated anywhere else for these allowances to be paid?
Their reduction is $12,000.
Yes.
Yeah. Do
And
you know what these allowances cover? Is there a specific concern?
that you've cut allowances for daily paid workers?
No, I was asking you because I was asking you if you had a specific concern.
Yes, that the public health and disposal daily rated workers who get allowances, for example, their travel allowances, that they need to go out and inspect businesses in Port of Spain to make sure that they're serving food in a hygienic manner. Can you give the assurance to all of those in the capital city of Port of Spain that you, the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, are going to ensure that the health inspectors are not affected in the performance of their duties?
Mr. Chairman, ironically, in 2024, it was less than was allocated.
Mr. Chairman, we are not going back into the
and we did
past.
not
It
have
is
an
now.
issue.
It is now.
And we did not
What is
have an
happening
issue.
now?
I think the Minister of Finance wants to interject.
Again, as I stated earlier in the proceedings, the only actual figures that are on this document is for 2024. Everything else is an estimate. And the estimate for 2026 is in fact higher than the estimate for 2024. It's higher than the actual in 2024. You are specifying now allowances.
And look at the allowances for 30, estimated for 2026, $208,000. 2024, the actual was $207,000. In 2025, it was $225,000 with a revised.
We have no idea what the actual is.
I know, and the revised is 220.
So this estimate for 2026 is based on
Minister of Finance,
premised on an actual for 2024, and it has been notched up higher.
Minister of Finance, you are in charge of the preparation of these documents. I accept that you do not go through every single line item, nor do you prepare the final format. Is it that you're now telling us that the population looking at these documents where they see 2026 estimates increase or decrease, and there are items under decrease, that those are not decreases on the previous fiscal year? You haven't closed the accounts for 2025 as yet, so it could never be what is the actual. This is not our first budget.
Mr. Chairman.
But you are saying exactly what I've said. Thank you very much.
I am asking why there are decreases, and I am concerned about the decreases that are going to affect the efficient running of Port of Spain Corporation. Please, Mr. Minister of Finance, go ahead.
Allow me to say it differently, please. The estimate for 2026 for which one you're looking at, item 30 allowances, is $208,000. Correct? $208,000. That is almost $1,000 higher than the actual figure for 2024, and it is higher. It is lower than the revised estimate, and we have no idea what the actual figure will be for 2025.
But you have a revised estimate of 220.
I am comforted that a sufficient allowance has been made to the overtime at line item 30.
This is not the overtime.
For the allowances.
For
the allowances, I am comforted that a sufficient allowance has been made, sufficient allocation has been made for line item 30 in each of these items.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. And I'm glad, Mr. Chair, the Minister of Finance has intervened. Because if we go to the line item just above that, which was my main concern, overtime. So you look at 29 under public health disposal. Let's use your same logic. In 2024, actual was $650, let's say roughly $650,000. You have now provided $250,000. That's $400,000 less than what you're seeing as an actual figure for overtime of daily rated workers in the public health department of the Port of Spain Corporation.
Yes, sir.
Are you comforted there as well?
I am very comforted that
because it is Port of Spain.
No. That's why your mistake is. That is why your mistake is. Your mistake is to personalize. My numbers are not personalized.
All right. If you're asking the question, you can't seek to preempt the answer. Right? Let the minister answer. I think we've answered this. I think we've tried to get enough answers out of this. If we could move on, I think St. Anne's East has a question. Whose hand was up before yours? Diego Martin.
Chairman, I'll give way to the member for Diego Martin Northeast.
You're inviting another response, but let's go ahead.
I don't know why you're picking on me, Mr.
I'm not picking on you. I
So,
can make the same
can I ask a
complaint.
question now, please? On page 277, Port of Spain City Corporation, 01004, I note that the actual for 2024 for overtime daily rated workers was $2,712,782. In 2026, and this is transport and cleansing, eh? This is garbage collection. Mr. Speaker, what is wrong with that?
But I don't think we've gotten to that item as yet.
Well, it's a 01, eh? If you want me to wait, I'll wait. It's under 01, eh? If you want me to wait,
Well,
I'll wait.
no, it is, but it's up. If
you want me
the
to wait,
member
I'll
wants
wait.
to answer.
I'll wait if you want me to.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm at your service.
because the members may tire themselves of asking the same questions over and over, because we under 002, 003, etc. is similar heads.
Right. So
I don't mind addressing all the issues together.
So we can save some time.
So we could save some time, and I know that the member is raising the item of overtime under 004. 004 is transport and cleansing. This is not the same as garbage.
Hold on, I
collection.
wasn't allowed to ask my question. You're answering a question I was not allowed to ask.
No, I'm giving. I told him
But then I have to ask the question.
Well, go ahead.
But she's answering a question I didn't ask.
No, I'm just sharing with you.
No.
Here,
Allow me
your
to answer,
question
Mr. Chairman.
that
I must be allowed
004
to.
is
That
not
is not the
scam.
standing orders. I must be allowed to. She's anticipating, correct? I must be allowed to answer.
I
ask my
think the
question.
minister was making the concession that since all these items have a commonality, that she will deal with all of them compendiously. So you can ask one compendious question.
No, I'm not asking one compendious
Oh, well,
question.
ask
With
your
due
question.
respect, I'm allowed to ask questions every single sub-item.
Okay, well, we'll
by
be-
all means.
And we could be here until
stopping at
midnight.
8.
It's no problem. So that's fine, Mr. Speaker. So let me go back to my question. Under 01, personal expenditure, 004, transport and cleansing, which is garbage collection, overtime daily rated workers, I see that the actual for 2024 was 2.7 million, and the 2026 estimate is 1 million. In the context of what the minister said, in using an analogy with a previous item, why have you slashed transport and cleansing in Port of Spain, overtime for daily rated workers, when we have all these events, carnival, etc., by, if I look at the 2024 actual, because that is what I was told by the Minister of Finance to look at, you've slashed it by 75%. Why?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I was trying to help the member earlier.
Help me.
And when he was starting to frame his question. 004, transport and cleansing is not garbage collection.
So what is it?
Garbage collection is scavenging service.
What
and
is
it is
transport and
under,
cleansing?
Can I finish? Can I finish?
That's not correct. That's not correct. You are not familiar with Port of Spain.
Mr. Speaker, if I may,
You're not
garbage collection is under other contracted services. It is scavenging. This transport and cleansing is a different matter. However, do you want to shout or do you want to hear the answer?
If you disagree, there are ways of disagreeing, but permit the answer.
The allocation here will not affect the work that the daily rated workers has to do under this item.
Yes, for the Spain North.
Thank you. Minister, I would invite you to go down to the corner of Quarry Street and Observatory Street in East Port of Spain, where this one of the transport and cleansing divisions of the Port of Spain Corporation is housed. The Port of Spain Corporation has half of the garbage collection done in-house by this division. The other half that you've referred to is a contracted scavenging that is done by contractors. So this is garbage collection in Port of Spain.
All right. Unless there's a question, I intend to move on. I'm going
Please
to move
let's
to
move on.
Chairman?
Lavender West.
Yes, please, Chairman. In light of the Honourable Minister's of Finance indication that the collective agreements signed on April 2025, as it relates to the Port of Spain City Corporation, would be included and approved in terms of to be paid by an estimated arrears to be paid at the end of this year. Can the Honourable Minister indicate whether under the subheading 01, 00101, 00201, 00301, 005, 02, and so on, whether these allocations account for the increase in rates or increase of salaries that is expected by the
Okay, so the workers you're referring to are daily paid workers, and they fall under different unions. Are you referring to you said the collective back? Just repeat the collective.
Yes, I'm talking about the collective. Any collective. So you're saying under this the different subheadings. I refer to both the salary and COLA as well as the allowances and so on. Whether in the allocation for the Port of Spain City Corporation under personal expenditure, whether it includes the allocation for the increase in salary by the collective agreement, which the Minister of Finance said he would honor in this.
Thank you. Member, for this specific item, regional corporations, as you know, they are required to send explanations when they make their requests for funding. We had a little challenge because Port of Spain did not submit a sufficient enough explanation. Nonetheless, because we do not want the workers to be victimized in any way, we put in a suitable allocation to cover workers' salary because they fall under, I think is amalgamated. So there was a new salary for the period 2014 to 2019. And they did get a 5% increase for that period as well as for 2020 to 2022. So all the workers will get their just due in terms of both their increase in salary as well as their back pay from this government.
Is it allocated I know that you said that they will get it. I'm asking if it's allocated in this fiscal, or if it has to be revised. If it will have to be revised.
You missed the first part of the explanation. No, I explained it. No, I explained already.
For this win south.
Simon was
Mr. Speaker, I've taken your approach as it relates to the economy of time. Can I get an assurance from the Honourable Minister that all the cuts that we have seen here, could we get an assurance that that will not affect the efficient running of the Port of Spain Corporation?
Mr. Is there a particular line item?
Mr. Chairman, you see, I took your word as economy, so we've taken all the items that one.
Could choose is having regard to all of these matters they've identified, whether or not under personal expenditure, whether in your view it will not affect.
Could we get the assurance?
The efficient delivery of services.
Mr. Speaker, there are a number of inefficiencies that have been identified at Port of Spain City Corporation.
That have not been identified
and
in Princess Town.
There are a number of initiatives that are proposed from the administration, from the respective unions, because there are different unions representing the workers there. There are health and safety issues that have come to a head because of constant neglect over the years to properly accommodate and put proper measures in place for municipal police officers, workers in the garage, workers in the office. I have made visits to Port of Spain City Corporation, and even their main office is less than satisfactory to what they need, because they have been underfunded in the area in terms of doing even minor repairs in the building, to the point where the union has serious health and safety issues. So if we have to talk about the inefficiencies of the corporation, what I have to say is that I give my commitment to work with each corporation, including Port of Spain Corporation, to address their issues in a holistic way to help them continue to be efficient in their work.
I think that's a sufficient enough answer. And I intend to move on to item 003, abattoirs, markets and dining shed. Then I move to
Mr. Speaker, as before, we note the reduction in overtime for monthly paid officers at 03, the reduction at 029 of overtime for daily rated workers of $70,000.
For economy of time, the record is noted that there are reductions and the document speaks for itself. We don't have to go through that
I am, Mr. Speaker, from my perspective, under 01 personal expenditure, yes, I'm prepared to make that concession. But when we get to 02, I intend to go line item on certain line items.
That's a matter. So item 003, abattoirs, markets and dining shed. Item 004, St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Therefore, I just want to clarify, as the clarification we are making here is that we are noting that under 001, 002, 003, 004, 005, 006, there are decreases in overtime daily rated workers amounting to over $1 million. That is what we clarified, and we are taking as noted until they move to 002. Am I correct?
Economy of time, rather than go to each line item, where if the notation is simply to observe a reduction, the document speaks for itself.
No, and Mr. Chairman, just with respect, there are people looking at this as televised, and they are not seeing these documents in front of them. Therefore, for the benefit of those who are expecting to understand what is in these books, then I think it's very important to have noted that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Reminding me of that. And anyway, let me leave that alone. Item 005, squares, playgrounds and trees. 006, stores, works and repairs. 007 Cemeteries and Crematorium, 008 Woodbrook Estate. Subhead 02 Goods and Services. Item 001 General Administration, page 278. For the Spain North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Minister, 02 Goods and Services, starting at line item 16. Contract employment. Contract employment, we're seeing a decrease of $68,800. How many contract workers have been cut to facilitate this decrease?
No contract workers were cut. If you look, you will see that in 2024, the actual spend here was $90,000, and in 2025 revised as the 2025 as 156, and the revised was 168. My point is that it varies. So thus far, the positions that they do have under contract employment are sufficiently covered with the amount here.
Mr. Chair, with the greatest of respect, I realize this is the strategy being employed. However, 2025 has estimates, which would have been what was presented at the last budgetary cycle when we went through this exercise. The purpose of 2025 revised estimates is each ministry, each item here is now asked, well, estimate how much it is you're going to actually spend for the year 2025. So the fact that they've said $168,800 and you've now provided $100,000, it means there's a decrease of $68,000. It can very well turn out when you close the accounts at the end of this year that the 2025 actual is more than 168,000. So I am not interested in the historical information. I am interested, as we all are in this country, with your budget. What are you providing for the next fiscal? And you are providing a deficit under this line item of an estimate of $68,800. I am certain it is going to be more. So if we can move now to line item 22.
Mr. Chairman,
I am still in my 5 minutes. I haven't finished. I'm still in my 5 minutes. I haven't gotten to the question as yet. I can speak for 5 minutes according to the standing orders. You all haven't changed it as yet. 02, line item 22, short-term employment. You have reduced the short-term employment for the Port of Spain City Corporation by $1 million. The short-term employment is being utilized to assist many vulnerable families in the city of Port of Spain, in particular some who have lost their employment under CPEP and URP. Why are you reducing it by $1 million? And I know as a fact, because we've seen it in these documents, when you get to other corporations like Shogunas, Pinala and others, there are increases. Why have you decreased Port of Spain?
Why?
Minister,
I am now completed and you can answer. Why have you decreased it by $1 million?
Mr. Chairman, I would invite the member to take a sip of water and calm himself. Mr. Chairman, it is very clear that the member intends to create hysterics for the public domain and utilize the Standing Finance Committee to do so. And it has been trending because since we have spoken about overtime and now moving to this next vote here where we're dealing with contract employment, the trend is continuing. I want to give the public the assurance that despite the hysterics from the opposition, no person's job is being jeopardized. The allocation given here will cover the employment that has been recommended based on the figures from the regional corporation, and no worker and no regional corporation is being victimized according to the PNM's false narrative.
Mr. Chair, seeing that my question wasn't answered, I'll attempt it another way, but I'll start off with my new 5 minutes by referring to section 4.
Hold on. For us, if we have every question.
I'm not going to use the whole 5 minutes.
Well,
I might be interrupted.
So your proposition is that Appendix 1 provides you
Not my
with
proposition. Unclear.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
Your interpretation of this is that every question is liable to be preceded with a 5-minute preamble. Is that what?
Mr. Chair, it reads all members, unlimited periods not exceeding 5 minutes each. What other interpretation could it be? That cumulatively you're only allowed 5 minutes?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you should ask questions, right? For economy of time. Because if every member here takes a 5-minute preamble, this is an never-ending exercise. We have 45 heads. So let's go.
Very much, Mr. Chair. According to section 4, subsection D of the Constitution, the right of the individual to equality of treatment from any public authority in the exercise of any functions. And my concern is, when we're looking at the allocations for Port of Spain, and in the interest of time and my questioning, Mr. Chair, I seek your leave to, under the same 02, I will go straight to line item 28 under transport and cleansing brought forward on page 280, and that will be the end of my questioning under 02. We are seeing a reduction, and this is in transport and cleansing under other contracted services, which is now the picking up of the garbage, a reduction, a decrease in Port of Spain of $8 million. So it's not about hysteria. It's not about anything. These are facts, and it is clear for anyone with 2 working eyes, even 1 working eye, to see that Port of Spain is being targeted with a reduction in its ability to properly pick up garbage in the city of Port of Spain. And I am asking, why have you reduced it by $8 million?
Mr. Speaker, once again, the member is either misleading or not reading the books properly. The 8 million is for goods and services overall. He is referring to garbage collection.
Line item 28 on page 280 under 02, other contracted services under transport and cleansing.
Sorry, that is, you see, it's all over the place. Yeah, but follow the... If you go line by line, we will not have this problem.
So I am asking a question, why have you reduced it by $8 million, the collection of garbage in the city of Port of Spain?
No, this garbage collection is one of...
Yes, you do. And yet you engage in the same thing you complain of.
Do you like little children?
Yeah. All right, come on, let's get on with it, shall we?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to correct the member. Other contracted services is not limited to garbage collection alone. There are other services under this. Again, it seems to be an attempt to create some kind of panic or hysteria.
Mr. Chair, I am taking offense.
If I may finish,
I am not doing that.
If I may finish.
I am not doing that. This is transport and cleansing. I am not trying to do
anything. And if I may continue, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Continue.
If I may, the allocation here should be sufficient to cover. However, we do have provisions for if there are any shortfalls.
But why, Mr. Chairman, the question was not answered. Why was it cut by $8 million? Why was it cut?
The current allocation is sufficient for the projected expenditure, and if more is required, it will be supplemented.
Mr. Chair, just before my colleagues enter, using the minister's previous attempts at logic The 2024 allocation was $21 million. This year, it is being cut to $13.2 million. So by any reason, Port of Spain City Corporation's cleansing and transport, the collection of garbage is being annihilated by $8 million. That is going to have serious effects on the capital city of Port of Spain. Why is it being done?
No, it will not.
Okay, we have clearly a difference of opinion here that no amount of process here could solve, so let's just move on and use the time more productively. Diego Martin, Northeast.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I will use some of the 5 minutes that I'm allowed to put my question into context. When one looks on page 276, one sees that the 2025 original allocation for goods and services for the Port of Spain Corporation was almost $50 million, 49.6 actually. And one now sees the 2026 allocation is 29.6. So there's a $20 million difference between the original allocation for Port of Spain for goods and services 02 and in 25 and in 26. $20 million reduction. With respect to the argument that just ensued between the minister and the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, let me clarify the issues because the minister was mistaken. The item that the member was speaking about falls under the rubric of 02, goods and services, transport and cleansing. It does not fall under anything else. And therefore, the item on page 280, which is 0228, other contracted services, is solely and only other contracted services related to transport and cleansing. And for the edification of the minister, Port of Spain is divided into 2 zones, half of which is done in-house using the transport and cleansing vote, and the other half is done using contracted services. So I go now to page 280. I am advised, and I believe it to be true, that of the $21.3 million in the 2025 revised estimates on page 280, 02, goods and services, transport and cleansing, other contracted services for the Port of Spain City Corporation, 20.5 million of that 21.3 million was for garbage collection. And since the corporation spent 20.5 million on contracted services for garbage collection in 2025, how is it that the minister has said that 13.2, which is 30% less, is sufficient?
I'm not sure if there's a new question or an invitation to repeat the answer that I already gave.
Well, I suspect it's a combination of both, but you're entitled to take the appropriate course.
As I indicated before, the allocation should be sufficient.
Impossible.
However, if there is need to, there are mechanisms to supplement these votes.
Impossible.
St. Anne's East.
Mr. Chairman, if the allocation, the revised estimate under the same line item was 21 million and 13 million is what is being allocated, then the allocation cannot be sufficient and therefore it is under budgeted. And the question is, why is the capital city of Port of Spain being under budgeted? What changed from last fiscal to this fiscal to allow an allocation on expenditure of 21.3 million to suddenly be too much, and for the capital city of Port of Spain to only require 13 million? And the question is not if more is needed. More will be needed, and therefore why was not more allocated? That is the question.
I think this question has been asked 5 different times. And I rather suspect you're not asking the question to elicit a real answer rather than to make a statement. But
Chairman, there's a real minister in front of me, or is she not a real minister?
Well, I would appreciate if you not disturb me. I was still in the process of...
I'm looking for headlines, you know.
All right. So I think the question has been asked about 5 times. You know, the iterative capacity for that question, I think, has been exhausted. Plus, the iterative capacity for the answer has also been exhausted. So let's just move on. And if there are no further questions on this... Who?
Minister, you indicated that if there's a shortfall, it is going to be supplemented. Can you tell us where in the allocation for the Port of Spain Corporation, all of these allocations, that it is possible to supplement the shortfall on this line item?
Mr. Chairman, on at least 3 occasions, I very slowly and carefully explained the procedure for supplementing, which starts within the regional corporation.
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to rule asked and answered. Let's move on. Yeah. Asked and answered. Let's move on. All right. We get now to the... That question has been answered. So we were at 002 Public Health and Disposal, 003 Abattoirs, Markets and Dining Shed, 004 Transport and Cleansing, 005 Squares, Playgrounds and Trees, 006 Stores, Works and Repairs, 007 Cemeteries and Crematorium, 008 Woodbrook Estate. We go now to subhead 03 Minor Equipment Purchases, which is to be found at pages 281 to 282. Item 001, General Administration, at page 281. All right, item 002, Public Health. 003, Abattoirs, Markets and Dining Shed. 004, Transport and Cleansing. 005, Squares, Playgrounds and Trees. 006, Stores, Works and Repairs. 007, Cemeteries and Cremation. We're going out of subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies.
Thank you, Chair.
Martin, Central.
Thank you. Minister 02, gratuities, staff multiplied. There is a decrease in $1 million, of $1 million. Will this be sufficient?
Yeah. Gratuities are calculated from the fiscal before. So what is requested is based on the number of persons who qualify for gratuity. So there is no cut in allocation or decrease, and no issue of whether the allocation will cover. The allocation is based on requests made, and the number of persons who qualify for gratuity vary from year to year.
Yeah. 24, San Fernando City Corporation, subhead 01, at pages 295 to 296. Item 001, General Administration. 002, City and Departments of Maintenance. 003, Institutions. 004, Parks, Playgrounds and Cemeteries. 005, Transport. 006, Local Health Authority. Subhead 2, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. 002, City and Departments of Maintenance. 003, Institutions. Item 004, Parks, Playgrounds and Cemeteries. 005, Transport. 006, Local Health Authority. Diego Martin, Central.
Thank you, Chairman.
Page 299 for the benefit of all members who want to follow.
Minister, taking you to short-term employment, line item 22, a decreasing of 1.1 million. Will this 2026 estimate of 1 million be sufficient for the San Fernando City Corporation?
Based on the submissions from the corporation, I believe it will be sufficient, yes.
Shall we go on now? Item 002, City and Department of Maintenance. 003, Institutions. 004, Parks, Playgrounds and Cemeteries. 005, Transport. 006, Local Health Authority. Okay, we move now to subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 00 at page 300, item 007, Households. Okay, we go now to 25, Arima Borough Corporation, subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, pages 311 to 312. I don't propose to call the page number unless a question accompanies that page number. Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, remuneration to council members. Minister, I'm seeing a decrease of 454,000 for remuneration to council members. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I too had a little query with that based on the submission from the corporation. There's something we'll sort out. Yeah?
Item 001, General Administration. 002, Public Health. 003, Markets and Abattoirs. 004, Parks and Recreation Grounds. 005, Works. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration, Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister,
Page 312.
Piggybacking on your explanation in the previous corporation, line item 22, short-term employment, this reduction of 1.2 million for a 400,000 estimate was based on the Arima Borough Corporation's submissions to you.
Oh, bear in mind that the request from each regional corporation is always very, very, idealistic, right? But nonetheless, what we have here is what will cover this item, short-term employment under 22. It will cover it. What I am hoping, though, is that some of the positions, they also have a number of positions on the establishment where the Service Commission have not filled. Mind you, some of these positions have been vacant for over 20 years. With the talks with the Service Commission, I am hoping that some of those positions are in fact filled so that they will not have to utilize this vote because you have several positions where people are hired. So they will be able to keep the people that they have in fact hired. And once they get those replacements on the cadre, for the permanent workers, it will free up some more money for them to use to hire additional persons.
Mr.
But
Chair,
what we have here is sufficient.
Can I ask the Minister why some of these positions have been vacant for that long?
Oh, you'll have to ask the Service Commission. The Service Commission, there are several service commissions that deal with employees under local government. The Public Service Commission, which is an independent body, has staff in the regional corporation, and the Statutory Authorities, the Service Commission, again an independent body appointed by the President, have staff in the two cities, San Fernando and Port of Spain. And it has been an ongoing issue where positions become vacant. Sometimes they put on person to act, and you have people doing double and triple acting. So a clerk one is acting as a clerk two, and then they're acting as a clerk three and acting as a clerk four, and they're not yet confirmed as a clerk two. It's something that's pervasive throughout the public service. So, and it is an issue that has to be dealt with in a holistic way. But in the meanwhile, though, many corporations have been, not only corporations, ministries too, have been supplementing that with the short-term employment. But as I said, because we are expecting some confirmations of some of these positions, that will free up some of the money under this vote. But the allocation given here will be sufficient to keep the workers that they do have under this short-term employment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, 02000101, traveling on subsistence. And just as a precursor, I'm going to ask about the same thing under 02 as well. The reductions that we are seeing for traveling on subsistence, we don't expect these to impact our road officers and the other PHOs, these officers in the borough corporation.
This item is for under general administration. That is not the road officers and the public health people. They are under different areas.
Well, I'd give you the precursor for public health. So if once we get there, these questions stands.
Okay, so as it is, we get to public health right after. 002, public health.
Chairman.
Minister, I suppose your answer remains the same?
Well, no.
No, initially I told him he was asking it under the wrong line item. Do you have a specific concern with the traveling and subsistence? And as I understand from your question before, concerning public health, if it will affect the
traveling officers. So,
the traveling officers.
So I'm assuming this is where your PHOs and then will get their traveling from?
The traveling and subsistence, there are two categories. So those that fall under the public service and those that fall under daily paid. So for instance, you have like checkers who get traveling allowance. Some of those checkers are assigned to road cleaning teams, and they will take the time and measure the task and so on. Some of those checkers might be assigned to double check the scavenging services. There are checkers assigned to water trucks when we have water truck services. There are also traveling allowances to be paid to sometimes litter wardens get traveling allowances, sometimes public officers. We have officers who are required to visit premises and so on. So it's a variety of functions that get traveling which they are entitled to. The allocation given here should be sufficient. There are some inefficiencies in the system as well across the board that we intend to be addressing. And I mentioned in my opening remarks that we have forming a public health unit at the ministry to help coordinate and to align policy, but to coordinate our delivery. And part of that is to make the regional corporations' public health units more efficient. So it will apply across the board.
Okay. Item 003. Markets and
Mr. Chairman, I had my hands up. Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, okay. And Honorable Minister, on the contracted services, I see, well, no, not contracted services. Now I wanted to ask you about something as simple as maintenance of vehicles and materials and supplies. I mean, is that, you had said a couple times that it's based on the submission of the corporation. So in a case like this, would that be something similar?
This is under 002 public health?
Yes, yes. I'm just asking, okay, just two items I just picked out, which is 13 and 15. I was just asking if, or is that just a discretionary thing?
Well, we usually give them based on how they would have utilized those votes before.
Yes.
And of course, every year, every regional corporation submit beautiful plans that are 10 times the cost of what they would have spent in the past. Some of the corporations have not always been able to utilize all their allocations. One of the issues we encounter is that they were getting allocations very late, while they were getting buff up in the public for not spending the money allocated to them. The fact is that they were getting the money late. I must commend the team at the ministry and our PS for making every effort under this government to ensure that payments were made to the corporations in a timely manner. And we intend to work closely with them so that all these votes where they have material and supplies and maintenance of vehicles to critical functions across various regional corporations, but including ARIMA that you are asking about, that we will work with them so that they will more efficiently utilize the funding that they get. There is sometimes wastage because of poor planning, and there is sometimes where they are deprived of funding because their requests are processed too late, and we intend to reduce those instances.
Okay, thank you.
Item 003, Markets and Abattoirs. Item 004, Parks and Recreation Grounds.
Mr. Chairman, under 004, 43, Security Services, I've noticed a reduction from the last fiscal being 600,000 and a reduction to 180,000 this fiscal. And even in 2024, an average of close to 600,000 was allocated. Is it that it's the ministry's position that they are cutting security services from our parks and recreation accounts in this fiscal?
Mr. Chairman, I am trying not to be very controversial in my responses to the members in this committee. You see this thing called security services? There are some particular security services companies run by persons who were close to former ministers, who had a feeding frenzy in almost every government agency. And when we add up the thousands, it goes into millions of dollars of persons who provided security services when there were government workers who could have done it. There are situations where you had services being provided and the work of the public service being undermined. And these security companies, I will not call names here and now, Mr. Chairman, but we are looking very closely at those friends and family who are getting security contracts. Needless to say, this government has already started and increased the recruitment of municipal police officers to provide security services to the assets and facilities under the regional corporations, inclusive of parks and recreation grounds, but also including markets, abattoirs, and our streets. We are working with the Ministry of Homeland Security to make our country safe, and we will do it with municipal police officers, and we will not be employing friends and family like the past administration to provide security services.
Item 005, Works. We move now to subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. This is to be found at pages 314 to 315. Item 001, General Administration.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, sorry. Under 03, and I'll take 001, 002, and 004, because it's the same line of questioning, and 005. We have seen a complete removal of allocations for any purchase of office equipment, for all purchase of office equipment, furniture, vehicles, other minor equipment. Can the Honourable Minister indicate what is the reason for the complete removal of these allocations to the ARIMA Borough Corporation, please?
These are provided on a needs basis.
Everything is provided on a needs basis, please.
Not always.
We
have a lot of wastage that happened under the last government. It wasn't always on a needs basis.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So in light of the non-allocation for all these items, please, Mr. Chairman, can the Honourable Minister indicate whether if a need occur, whether the corporation would be allowed to apply, whether it is through the media, whether the government intends to take it on, whether through the media or through environment?
Our CEOs are very efficient. They are well trained. They are familiar with the procedure in terms of how to treat with areas where they want to supplement funding. And it starts, as I say, within in-house. And I've explained that before. And that would apply.
Item 002, Public Health. 004, Parks and Recreation Grounds. 005, Works. Subhead 4, Current Transfers and Subsidies, item 007.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, to the Honourable Minister. I see that as it relates to households, well, these items here in particular, 007, any particular thing you'd like to share with us for that decrease of the 4.7 million?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item, 007, households,
yes,
it pays for pensions, gratuities for monthly paid officers as well as daily paid officers, and where you have any compensation that has to be paid. In this fiscal, there was no request for payment under compensation, and there has not been even last year. What we have here is for pensions and gratuities for monthly paid and daily rated officers. These are calculated beforehand based on when officers are retiring, and it's usually calculated and sent off at about months in advance. So this would have been a request that came in from the last fiscal to be paid in this fiscal. The allocations for households are based on request, and the number of officers who retire vary from year to year. Hence, this year we have less persons, or less in terms of the request for the allocation to these votes, but they will cover the gratuities required.
Thank you, Minister.
Okay. Okay. 26.14 Borough Corporation, subhead 01 at page 323. Item 001, General Administration. Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, again, 13 remuneration to council members, that decrease of 370,000. Is this the same concern that you would have had in ARIMA as well?
Yeah, I don't know if this corporation, when they did their calculation, if they did not cater, it's possible they did not cater for the increase. But we will ensure that they are all paid as they should be paid. Yeah.
Thank you.
Chairman, line item 01000105, government's contribution to NIS. We are seeing a reduction of 600,000, reducing the government's contribution to NIS. In light of the government's increase in NIS contributions, could the Honourable Minister account for this decrease for government contribution to NIS for the 0.14 Borough Corporation workers, please?
These are daily paid, monthly paid employees, public service employees, and usually one day as they go along, if they need to supplement, they will let us know.
Two, Local Health Authority. 003, Public Places. 004, Transport and Roads. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. 002,
Mr. Chairman,
sorry.
under line item 02001, line item 22, there's a reduction from 2025, 1.2 million to $500,000, a reduction of more than 700,000. Can the Honourable Minister indicate what is the rationale for reducing the short-term allocation for the 0.14 Borough Corporation?
Yes, Point Fortin Borough is one of our smallest municipalities, and but the amount that they have here will satisfy the need in terms of the short-term employment.
(002) Local Health Authority. 3003 Public Places. Diego Martin Central.
Chairman, I raised my hand for 02. Minister, line item 28, other contracted services. This is the line item under which scavenging would be covered.
This is goods and services. This vote is too small for that. These other contracted services are some other things. Hold on.
Well, it's only, I just want to know if, amongst all the things that it would cover, if it would also cover scavenging services.
No. No.
To see where else it could be, though.
Huh?
No, still waiting to find out from
Done. No, it's not.
It's not covered. It's
not
covered.
scavenging. It's too small to be scavenging. The scavenging this costs a lot more than this. But there are you see again, sometimes our regional corporations do not provide the explanation that they ought to provide. What I know that this vote is usually utilized for in terms of other contracting services. I'm just looking for the list here, but this is not strictly scavenging. But if you have a question about it, please.
Well, Minister, the question would be the obvious one. The decrease brings the estimate down to 3.5 million, which is below even the 2024 actual, and the 2025 estimate and revised estimate. So, of course, my concern is around garbage collection in Point Fortin.
Yeah. No, they should be able to manage with this. This is an area that is quite flexible. Contracted services, they sometimes do things that they would usually do in-house, but if they decide to do it under contracting services, so very often to reduce the cost under contracting services, they will do it in-house. And there are a number of areas that they can be a little more efficient when it comes to hiring contractors. So they will be able to manage with this.
But, Minister, aren't they tied to the contractors that they have now for scavenging?
No, this wouldn't cause them to face any legal issues if that is what is your concern. Yeah.
I propose to move on. Item 004, Transport and Roads. 005, Corporation Property.
No, Chairman.
Again.
Yeah. Minister, under 004, Transport and Roads, Maintenance of Vehicles, we're seeing a significant drop in the allocation for maintenance of vehicles. I know the challenge that corporations face when you have to fix your backhoes, your vans, it's a real issue. So again, are you certain that their needs are going to be met with this reduced allocation?
Mr. Chairman, the issue of vehicles being in poor condition, the issue of the system that regional corporation use for the maintenance of their vehicles has been a sore point in several areas. And it is something that is reflective in other ministries. the whole issue of maintenance of equipment and vehicles, people driving things carelessly, damaging things, people not taking things to be serviced when they are to go for warranty. What I also found is that the government opted out of a lot of maintenance contracts. So to save money, they cut their nose and spoil their face. So to save money, they would have stopped paying for maintenance, doing the maintenance in-house, and then the vehicles are very damaged. So it is something that we have to spend some time looking at, because across the board, it is my view that we need a whole different system for the management, the maintenance, and the repairs to vehicles on a whole in the government service. I will work with all of our regional corporations, because several of them, their transport foremen and their CEOs have been making recommendations. So it is an area where we have not finalized how we will go in terms of the direction, but it is an area that we are focusing on to increase efficiency. Concerning the previous question, if you will allow me, Mr. Chair, you were asking about item 28 under Local Health Authority.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, so I just got the confirmation, 260200 to 28, local health, 3.5 million is for scavenging.
So it is that.
Yeah, so that is their request for scavenging. 3.5.
So that was their request for scavenging.
3.5 covers their scavenging costs.
San Fernando East.
Yes. So line item 61, this is insurance. What falls under this line item?
Sorry, which item?
61, insurance.
I'm ahead.
Am I the wrong one? 02001.
I think you are. We've gone past that. That's under goods and services?
Yes.
No, we've gone past that. We're on to transport and roads. So
I appreciate an answer if
no, you've gone past that.
No?
Yes,
Okay.
we've gone past that.
No problem.
Huh? Yeah, we've gone to corporation properties now. 005. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 002, local health. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Dago Martin Central.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, under pensions, 01. And seeing that there is a decrease in 2 million, and you now have an estimate for this year of 1 million, my information is that Point Fortin pays approximately, I think, $300,000 a month in pensions. So under this, they will only have 3 months cover for paying pensions.
This is for gratuities. What are you talking about?
No, gratuities is 02. I'm talking about 01 pensions.
The figure varies from year to year. So this will cover this year's projected pensions and gratuities.
So, again, based on information that I had gotten, it won't. But you are saying that this is their projection to you?
If you have a specific person, a retiree, who is having issues with getting their gratuity and stuff from the ministry, please let me know. I have cases that are more than 2-3 years old where people have not been paid. So while the current ones, we will try to process them very quickly. I do from time to time encounter people who hit administrative hurdles. Sometimes it is because they didn't submit the proper information, or that the corporation records were not what they were supposed to be. But I do have to deal with on a case-by-case basis. So if you're aware of any person who has a challenge with getting their pension or gratuity, you could just bring it to my attention.
So that's just to be clear, Minister, it's not gratuity, right? This is to do with their overall pension bill on a monthly basis. They say my information is that it will not be met beyond 3 months with this allocation.
Chairman, I'd like to ask on that same line item 04000701. If in 2024 4.7 million was actually spent, and last year 5.5 million was 5 million was actually spent, what would account for the 100% reduction drastically in 1 year that the minister is sure that this 2.5 million is now the true reflection as compared to all other previous years?
Point Fortin Borough Corporation falls under the Statutory Authority Service Commission. So they have a slightly different regime in terms of pensions for their retired employees. In the system, however, I have encountered a number of instances where both the regions as well as the boroughs and the cities have had issues with their pension. And I'm saying if you are aware of any individual who has a challenge with receiving their pension, you can let me know. However, the request for pension, it varies from year to year depending on the number of persons who die, the number of persons who retire in that particular fiscal year when the items are processed. So what is allocated here, they will utilize. Sometimes, well, very often, they might have tax for addition. But this is usually calculated based on the number of persons who have retired.
Mr. Chairman.
09, other transfers. Okay, I now propose to go to Shagwana's Borough Corporation, but before I do so, I propose to suspend hearing for 10 minutes and would respectfully ask if the Leader of Government Business and the Chief Whip could perhaps attend my chambers. I'd be very grateful. Thank you all very much. So we come back at 7:10. Thank you.
spiritual self for me. I go free. Some boy want me dead with gunshot in my head, but that man not pray. Cause Jesus guide me from my enemy. Thank God for life every day. As my rise, me say I pray. The sunshine shining on me face. Me tongue the most high for His grace. Me not trying to make it seem like life is easy. Sometimes life get hard like mathematics. Believe me, I never KFC on a Friday, but Satan busy. But me not study that because she's a sweet in my life like a sweetie. Yeah. Ooh, thank God for life. Ooh, as me rise. Ooh, thank God for life. Ooh, yeah, as me rise. Thank God for life every day. As my rise, me say I pray. The sunshine shining on me face. Me tongue the most high for His grace. Ooh, thank God for life. Ooh, as me rise. Ooh, thank God for life. Ooh, yeah, as me rise. Oh, God. Thank God for life every day. As my rise, me say I pray. The sunshine shining on me face. Me tongue the most high for His grace. As me jump out of me bed and me open me bird and me start to breathe. I know me physical self, but me spiritual self for me. I go free. Some boy want me dead with gunshot in my head, but that man not pray. Cause Jesus guide me from my enemy. Thank God for life every day. As my rise, me say I pray. The sunshine shining on me face. Me tongue the most high for His grace. Me not trying to make it seem like life is easy. Sometimes life get hard like mathematics. Believe me, I never KFC on a Friday, but Satan busy. But me not study that because she's a sweet in my life like a sweetie. Yeah. Ooh, thank God for life. Ooh, as me rise. Ooh, thank God for life. Ooh, yeah, as me rise. Thank God for life every day. As my rise. like life is easy. Sometimes life get hard like mathematics. Believe me, I never KFC on a Friday, but Satan busy. But me not study that because she's a sweet in my life like a sweetie. Yeah. Ooh, thank God for life. Ooh, as me rise. Ooh, thank God for life. Ooh, yeah, as me rise. Thank God for life. Every day, yeah, as my rise, me say I pray, yeah, the sunshine shining on me face, me thank the Most High for His grace. Ooh, thank God for life. Ooh, as me rise. Thank God for life. Ooh, yeah, as me rise. Thank God for life. Every day, yeah, as my rise, me say I pray, yeah, the sunshine shining on me face, me thank the Most High for His grace. As me jump out of me bed and me open me bird and me start to I know me physical self, but me spiritual self for me I go free. Some boy want me dead with gunshot in my head, but that me not pray. Cause Jesus got me from my enemy. Thank God for life. Every day, yeah, as my rise, me say I pray, yeah, the sunshine shining on me face, me thank the Most High for His grace. Me not trying to make it seem like life is easy. Sometimes life
Okay. Members, I propose now to go to Chaguanas Borough Corporation, subhead 01. The numbers for the Chaguanas Borough Corporation are to be found at pages 333 to 334. Personal expenditure, item 001, general administration. 002, cemeteries. 003, markets and abattoirs.
Chair, I don't intend to prolong it. I just want to put a marker down that the overtime in all of these heads show increases as opposed to in other corporations where there are significant decreases.
Right. So, can I just suggest, for economy of time, that all these observances could be put into writing and inquiry made. So we could just move on. We could skip along happily, merrily
It
along.
was just the market, Chair, and I'm done.
Yeah, I accept that.
Mr. Chairman, am I correct in that the Standing Finance, the members ask questions? I mean, if they are making observations, that is different. I don't think the Standing Finance Committee, Mr.
I think
for that. If you're asking a question, I'll be happy to answer.
Chairman, I understood what you said, and it will come in right.
Member for Diego Martin, Northeast.
I will follow the prescribed procedure and the established practice and ask a question. I have observed that, which item are we on, by the way? It's still on 01?
01, yes.
No, my question is not on 01. It's on 02.
Which item you want to ask?
I'm on 02. So if 01 is finished,
okay, let's go.
Allow me to go to 02.
Yes, go ahead, ask the question.
Right. I noticed on page 334, which is the overall summary of goods and services for the Shogunas Borough Corporation, the amount allocated in 2026 for Shogunas is 9.65 million more than 2026 under 02 goods and services. But if I go to a specific line item on page 336, which is 0228 other contracted services, I noticed that the allocation for other contracted services has been increased from 14 million to 23.5 million, an increase of $9.5 million. Could the minister explain, in the context of decreases in the goods and services allocation for other corporations, in particular corporations controlled by the People's National Movement, why is there this huge increase in goods and services, and in particular, sub-item 28, other contracted services for the Shogunas Borough Corporation?
You are on page 336.
4.
Sorry?
4 and 6. I started off on 4, but I've gone to 336, yes. 0228. $9.5 million increase in other contracted services. Why is that?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure I'm in the correct spot. Oh, this is to meet some outstanding issues that we have encountered at Shogunas Borough.
What are they?
I don't have the full listing in front of me, but what I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, the allocations to the different corporations do vary. What I have encountered is a serious disparity in terms of the funding allocated to several regional corporations. And a regional corporation, a borough, that has a population of 17,000 persons gets far more than Shogunas Borough that has 60,000 persons, and they are both boroughs. There has been a trend of unfair allocations and funding over time, and it has become the norm. So when you get accustomed to having a short foot, it is limp. But when you have the opportunity to provide a prosthetic, you cannot complain that the short leg is getting the prosthetic and the good leg is not getting a prosthetic. So my point, Mr. Chairman, my point is that across the board, because the minister is asking a general question.
No, I'm not. I am not asking a general question.
If I
ask a specific question.
I did not interrupt you when you were asking your question. Mr. Chairman, the former minister and the member for Diego Martin is asking a question about Shogunas but making reference to other corporations. And I'm answering the question
You have my
based
permission to
on
go ahead.
the way he framed his
Go ahead, answer the question.
So I'm saying to you that the aspersion from the opposition that this government is somehow cutting funding from some kind of malicious reasons in P&M corporations and increasing funding in UNC corporation is not correct. In fact, if they do the maths, the P&M corporations combined get more money in this budget than the UNC corporations combined. So it is a totally false narrative, and I will be treating with the issues one by one, line item by line item. But because I appreciate you giving me this opportunity to explain that, I hope that puts it to rest.
No, but I have a follow-up now, since the minister has not dealt with my question. This item, 336 page, head 27 more, board 27, Chaguanas Borough Corporation, 0 goods and services, other contracted services. What is the nature of these other contracted services? What's the nature of it? What's it for?
Because this is maintenance of state traces, they vary. So some of them include, we have a lot of road patching and so on to do. Some of them also include bridges that they will be repairing.
This is under local health authority?
Sorry.
This is local
you
health
want
authority.
goods and services, the one I am on page 2.
Page 336, 02, goods and services, local health authority, 28 other contracted services.
Right. What page are you on? I'll make sure you and I
For
on
the fourth time, 336. And the item
006.
No, page
Sorry.
336.
Correct.
The item for the fourth time or fifth time is goods and services 02, local health authority, 28 other contracted services. What is the nature of other contracted services
Right.
under the local health authority item under goods and services on page 336? Chaguanas.
Sorry, so that is brought forward from the page before.
No, it's not.
Okay,
It's
no.
all on its own. It's not brought forward from anything. It's on its own. It's a standalone amount.
Page 335,
If you would
local
just
health authority.
336.
Yes.
Stop
hang
shouting
on.
and listen, please.
I think what the minister was simply saying, it's local health authority brought forward.
Yeah, but I'm not on, that's the heading. I'm on the item. 28
Yes.
other
I
contracted
think
services.
the minister was making an attempt to explain it and put it in some context. Minister, are you able to give an answer to that as to the nature of those contracted services?
It's not maintenance of state traces.
Right. So this local health authority, both goods and services, that was brought forward from page 335. The minister is on item 28, other contracted services under local health authority. Oh, a lot of this has to do with our drainage systems, Mr. Chairman. In our flood mitigation program, we have encountered a number of areas that have been flood prone, and there are recurrent floods in certain areas. We have undertaken to identify the cause of the flooding, and in some cases there is need for collaboration between the Ministry of Local Government and other ministries such as Works and Agriculture. In Chaguanas Borough, you will recall that on the last weekend, in a matter of minutes, when you had some rains during a yellow alert, all the Diwali Nagar was flooded. The Charleville area, we had to issue a release advising motorists not to use certain roads in Charleville and so on, because of a recurring problem that has come about because of pure negligence, because the last government just totally neglected the public health and the waterways. So a lot of our flood mitigation work will take place under this vote, under local Health Authority because the maintenance of water courses fall here.
Does garbage collection fall under this item? I know that. So why are you increasing the amount for garbage collection in Chaguanas by 9.5 million and cutting Port of Spain by 8 million for the same garbage collection?
Mr. Speaker, that is an incorrect statement. The contracted services here is not only garbage collection. It includes other contracted services.
What is the amount allocated for garbage collection?
If I may, garbage collection does constitute the bulk of this vote, but it is not limited.
What is the amount for garbage collection out of this $23 million? That's not true. There are no arrears for garbage collection. Don't try that.
Mr. Chairman, question, please.
No, but hello, Mr. Speaker. I'm asking the Minister a specific question. What is the out of the 23.5 million? How much is for garbage collection?
Minister, are you able to answer that now? What is the percentage of the 23.5 million is allocated to garbage collection?
Quantum.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you for that opportunity. I also want to point out that a big chunk of this 9 million is because the regional corporation, even though they were given a certain sum in the previous allocation, they did not get the full amount they were allocated. And as such, they had a number of instances where they have outstanding debt because of the last government underfunding them. So a good chunk of this 9 million is actually going. And if you go to page 334 on the first line under goods and services, you can follow the money.
Yes, but that's not the question.
Yes.
That's not
so
the
you can
question
see there how in 2025.
I didn't ask that question.
So that the allocation we are giving them this fiscal is similar to the allocation in the previous fiscal.
How much
because the 2025 revised reflects the they just didn't get the money that they were supposed to get in the beginning.
Okay, fine. All of that is fine, but my question is, of the 23.5 million in 2026, how much of it is for garbage collection?
I'll get the information from the former Minister of Finance here.
So that you can't say how much of this 23 million is for garbage. Although you know most of it is.
We can move on now.
I think we've gilded that lily enough. Let's move on. San Fernando East.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. We seem to have zoomed by 334.
Sorry?
So I wanted to ask a question there. Page 334, 0261, insurance. Can I ask what falls under that line item of insurance?
Minister?
Yes, this usually covers insurance for vehicles and or buildings and so on. Just double checking some information here.
Yeah.
It's not the medical insurance, from what I know.
It's only for motor vehicle insurance. Only motor vehicle insurance.
Not only. There are other assets that are also insured.
Is it a requirement that these vehicles be insured? Because as state vehicles, before you laugh and embarrass yourself, right? Usually, insurance is.
All right, Bartaria.
Allow me to educate Bartaria, please. When you are insured, it's because you're being protected by an institution with a higher financial strength that you have. So, who would have a greater financial strength than the state or the government of Trinidad and Tobago? I'm asking if that's a requirement.
Mr.
Hang on. Before you answer that, Minister, have you checked the motor vehicles and road traffic?
But that's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
that's what I'm asking. Is that the case?
You are asking the question. So before you ask,
exactly, I'm asking.
Hang on a second.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I knew the answer, I wouldn't ask the question.
Before you ask the question as to whether or not the corporation has an obligation to insure its vehicles, you should first determine the state of the law.
Mr. Chairman, I am not the one required to make the payment.
Well, I'm not going to, having regard to the state of the law, I'm not going to allow that.
What is the state of the law?
All vehicles must be insured, third-party risk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, come on. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. San Fernando East, if you persist as that, I'll invite you to take the advice of Port of Spain North on that. Well, no, take some advice on that. Item 004, maintenance of buildings and grounds and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. 003, markets and abattoirs. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. 009, other transfers. We get now to 28, Diego Martin Borough Corporation at page 342. Item 001, general administration. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002. Well, I am assured, having regard to what transpired this morning, that if I didn't look, you certainly would shout and grab my attention. Well, at last you are behaving. Which item? Which item?
02, goods and services. The total allocation for goods and services for the Diego Martin Borough Corporation in 2025, the original allocation, 52.7 million. The 2026 allocation, 32.7 million. And when you go to other items such as on page 344, other contracted services, you see significant reductions. Why have you cut $20 million out of goods and services in Diego Martin?
Mr. Speaker, again, the member is trying to go all over the place to try to make a hysterical statement. We are dealing with this thing line by line. If there is a particular line item that he has a query on, I could give him the explanation. Or if you want to have a political meeting, he could go by Pigott Corner.
I'll repeat the specific question.
Just tell me what
page
line
344,
item, right?
02, 005, Local Health Authority. You have reduced the allocation from 2025 to 2026 by over $4 million. Why? Other contracted services. Why?
All right. You are totaling up, so the Y will be in the 03, the 10, the 12, the 13, the 28,
I am on 005, 28. What are you talking about? I'm on one item, not totaling anything.
You're asking the total for health or it only 28?
Mr. Chairman, again.
Yes. No, you don't have to get hysterical. I want to be clear that I am on the same page and the same line as you are.
I said 344.
There is no need for you to get hysterical.
Hysterical?
I just want to be sure that we are on the same vote and the same line. Stay calm.
That is not going to work, you know. Page 344, 02 Goods and Services, 005 Local Health Authority. Within 005, head sub item 28, other contracted services, has been cut by $4 million. Why? That has nothing to do with the rest.
You ready?
We're going to ask the question if
I'll have to know because sometimes you go off in hysterics as soon as I start.
Mr. Speaker, come on, this is ridiculous and childish.
Yes, you have been quite childish all afternoon.
All right,
this is childish.
Let's just move on. We have an agreement to finish at 9.
Yeah, but I have not received an answer to that question.
Let's press on with it.
Why did you cut that item by $4 million?
You've asked the question.
But she's not answering.
Right, so I'm going to ask the minister if she's able to answer it now.
Mr. Chair, able to answer any question?
Right. You know. Can we have a short, brief, crisp answer?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, the number they are giving here, the 23 million, is sufficient to cover the other contracted services under this vote.
Really? All right, is that so? So garbage all over Diego Martin because of you. Okay, no problem.
Okay. So we go now to item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. 002, cemeteries. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. 001, general administration. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. All right. We now get to San Juan Laventille Regional Corporation. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. The items are to be found between pages 350 to 351. Items 001, general administration. 002, cemeteries. 003, markets and abattoirs. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 02, goods and services. 001, general administration. 002, cemeteries. 003, markets and abattoirs. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. 001, general administration. 003, markets and abattoirs. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 4, 007, households. 009, other transfers. Tunapuna Piaco Regional Corporation. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. This is to be found between 359 to 360. Item 001, general administration. 002, cemeteries. 003, markets and abattoirs. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 02, goods and services. I beg your pardon. Item 001, general administration. 002, cemeteries. 003, markets and abattoirs. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. 007, municipal police. 008, disaster management unit. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. 004, maintenance of building, grounds, and pastures. 007, municipal police. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. 009, other transfers. Sangre Grande Regional Corporation. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. 001, general administration. 002, cemeteries. 003, markets and abattoirs. 004, maintenance of buildings and grounds and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. 002, cemeteries. 003, markets and abattoirs. Maintenance of buildings and grounds and pastures. 004, 005. Local health authority. 006.
Chairman.
Yes?
Under line item 005.
Yes, on page 372.
Yes, please. We are seeing an increase of 8.6 million to the other contracted services. Can the Honourable Minister indicate what is this increase?
Yes.
8 million for?
This is one of the corporations who did not get, who had a shortfall in their requirement for scavenging services. So when we came into government, just before the midterm review, we held a meeting with all our corporations, financial persons, including their accountant and financial officer, with the view of consolidating what they want to prioritize and so on. And I was very shocked to know that several corporations were given, in some cases, as much as 5 months short on their allocation, so that they were so terribly underfunded, but so they ended up with bills. The one with the smallest gap was Tunapuna Piaco, who only had 2 weeks short on their allocation. Sangre Grande is one of those who had a shortage on their allocation. they also had, because of the water situation in the Sandy Grande area, and Sandy Grande is a rural community, and the water truck services provided by the regional corporation, again, the allocation was not enough. And you had instances where the pipe-borne water was not reaching the customers, and the local corporation had to make up for that. So while our corporation was busy providing whatever truck-borne water they could, it meant that they would have had some shortfalls. So we have to clear those bills. We have that in Superior Corporation as well, but I guess when we come to that, but several corporations I encountered that, and we want to, as I say, clear those bills because those are very essential services.
Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, etc. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state trace, local roads, etc. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. 007, household. 009, other transfers. Kuva Tabakit Talparu Regional Corporation. Subhead 01, personnel expenditure. Item 001, general administration. 002, cemeteries. 003, markets and abattoirs. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. 002, cemeteries. 003, markets and abattoirs. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces. Subhead 04. Current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, household. 009, other transfers. Mayaro 33, Mayaro Rio Claro Regional Corporation, pages 387 to 388. Subhead 01, personnel expenditure. Item 001, general administration. 002, cemeteries. 003, markets and abattoirs. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local routes, etc. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. 002, cemeteries. 003, markets and abattoirs. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, household. And item 009, other transfers, no allocation. Superior Borough Corporation, subhead 01, personnel expenditure. 001, general administration. 002, cemeteries. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries. 003, markets and abattoirs. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. 004, maintenance of building, grounds, and parking. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. 007, households. 009, other transfers. 35, Penal David Regional Corporation. Yes, so page numbers are to be found at 404 to 405. Personnel expenditure, item 001, general administration. 002, cemeteries. 003, markets and abattoirs. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. 005, local health authorities. 006, maintenance of traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 02, goods and services. 001, general administration. 002, cemeteries. 003, markets and abattoirs. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads. Subhead 3, minor equipment purchases. 001, general administration. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds. 005, local health authority. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, household. And item 009, other transfers, no allocation. Princestown Regional Corporation. Subhead 01, pages 413 to 414. Personnel expenditures. Item 001, general administration. 002, cemeteries. 003, markets and abattoirs. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads. Subhead 02, goods and services. 001, general administration. Cemetery 002, 003, markets and abattoirs. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. 001, general administration. 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. 005, local health authority. 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, household. 37, regional corporation services general. Subhead 4, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007. Trinidad and Tobago Association of Local Government Authorities. Subhead 01, personnel expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Honorable members, we now move to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, development program, consolidated fund, page number 119. Item 003, economic infrastructure. D, roads and bridges. Chairman, honorable members, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, spans 11 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. For economy of time. Administrative services, pages 120 to 121. Public buildings, page 121. Port of Spain City Corporation, page 122. Arima Borough Corporation, pages 122 to 123. San Fernando City Corporation, page 123. Point Fortin Borough Corporation, pages 123 to 124. Chaguanas Borough Corporation, page 124. Diego Martin Borough Corporation, 124 to 125. San Juan Lavantil Regional Corporation, page 125. Tunapuna Piaco Regional Corporation, pages 125 to 126. Sangre Grande Regional Corporation, pages 126 to 127. Cuba Tabaqui Talparo Regional Corporation, page 127. Mayaro Rio Claro Regional Corporation, pages 127 to 128. Separia Borough Corporation, page 128. Pinal Debe Regional Corporation, 128 to 129. Princestown Regional Corporation, pages 129 to 130. Infrastructure Development Fund, page 271. Item 004, Social Infrastructure, page 271, Community Development. Item 5, Multisectoral and Other Services, F, Public Buildings, page 272. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,094,683,516 for Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government stand part of the schedule. Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The sum of $2,094,683,516 for Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government now stands part of the schedule. We now move to Head 46, Ministry of Youth and Sport and Youth Affairs. Head 46, Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, $290,652,400. I will now invite the Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs to make a brief opening statement. Maximum. Yeah. Yes, and it would be remiss of me if I do not thank the technocrats for having spent quite an excessive number of hours, way over and above what you would have expected and one would ordinarily expect, but we thank you very much.
Chairman, honorable members, thank you for the opportunity to account for the stewardship of the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs as we consider the estimates before this Standing Finance Committee today. Our ministry's focus remains clear: enable performance, expand participation, and strengthen community cohesion through targeted sport and youth development investment across Trinidad and Tobago. For fiscal 2025-2026, our recurrent allocation, sports core programs, athlete support, and service delivery, while development program resources prioritize facility upgrades, safe community spaces, and youth pathways for grassroots to elite performance. This balanced approach builds on prior allocations to ensure continuity in athlete assistance, sport grant, and community sport initiative, while accelerating infrastructure projects that enhance access and safety in high-use facilities nationwide. Some key delivery pillars that guide our expenditure are athlete pipeline and performance, sustaining the elite athlete assistance and structured support through Sport TT, to protect training cycles, competitions, and medical mental performance services. Community access and facility readiness, progressing upgrades at national stadia and high-demand indoor and outdoor venues, and continuing rehabilitation at community facilities that serve youth, schools, and clubs. Youth development and employability, aligning sport-based life skills, coaching education, and club administration training while
national development priorities to expand safety, structured opportunities for young people. Honorable members, value for money is central to our execution. We are tightening procurement timelines for minor works, sequencing projects to minimize downtime, and leveraging partnerships to stretch each public dollar, including coordinated maintenance with local authorities and sport governing bodies for both life cycle management and of facilities. These measures reduce recurrent strain and project capital investment. The estimates also reflect practical steps to minimize barriers to participation and cost to athletes and families, complementing national measures that reduce input costs and stimulate community sport and healthy living. As facility quality improves and programs delivery scales, these synergies will increase participation, keep youth engagement in positive activities, and improve national performance outcomes. In closing, the ministry stands ready to address itemized questions under the head and to demonstrate how each line supports measurable outcomes. More children in structured sports, safer and better maintained facilities, stronger national teams, and sustained community engagement. With the committee's support, these estimates will deepen the impact of sport and youth development as drivers of national pride, social cohesion, and opportunity. This new ministry, Mr. Speaker, will now be a well-run lead ministry and not be used to fill anyone and their affiliates' pockets.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $290,652,400 for head 46, the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, stand part of the schedule. The sum of $290,642,400 for head 46, Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We will now proceed to consider draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, subhead 01, these are to be found between pages 313 to 314. Subhead 01, personnel expenditure, item 001, general administration. Diego Martin West.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman. Under item 01-00101, salaries and cost of living allowance. From speaking to members of staff at the ministry, we have been told that quite a few of the members of staff, their contracts were not renewed between April 28th and present. How many of these positions are new positions in terms of the $8.5 million allocation?
Okay. What we have at this head, we have 544 monthly paid workers, 419 contract, 114 short-term, and 63 daily paid workers. We have catered for all the persons who went home to rehire persons here in our drive, our employment drive.
All right, thank you very much, Minister. How many of these staff members are assigned to work on the SHAPE program, the Sport, Health, Athletics, Performance and Empowerment program in communities?
Government officials, general. Okay, this line item is only for general admin.
Yes. So there are no general admin staff working on this project?
No.
Okay. What about the Pink Rain campaign?
Anything on the Pink Rain?
For women in sports? None as well?
Okay, this would be a different line item. We are not at that line item.
Okay, no problem. What about the Java Community Cricket Program?
That will also be a different line item.
So can the minister highlight this admin staff, What areas and what projects are they currently assigned to specifically?
Okay, so the salaries, increments and arrears of acting paid to minister, DPS, general administration employees, clerical officers, drivers, messengers in HR accounts, audit, and procurement.
No problem. What is the timeline that the minister has to fill these outstanding positions?
Within the next few weeks.
Within the next few weeks?
We are on a recruitment drive, and our recruitment drive should end within the next couple of weeks.
So is it that I see we have an item here for monthly paid officers of 700,000 and monthly paid officers also in that 8.5 million?
Under which item?
So it's a correlation of items. So in 04, you have allowances for monthly paid officers, but do we have monthly paid officers in that $8.5 million as well? So the two items would be correlated because they are all employees.
Okay, so I just give you all the monthly paid under 01, salaries and cost of living allowance.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Line item 14, remuneration to members of cabinet-appointed committees. What committees are these?
Okay, there are two committees paid under this vote. The Youth Training Rehabilitation Center and the TADO board, which was installed in January of this year.
That's it. Who are the members on these committees?
Who are the members of the committee?
Yes.
Okay. So we have the TADO board, Mr. Douglas Camacho as the chairman. We have Mr. Andre Collins, vice chairman, Dr. Oba Galston, Ms. Anika Fritz Brown, Mr. Leroy Lewis, Ms. Alison R. Pushet, Mr. Sukesh Maniam, Mr. Gerard Franklin, Mr. Ian Downs, Ms. Aisha Seeley, Mr. Adande Pigot, and Ms. Marcelin Melville Jack. The next committee, I will have to furnish you with that information. That would be the YTRC to be installed under the Ministry of Homeland Security.
Portisby North.
Thank you. Minister, I heard you in response to my colleague from Diego Martin West say that you intend to recruit, what was it, in the next few weeks, members of staff. Was that what you?
The government on the whole is on a recruitment drive, and we should be recruiting persons within the next couple of weeks.
This is under your staff on establishment for the line item 01000101, salaries and cost of living, right?
The recruitment drive is not for monthly paid, it is for the DPA.
Okay, and where is this recruitment? Where are they being advertised? Where are the positions being advertised? Because I haven't seen anything in the newspapers.
You saw anything on the website? It is on the ministry's
You'll
website.
Still, you know? Sorry, what your colleagues were distracting me.
It is advertised through Employee TT.
Employee TT. Yeah. Is this the service that was launched very quietly over the weekend? I'm hearing more noise about it now than I did before. Is this what was launched over the weekend?
Yes, and it wasn't quietly done.
It wasn't quietly done. This is what was done in Couva at the Atobolam Stadium?
Yes.
The Velodrome under Couva North? Is a number of questions I'm waiting on the answer to, if you all would allow the minister to answer.
Well,
So the
I just answered
advertisements are on this employee TT site?
Yes.
And you are expecting to go through a procurement from start to finish and have persons employed in the next couple of weeks?
We should start the recruitment in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Sport Division. 004, Youth Affairs. 005.
Chair?
Yes.
All right, so under
Martin West.
Under Youth Affairs,
Yes.
salaries and cost of living allowance, is any of this 1.85 allocated, attributed to youth agriculture and staff associated with that program?
Okay. No.
No? So is it that the minister has discontinued the youth agricultural homestead program, the youth aquaculture program, and other programs?
All those programs that you are listing is no longer with our ministry, with youth and sport and youth affairs.
Has something, so I also want to ask regarding that figure, the PIPE program, salaries for staff associated with that program in that 1.85?
There was an issue with the PIPE program under your administration where the program was not completed. WASA was supposed to make available space to continue the program, the practical part of the program, and it was never done.
So the program is not being continued? That's what the minister is saying?
Once WASA make the space available, the program could be continued. So we have a lot of youths just sitting waiting there until this happens. So clearly, it would be completed. I will be in discussions with the Minister of Public Utilities, and we should get this program completed 100%.
And what about the 40 under 40 program where young people were mentored?
This is not under this line item.
No problem. So none of the staff in youth affairs is associated with that initiative at all?
The staff under the youth services, they will be under the youth programs when we get there.
Okay, no problem. So concerning the Amplify Music and Media program, is that program also not accounted for in this amount?
All those programs are not here.
Are they're not in this line item, or they're not here at all?
They are not in this particular line item.
No further questions, Minister. Thank you.
I just have one question for you as it relates to the Barcelona Youth Facilities. That's still under your ministry? And if so, when will it be open for the young people of Barcelona Street to utilize it?
This is not under this particular line item, but I can still answer you. What I found in the ministry, Barcelona Street, actually the contractor was supposed to supply computers. The computers under the purview of the contractor was stolen. So therefore, the ministry will not take the keys for the facility, because if we do that, the defect liability period will start. So we await the contractor to replace the computers before we take the keys, and then we could open the facility.
I just want to clarify, the computers were stolen from the center?
From the center under the contractor who is doing the construction and the supply of the computers. Also, when our officers went to Barcelona Street to do a visit to take over the building and take the keys from the contractor, there was snagging that was supposed to be done, and he did not complete the snagging. So it's two issues, the snag list. So we cannot take keys and open a facility with the snag.
Could we liaise with this off?
We are doing that, You and I will speak about it, no problem.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Minister, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I see you're in a generous mood, so I want to ask a question. We're having an issue in Kokie with the Kokie swimming pool.
All right. I think that's more appropriate.
The minister, Mr. Chairman, just now the minister offered to answer the question for my good friend.
So
allow me the opportunity to answer my question.
Perhaps that could be the subject of a private conversation, a private correspondence.
It's being discussed here.
Yeah, it's 9:10.
You could have answered the question by now, Mr. Chairman.
It's 8:10 and we're stopping at 9, so let's move on.
I get tired of
005, National Youth Development and Apprenticeship Centers. Subhead 02.
Thank you very much, Chair.
There you go, Martin West, sorry.
00501, just quickly, what centers are these salaries attributed to?
Okay, payment of salaries, increments, arrears, and acting allowances for admin officers, clerical officers, cooks, youth camp directors, youth camp instructors, youth placement officers, stores attendant, maid, cleaners. We have 3 YDAs at Chatham, Presto Presto, and El Dorado, and these projects, we have serious issues with these projects.
Does the Minister want to highlight the issues so we can understand what are the problems and how they are going to be fixed?
I would have addressed this in my pre-budget debate, especially with Chatham and El Dorado, with cost overrun on the project. And in some cases, the ministry did not approve most of these variations, all right? So, and most of the projects we have in these type of problems. So we are looking into these projects.
Pages 315 to 318. Item 001, General Administration.
Chairman, through you.
Laventille West.
Line item 02001, 16. Can the Honourable Minister indicate and see a reduction of 600,000 from the previous MyDNS allocation to this fiscal year? Can the Honourable Minister indicate what this reduction would entail, what it will entail, how will it affect the contract employees?
Can I make a gentle inquiry as to the line item you're actually referring to?
0200116. 16.
Contract employment, I see.
Contract employment.
Yes. Minister, are you able to?
Just 1 second, I'm not seeing that on my document here, so.
Page 315. 02001 16. Contract employment.
Okay. So this is really a phased recruitment to fill vacancies. Which page on? 315.
Can the Honourable Minister indicate whether in the last fiscal year, whether any employees under the contract employment were terminated?
Not to my knowledge.
Can the Honourable Minister indicate what are the vacancies under this line item, please?
What are the vacancies are there?
In the interest of time, Mr. Chairman, if the Honourable Minister wants to provide it in writing, I'll accept him, please. And we can move on to the next question.
What's that?
A written.
Provision of written.
No, we will try to provide you with that.
Yes. Can the Honourable, under the same line item, please, Mr. Chairman, can the Honourable Minister indicate what is the process for hiring under his Ministry for Contract Employment?
Okay, I think I just answered that question
No, you did
not. We are dealing with that through the recruitment drive.
Through the recruitment. Line item 22, please, Mr. Chairman. We've seen a reduction of an average of 1.2, average of 1 million reduction, please. Can the Honourable Minister indicate what are the vacancies relative to short-term, the amount of vacancies relative to short-term employment under his ministry, please?
We will also provide you with that information. Yeah.
And the same question relative to the process, is that is going to be through the employee TT?
Yes.
Right. Deeply grateful. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Overseas travel, 00127. Can the Minister indicate to whom does that apply? 200,000? Official overseas travel.
Okay. This will be travel to attend seminars, training, and other events for Minister, PS, DPS, and other staff.
Item 002, Physical Education and Sport Division. 003, Youth Centers. 004, Youth Affairs. 005, National Youth Development and Apprenticeship Centers. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. 002, Physical Education and Sport Division. 003, Youth Centers. 004, Youth Affairs. 005, National Youth Development and Apprenticeship Centers. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 002, Commonwealth Bodies. 004, International Bodies. 005, Non-Profit Institutions. 007, Households. 009, Other Transfers.
Chairman, just one quick question on the 007 line.
7, yes.
007 line item 04, National Incentive and Rewards Initiative. I'm seeing that there is an increase. Well, previously, the revised estimate were from 1 million to 115,000, and now back to the million. Could the Honourable Minister indicate whether our World Athletic Champions, Keishon Walcott and Dream Richards, received their 500,000 and 250,000 respectively, please?
Okay, so to answer that question, that would be yes. We drafted a cabinet note already to deal with that.
No, I didn't ask if it was drafted. I asked if they received the payment. Yes or no?
No, they didn't receive the payment, but we did. There's a process. There's a process for us to go through to be able to make the payment.
Yes.
All right?
So,
we started the process already to ensure that we make the payment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So I asked the question whether they have been paid or not. Yes, it's a yes or no question.
Other transfers. 011, transfers to state enterprises. Honourable members, we will now move to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09 at page 140, Consolidated Fund, item 004, Social Infrastructure, page 140. Honourable members, item 00.
Or development?
Oh, sorry. Diego Martin West? Or, very well.
Mr. Chair, just confirming we moved on to development projects.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. So, under 004, we have recreation, we have the sports facilities and rehabilitation facilities, the former Carney Sport Facility, recreation grounds, parks and spaces. However, there was a 5 million allocation for the Diego Martin Sporting Complex previously. We would like to know what is the scenario with that particular project for the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, as no allocation is given for that particular project.
Is it that you want to find out the scenario or the status?
Well, we want an update one way or the other.
Well, I'm not so sure. Was the scenario conveys a different impression? Was the status?
No problem. What's the status and will the project continue?
Well. Like some of the large projects I would have explained, like Chatham, Diego Martin, there's no allocation because this project is under review.
Mr. Minister, how soon will the review be completed?
I wouldn't be able to tell you at this time. Let the experts do their job. All right?
So there's no understanding or timelines at all regarding this?
Not at this point in time.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Honourable Members, item 004, Social infrastructure spans 2 pages, therefore I will also announce the project groups. C, sports at page 140, youth development, page 141, item 005, multisectoral and other services, page 142, and administrative services, page 142. Infrastructure development, page 281, item 004, social infrastructure, see sports, page 281. San Fernando East?
Yes, what falls under social infrastructure here?
What we have under social infrastructure is the ongoing Sevilla project. We have a payment towards the consultancy services for the refurbishment of the tennis courts. We also have some electrical...
Sorry, which tennis courts?
Huh?
Tennis courts in general?
Sevilla.
Sevilla.
Yeah. We also have allocation for some air condition works. We also have, at the same project, we have Dubison
Park,
yeah.
St. Madeleine.
We have the outfield works, we have the refurbishment of the pavilion, we have Usain St. Madeleine project management fees. We also have some prelims. At the same project, we also have the clubhouse, the tennis court, the pool, the car park, the access road, fencing work, and all these are projects that would have started under your administration that
Correct.
we are continuing.
When can we expect the Dubison Park project to be completed?
I do not have the answer for that right now. That is dependent on the contractor. The contractor has gone way over the stipulated time completion for this particular project. So we are trying to work with the contractors to tell us when they can complete the project. And we never stop the project. Just be mindful of that. We never stop the project.
Okay.
The issue is the contractor, so we are working with the contractor.
No problem. Would the community swimming pools fall under this line item?
No.
Which line item would that be? Talking to the minister, not you.
Well, yes,
Oh, listen, Mr. Chairman, I have constituents, and they ask this question over and over. I would really like an answer, please. Whichever line item it is under, I'm going to ask.
No, you're
okay, so please let me know.
You're going to have to pay some attention to the books and identify the line item.
I'm asking the minister directly. The minister just answered the same question. Mr. Chair, I could ask every line item which one is the pool, you know, I could also do that.
Yeah, but in economy of time, I'm shaking my head vigorously in a negative manner. I'm going to call
Yes,
on
but the minister
Spain
can answer the question. He's right here.
I'm going to call on Port Spain North.
Mr. Chairman, the minister is right here and he's willing to answer the question.
The minister is not answering
and the people of San Fernando East would like to know what is happening to the Coquille swimming pool, Mr. Chair.
San Fernando East. Let me make something clear to you.
It's a simple question.
San Fernando East, let me make something abundantly clear to you. At 8:23, if you're doing that for spite, that ain't working here tonight. Port of Spain North.
Mr. Chairman, I have one simple question.
Port of Spain North.
I have one simple question that the people of San Fernando East need to have answered. One simple question. The Coquille Community Swimming Pool has been closed. It was repaired since April. When will the pool be reopened?
San Fernando East. Come on. It's 8:23.
Mr. Chair, I have one question. Mr. Chair, my constituents have one question.
Right, so stop.
When will the Coquille swimming pool be reopened?
Stop the belligerence. It's not a line item. Port of Spain North.
Mr. Chair, then can I ask which line item involves the San Fernando Coquille swimming pool?
I will advise you to do your homework and read the books.
I'm asking the
Spain
minister.
Okay, stop it now.
Mr. Chairman, I had one question.
Port of Spain North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the Minister. Minister, on page 198, under 09004113C, Sports 001, upgrading of swimming pools. I've looked through all of the line items in the developmental program, including under the IDF, and I'm not seeing the work to be done on the construction of a swimming pool in Tunapuna. Is this on the cards?
Not right now.
And also, I've looked through, in the interest of time, I've also looked through all of the line items in the development program, the completion of the work at the Eddie Hart grounds. Is that on the cards?
Do you have anything on the card for that? No? No.
Thank you.
Okay. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $290,652,400 for the head 46, Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum of $290,652,400 for head 46, Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, now stands part of the schedule. Minister, I thank you very much. And more than that, can I extend my heartiest thanks on behalf of the entire Parliament to the technocrats and your team that accompanied you here tonight. Yeah. Ministry of Education, $5,266,480,354. I will now invite the Minister of Education to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Good evening, Chairman and honorable members. This evening, education is not merely an expenditure line in the national budget. It's an investment in the country's productivity, equity, and stability. Every dollar invested in education is a dollar invested in our people, our most valuable national assets. The Ministry of Education bears the profound responsibility of translating resources into results and budgets into better learning outcomes, guided by the principle that an investment in knowledge pays the best interest. This government continues to demonstrate that conviction by providing the educational sector with the single largest share of the national budget, a reflection of our belief that education is the foundation of every other form of progress. Our approach is structured around 3 pillars: a focus on children, our parents, and on the education system itself, ensuring that every initiative strengthens access, quality, and accountability at all levels. So, Chairman, our first and foremost responsibility is to the nation's children, the heart of every policy, every classroom, every investment. We are guided by the belief that all children can learn when provided with the right opportunities and support. During this fiscal period, the Ministry intensifies its focus on equity through universal screening for children. Every undetected barrier represents a missed opportunity. Our goal is to ensure no child is left unseen or unsupported. We have also taken decisive steps to ensure digital readiness and access across the system. At the same time, we remain committed to inclusive education. Students with special needs are receiving adaptive software and assistive technologies designed to meet their individual learning requirements. And underpinning all of this is our continued infrastructure renewal program. The second pillar of our strategy recognizes that education begins at home. A strong partnership between schools and parents multiplies the impact of every intervention in the classroom. The ministry has therefore strengthened parental engagement. Research is clear: when parents are engaged, attendance improves, behavior stabilizes, and academic outcomes rise. Our commitment is to make every home an active partner in the nation's educational effort. So, Chairman, the third pillar is the system itself, the architecture that sustains quality and drives transformation. We are modernizing the core of the education system through reforms in curriculum, teacher development, and governance. So, Chair, these achievements are not only policy-driven but fiscally disciplined. Despite a challenging economic climate, the ministry continues to manage resources with prudence and efficiency. Our focus is on measurable impacts, ensuring that every dollar allocated delivers tangible outcomes for learners, teachers, and families. So, Chairman, our task is clear: to build an education system that is equitable, resilient, and future-ready. By strengthening these three pillars, our children, our parents, and our education system, we are not merely sustaining education, we are transforming it into a force for national renewal. In the words of Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Our responsibility is to ensure that every child in Trinidad and Tobago wields that weapon confidently, competently, and with compassion. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $5,266,480,354 for Head 26 Ministry of Education stand part of the schedule. The sum of $5,266,480,354 for Head 26 Ministry of Education is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead details. Subhead 01, personnel expenditure, pages 189 to 190. Item 001, general administration. St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, under item 01, there is a decrease of 14 million. Could the minister account for the decrease, please?
Member, this allocation is sufficient.
Chairman, is that the extent of the answer?
Yes.
14 million decrease and the allocation is sufficient? How many workers are paid under this line item? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, the total establishment is 2,978, active employees 125, vacant positions with bodies 712, vacant positions without bodies 1,241. So
with an estimated 189 million spent to pay persons in 2025, then in 2026 the allocation is reduced by 14 million. The minister is saying that the allocation is sufficient. So where would the persons who were paid previously be paid?
Member, Chair, through you, I'm advised that a number of members of staff were transferred to the new Ministry of Tertiary Education and Skills Training.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We knew she was waiting for the minister to catch up. All right, so how many persons were transferred to the Ministry of Tertiary?
94.
94 transferred. And the entire decrease is accountable for that transfer of those persons? Or are there establishment positions that are not being filled here?
were transferred. I'm advised that only established positions were transferred.
Yes, I'm aware of that. So therefore, the 14, what I'm trying to confirm is that the 14 million decrease means that all of that decrease was attributable to the 94 persons that were transferred.
I'm advised that there was also expenditure in the last fiscal year for salary assigned according to the SRC. Yes? Arrears.
Okay.
'05 secondary education, St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there's a large increase of just over 903 million in line item 01. Could the minister account for that increase?
What the increase? Yes. Increases here. All right. Chair, through you to the member, the increase was due to the back pay arrears, the 5%.
So the 5% has been allocated in this budget?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, so can I ask a question? Because I heard somebody speaking about a possible renegotiation. Is it that, to the best of your knowledge, this is exactly what's going to be paid and nothing more?
I'm not in a position to say that.
Okay, thank you.
Item 006, primary education, St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there is an increase in line item 01, but only of 4 million. And I'm asking, what accounts for that increase?
Is this item 01?
Yes, item 01.
Chair, through you, I'm advised that we had 43 new teachers coming on board for the non-national schools.
Okay, so therefore, under 01, which is primary education, this line item, which pays primary school teachers, no allocation has been made for the 5% increase for the primary school teachers?
I'm advised that the full amount for the 5% back pay was placed in the secondary and will be transferred into the primary.
So the 903 billion reference the 4 deals with primary and secondary?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Item 011, Eastern Caribbean Institute of Agriculture and Forestry.
That, Chairman, has to be transferred to MTS.
Okay, so we can skip those. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, pages 192 to 197. Item 001, General Administration, St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, under line item 16, Contract Employment, there's a large decrease of 37.5 million. Could the minister account for that decrease?
Chairman, through you to the member, I'm advised that 117 contract positions went to the Ministry of Tertiary Education and Skills Training. 117.
107, and may I ask and confirm that the entire decrease was based on that movement?
Yes, I'm confirming.
Okay, so the entire decrease of 37.5 million was based on movement of 107 contract workers to the Ministry of Tertiary.
117.
117.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Item 005, secondary education. 006, primary education. 007, district services division. 008, Rudranath Kapildev Learning Resource Center. 009, early childhood care and education unit. All these have been transferred. Subhead 03, pages 197 to 198. Item 001, general administration. 006, primary education. 008, Rudranath Kapildev Learning Resource Center. 00.
Chairman, if I may, what page are you on?
I'm sorry?
What page are you on right now?
I'm on subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Pages 197 to 198.
Okay. Thank you.
Early Childhood Care and Education Center 009, subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 001, regional bodies. 003, United Nations organizations. 006, educational institutions. St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with regards to line item 29, grants to students enrolled at private special schools. Are there any new private special schools that are being accommodated under this line item? Or is it the existing amount?
Chair, through you to the member, no new schools, the existing number.
Okay, so just confirming it's the exact amount that have been supported, are being supported under this line item. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think there's any need to repeat the answers.
For my own clarification, Mr. Chairman.
You could read the answers in the Hansard for clarification. So item 007, households. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Item 004, statutory boards, page 204.
Mr. Speaker, my hand was up, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
I didn't
Mr. Chairman,
see
sorry.
Yeah, you should, perhaps, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. Which number?
I am on page 201 under 007. Have you passed that?
Households, yes, but I will come back. If your hand was up.
Yes, please.
Let's go back. Okay.
Line item 42, school supplies and book grant. Mr. Chairman, I note that there is no allocation. 20 million was expended in the last fiscal. There's no allocation for this fiscal. I want to ask the Minister, what accounts for the fact there is no allocation in this fiscal? Let the Minister answer.
Right. Chairman, through you, this grant, we would look at it for the midterm review.
So the question, can I just confirm, when you say you will look at it for the midterm review, is it that you will allocate in the midterm review, or is it that you're looking to determine whether or not you will allocate?
Chairman, through you, it's presently under review.
Okay, so the answer is it's currently under review. Member?
So it's currently under review means, I'm just trying to be very clear, is it that it's under review whether or not you are going to supply money to this item? That is what's under review?
No,
or is the amount under review? What exactly is the answer to the question?
No. I think you have to be fair in your interpretation of the answer. The very specific question you asked was whether or not the mid-year review will contain will determine whether or not it was going to continue or the amount it was going to contain. The minister has answered to the best of his ability that it continues to be under review. And that is the interpretation. So I don't know how much more we can get out of that. But if you wish to...
Mr. Chairman, I am simply asking, will the book grant be given in this fiscal or will it not be given? Maybe I should clarify it.
As I indicated, Chairman, through you, that the book grant is under review.
I will take that to mean that you're not sure, Minister.
Okay. Shall we move on?
Please do.
Honourable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Trinidad and Tobago House of Assembly. Trinidad and Tobago National Commission for UNESCO, subhead 01, personnel expenditure. We are at page 181 now. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services. 001. Okay. If that... Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. These are transferred, so it's only this one we have to go. Yeah. Honourable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of development program. And at page 81 of those draft estimates, item 00...
I'm sorry, Chairman. I'm sorry, but under the... I know we moved to this book, but were you finished with this book where it is current transit and subsidies?
Yeah, I was. No one raised their hand. So we moved on to the next development program book, and we're at item 005, the multi-sectoral and other services. Administrative services at page 81. Yeah. St. Anne's.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, under line item 042, can the minister indicate at what point will the laptops which are allocated, there's an increase of 100 million under acquisition and delivery of laptops and tablets. Can the minister indicate the timeline for the delivery of the laptops which were promised in August, September, and now we have reached October?
Chairman, through you, the laptops will be delivered by the end of this term, this academic term.
So that is the end of this term in December?
Term one, within term one.
So that means by December? When is term one ending?
Yes.
Okay, I think the noise is drowning out the minister's answer. Let's be fair.
So could I just clarify?
Yes,
so I did not
the
hear.
laptops will be delivered by the end of this term.
And can I ask what month the term ends in?
Within this term, and December.
Could I ask when does the term end?
12th, yes.
The 12th of
what are you asking?
I'm asking when the term ends. You said by the end of the term. When does the term end?
December.
December.
11th of December.
So August to September to October to December. Okay.
All right. St. Anne's East, you know, it really doesn't help us to repeat your interpretation.
Mr. Chairman, it's just my summary from my understanding. I don't think I am editorializing at all. I've taken your advice, your earlier advice.
All right. So, honourable members, we will now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, sorry, I was not finished.
Oh, you weren't? Sorry.
No, Mr. Chairman, I am under...
I got the distinct impression you were.
Under F, 042, emergency repair and refurbishment works to schools.
Huh? Where is that?
There is an estimate of 58 million. I would like to ask the minister if any of this allocation is to be used to pay arrears for works done in the last fiscal.
58 million. last fiscal year. Chairman, through you, the answer is yes. We have previous commitments from the last fiscal year.
Could I ask the quantity, Chairman?
From the last fiscal year is 89,491,685.
89 million?
491,685.
However, only 58 million is allocated. So, trying to understand how the arrears will be
Chairman,
paid.
through you, we will look at the midterm review of via funds. My advice is.
So there's an under allocation in this line item then of more than 20 million.
Well, that's your summary, right? Yeah.
What did the minister say? Sorry, I missed it.
Oh, I thought you were summarizing for yourself.
No, I'm actually confirming.
Sorry. I didn't realize it was a question.
Well, the question is before you, Minister. Is there an under allocation of more than 20 million in this line item?
Yes, but as I explained.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, shall we move on? St. Anne's, are you?
No.
Okay. Laventille East, Mova.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to know if the goodly minister could advise if there is any completion date under F, if there's any completion date for the Lower Mover Primary School, also known as Market School. Any timeline for that completion?
Can we get a line item?
Line item, please.
F042.
Line item, please.
042, F042.
042. Chair, through you, I'll have to get back to you with that.
Thank you very much,
Okay?
Mr. Minister.
As soon as we could.
Okay. Okay. Honorable members, I'm looking at the time and I'm trying to round this off, if we can. We will now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund, item 004, Social Infrastructure, Pre-Primary, page 255. St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, under B120, there's an allocation of 50 million, which is the same as it was last year. The expenditure under this line item is only 1.5 million in the last fiscal. That allocation of 50 million, are there arrears to be paid from that?
Chairman, through you, yes, there are arrears of $34,250,633.02.
So therefore only 16 million of this remains for future work in this fiscal.
Yes.
Am I correct? And Minister, would you consider this enough to satisfy the work that is before you under this line item?
As we go forward, I'm sure that either in the midterm or alternative financing will be looked at.
So this is yet another line item that will have to be supplemented in the midterm. If I may quickly move, Chairman, to 392. An allocation of 30 million, which is the exact same as it was last fiscal, an expenditure of 4 million in the last fiscal. Are there arrears under this line item to be paid?
Yes, the arrears are, Chairman, through you, 20,763,244.
So therefore, less than 10 million remains in this line item. Am I to assume, Minister, that the same need will have to be
The same
supplemented by the
strategy will
Minister of
be
Finance?
limited.
Okay. Chairman, if I may, I know what's going on, but I could hardly hear myself.
All right. We have 4.5 minutes again.
Good. If I may, Chairman.
If you could allow...
Under C331, an allocation of 55 million as opposed to 50 million in the last fiscal, and just 7 million expenditure in 2025. Are there arrears under this line item?
This is item 331?
Yes, C331.
Okay. The outstanding, $46,105,314.
So therefore, again, you have less than 10 million in this line item, and I assume the strategy
It's the same strategy.
property allocation will be the same. Okay.
Yes.
I move to 392, C392, allocation of 20 million, which is the exact same as in the last fiscal, and the allocation, the expenditure in 2025 was 4.9 million. Do you have arrears under this line item?
Yes, we have arrears of 30 million.
Huh?
30.
30 million arrears, but only 20 million allocated?
Same strategy will be used as we go forward.
Well, this is a minus. This one is even more underfunded, because this is now 30 million in arrears and only 20 million allocated. So all of this has to be supplemented. All of these have to be supplemented by additional allocation. So would it be fair to say that all of your IDF, many of your line items then, Minister, are under allocated?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. So I now go to item 04, B primary, C secondary, E special education. Item 005, multisectoral and other services, F public buildings. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $5,266,480,354 for head 26, Ministry of Education, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye, those against no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $5,266,480,354 for head 26, Ministry of Education, now stands part of the schedule. Okay. As per the agreement reached earlier, we have gone beyond an hour beyond what we were scheduled to sit at 8. We resume at 10 tomorrow morning. There is a suggestion from the Chief Whip of the Opposition that we do certain items in the first half hour tomorrow morning. We have a commitment that it will not last more than half of an hour. Well, very well. In the absence of that, we adjourn, we suspend to tomorrow morning at 10, and I will leave that today. I will leave that to be sorted out. The matters that were for today will have to be deferred. The remaining matters will have to be deferred at another time. No. Yes, so. No. So this sitting is now suspended until tomorrow morning at 10.